In the core mine zone, she realized both sides were from third-tier clans. She wondered if he came to avenge the Huang family and questioned who the puppet he mentioned really was. Suddenly, Master Ning rushed forward. The attackers begged him to release Miss Yi, insisting she had already gathered enough earth cores and would hand them over. Miss Yi struggled in the puppet's grip, pained but still conscious. Lying on the ground, she weakly asked if what they wanted were the earth cores. The boy mocked her, saying the tribute once owed by the Huang family now fell on the Yi family. He claimed working for the Ning family was a chance for them to rise into the third-tier clans, calling it something worth celebrating. His followers urged Miss Yi to accept. Miss Yi cursed her bad timing, realizing her strength had been drained after days in the earth core cave. The boy's expression turned sinister as he demanded all the earth cores. He warned her to become obedient under the Huang family's name or face the Ning family's power, which could erase the Yi family from the Western Territory with a single command. One of the men begged Miss Yi not to act rashly and to accept the demand. But she pushed herself up, furious, and shouted that the brat should keep dreaming. Refusing to submit, she declared the Yi family's possessions would never belong to them. With defiance burning in her eyes, she launched an attack against the puppet holding her down, shaking the ground as the fight erupted. Master Ning's expression darkened as one of the men begged him to calm down and give them another chance. He asked if they were rejecting him, warning that he did not take kindly to defiance. Miss Yi groaned, still restrained by the puppet, while the man pleaded to be allowed to reason with her again. Ning's eyes turned cold. Deciding there was no point in more words, he declared her fate sealed. With a chilling glare, he ordered her death as the puppet raised its massive arm to strike. The puppet's massive fist slammed down with a thunderous impact, sending shockwaves through the ground. One of the men screamed in terror for Monsieur. With a twisted grin, the boy rang a bell and ordered his ghost general to charge in and crush her completely. The giant puppet moved forward with unstoppable force, tearing through the earth as it advanced. The impact shook the battlefield, and Miss Yi cursed under her breath. A protective flame mark activated around her, each layer absorbing part of the puppet's devastating strikes. She shouted at her enemy, recognizing him and accusing him of being no different from the Huang family, always bullying others too much. Layer after layer of her flame mark shattered under the relentless assault, leaving her defenses dwindling. The boy only laughed, ringing his bell with a cruel grin. He mocked her nobility and declared he had been far too lenient with her. The boy sneered, finding Miss Yi's resistance amusing, and ordered the ghost general to toy with her further. Her protective flame mark flickered, leaving only one layer between her and defeat. With a chilling tone, he commanded the puppet to break her legs first. Miss Yi's eyes widened in fear as the massive fist came crashing down. But before the blow could land, a sudden figure burst in, striking the puppet with overwhelming force. Shock filled the air as everyone realized someone else had entered the battle. The boy froze, demanding to know who the newcomer was. A young man with fiery wings and a blazing weapon appeared, stepping confidently in front of Miss Yi. He reassured her that she was safe now. Relieved, Miss Yi admitted she was embarrassed to be seen at her weakest again. She thanked him for arriving just in time, knowing she would have been in real danger otherwise. The young man replied that he didn't know all the details, but after witnessing what had just been done to her, he couldn't stand by. He told her to rest while he dealt with the arrogant enemy himself. Sometime earlier, in the Yi family garden of the Western Territory, a servant rushed in, panicked, shouting that Miss Yi was in danger. When asked what had happened, she explained that Miss Yi had ordered her to watch Huang Yingheng, but the Ning family appeared, threatening them for tribute. They took Huang Yingheng and went straight to the mines in search of Miss Yi. Begging desperately, she pleaded for help. Mr. Liu reassured her, telling her not to worry as he understood the situation and would take action. Back in the Yi family garden, Liu had vowed to save Miss Yi immediately. Returning to the present at the mine zone, Miss Yi weakly smiled, realizing why he had arrived just in time. Coughing and exhausted, she admitted the boy had ambushed her after she had run out of strength and nearly cost her life. Lu reassured her, telling her to let Xiao Fei heal her wounds. With his companion's power glowing brightly, he promised that once she recovered, he would personally deal with their enemy. Xiao Fei's healing light surrounded Miss Yi, restoring her strength. She warned Lu Fan to be careful as the enemy's puppet loomed ahead. The boy smirked, pointing out that the massive figure was his puppet, no different from the fallen corpse puppet Lu Fan had defeated before. He accused Lu Fan of ambushing him and injuring his puppet, warning that he clearly didn't understand the consequences of provoking him. Realizing who stood before him, the boy sneered, calling Lu Fan the Dragon Tamer. With a twisted grin, he prepared to retaliate. Lu Fan's aura surged as dragon energy burst forth. His power flared, revealing the black dragon Roman II form, shaking the battlefield. Lu Fan's aura flared like a blazing inferno, his weapon engulfed in dragon flames. His eyes locked on the enemy with unshakable resolve. He growled with intensity, questioning if the boy truly understood what would happen when someone dared to hurt her. The battlefield trembled under the force of his fury, signaling that the real fight was about to begin. Lu Fan's aura flared like a blazing inferno, his weapon engulfed in dragon flames. His eyes locked on the enemy with unshakable resolve. He growled with intensity, questioning if the boy truly understood what would happen when someone dared to hurt her. The battlefield trembled under the force of his fury, signaling that the real fight was about to begin. The puppet's strike suddenly halted as a golden dragon claw burst forth, gripping it tightly. Shock spread across the enemy's face as Lu Fan's body glowed with overwhelming power. With Xiao Fei's possession, Lu Fan transformed into the Golden Dragon King, his form radiating immense strength and majesty. The battlefield shook under his new presence. The boy's eyes widened in disbelief. He muttered in shock, realizing this wasn't how a dragon tamer was supposed to fight. Seeing Lu Fan embody the dragon itself shattered his expectations. Lu Fan roared with power, declaring that the puppet's end had come. Xiao Fei let out a fierce cry as her power surged, fusing with Lu Fan's transformation. Together they unleashed Emerald Dragon Form Roman II, activating the Radiant Soul Light. A massive golden dragon wrapped in emerald energy roared forward, its presence overwhelming. The Soul Sanctuary buff spread, boosting allies' strength and resilience while shielding them with layers of energy. The enemy's puppet collapsed under the sheer force, leaving its master shouting desperately for it to rise again. Staring in shock, the boy realized a single strike had defeated Zhuang Meng at level 100. He questioned in disbelief if transforming into a dragon was the true way a dragon tamer fought. Lu Fan's voice thundered across the battlefield, mocking his enemy for daring to shout about crushing him and turning him into a puppet. Golden flames surged as he activated dragon language replication, copying his dragon's magic and unleashing a devastating lava burst. A blazing sphere of molten energy formed, its power scaling with his strength, ready to consume everything. The fiery explosion ignited the battlefield, creating a magma pool that threatened to drag enemies down and deal relentless damage. Instead of fear, the boy's eyes lit up with excitement. Laughing maniacally, he rang his bell, declaring that this was far too fun and interesting to stop. The boy desperately commanded his ghost general to rise, but the puppet was engulfed in a fiery explosion, letting out a painful roar as it struggled under the overwhelming force. From within the flames, a golden dragon's mighty form emerged, leaving the enemy stunned. He could only stare in disbelief at Lu Fan's transformation. Yet instead of fear, the boy smirked with a twisted grin. He mocked Lu Fan, saying it didn't matter if he had transformed into a dragon, he still wasn't impressed. Ning too boasted that his puppet would never allow Lu Fan to touch him. The towering ghost general, now in its second phase, roared with red energy coursing through its body. But Lu Fan's dragon form answered with overwhelming force, roaring enough noise as his golden aura clashed against the puppet's corrupted power. The ghost general reeled under the assault, cracks spreading across its body. With the emerald dragon bloodlines boost, Lu Fan's strength and protection soared, his strikes doubling in intensity. The battlefield trembled as the golden dragon's might pressed down, leaving Ning Tu and his puppets struggling to withstand the crushing power. The boy laughed arrogantly, claiming that Lu Fan couldn't hurt him. But the golden dragon's eyes burned with fury. "Oh, is that so?" Lu Fan's voice rumbled as golden flames surged around his massive form. With a deafening roar, he unleashed his ultimate move, Judgment Claw. His twin claws ignited with blazing light, converting stamina into overwhelming strength. The dragon's claws struck down with unstoppable force, tearing through everything in their path, each blow carrying devastating power. Lu Fan's golden claws slammed into the ghost general, sending cracks spreading across its massive body as it let out a pained roar. The boy's eyes widened in shock, his confidence faltering for the first time. But before he could react, Lu Fan's dragon form loomed over him, declaring coldly, "Your turn." Terrified, the boy quickly rang his bell, summoning another puppet to shield him. The battlefield shook once again as his desperation grew against Lu Fan's overwhelming power. The golden dragon's judgment claw struck again, slamming into the ghost general and sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Cracks spread deeper into its massive body, yet the puppet still clung to life. The boy only laughed hysterically, mocking Lu Fan as he claimed it was hilarious watching him struggle without being able to finish the fight. Lu Fan, in his dragon form, remained silent. His blazing golden eyes locked onto the boy, his expression unreadable as power continued to surge around him. The boy smirked, praising Lu Fan for still having spirit left. Then, with twisted excitement, he promised to show something even more entertaining. Clenching his hand, he revealed the true power of his ghost general, boasting that it was a level 100 puppet. In an instant, the massive figure roared, its form surging with strength as cracks of energy burst from its body. The ground shook violently as the upgraded puppet struck forward with overwhelming force. The boy spread his arms wide, grinning with madness as he revealed his trump card. He shouted that his ghost general had finally reached its level 100 ultimate skill. With a deafening roar, the puppet's body ignited in a surge of divine energy, its form twisting and expanding under the overwhelming power. The system revealed its terrifying evolution: Shuangmeng Level 100, Mountain Breaker Roman 4, Ghost General Phase 3. It now possessed the mountain god's might. Its strength and stamina increased by an incredible 300%. The battlefield trembled under its monstrous aura as the boy laughed in triumph. At the core mine zone, the boy's laughter echoed as he flaunted his ghost general's new power. With the mountain god's buff tripling its stats, he claimed this was strength even level 100 elites would fear. Not stopping there, he revealed another of his ultimate techniques. Golden nails pierced into the ghost general, each one amplifying its attack power to terrifying heights. The boy roared for his puppet to unleash its full strength. The massive figure trembled with destructive energy, its aura surging as the ground split beneath it. From atop his puppet, the boy taunted Lu Fan, boasting that he now faced an opponent whose power had been multiplied tenfold, calling it an honor. The golden dragon's eyes narrowed in silence, facing the overwhelming might of the ghost general. The boy, drunk on power, mocked him, boasting that with 10 times the stats, he could defeat even 3 level 100 elites at once. He sneered that being a dragon changed nothing, declaring that Lu Fan still had no chance of victory. Standing tall beside his empowered puppet, he laughed arrogantly and asked if Lu Fan was ready to surrender. The massive ghost general loomed menacingly, radiating flames of destructive power, yet Lu Fan remained calm, unfazed by the taunt. Lu Fan looked at the empowered puppet and mocked its strength, calling it a shame. The boy frowned in confusion, demanding what he meant. Calmly, Lu Fan explained that even if the puppet's power were multiplied 100 times, it would still be nothing but garbage. His aura surged, confidence radiating from him. Inwardly, he analyzed the situation. Zhuang Meng had nothing but brute force, while Ningtu only provided control. Seeing through their limits, Lu Fan smirked and declared that they would soon become part of his puppet army. The silver-haired boy sneered, calling Lu Fan arrogant, and waited to see what kind of dragon he would summon. With calm confidence, Lu Fan called out, and a small green dragon spirit, Jai, appeared at his side. Its energy pulsed brightly, catching everyone's attention. The Ghost General reacted immediately, its massive form sensing the dragon's aura as Jai bravely cried out in defiance. Lu Fan smirked, his voice steady as he laughed, while Jai's power surged forward, wrapping around him like a shield of emerald light. The silver-haired boy burst into mocking laughter, ridiculing Lu Fan for summoning what he called a snot-dripping worm and questioning if that was his so-called mighty dragon. Unfazed, Lu Fan gently picked up Xiao Jai, reminding him of the powerful enemies he had already defeated, from the 10,000 Venom Devil King to the Dragon-devouring Dragon King. He asked if Xiao Jai was really afraid of a mere brute and his master. Xiao Jai's eyes lit up with determination as he cried out, declaring he wasn't scared and that he would fight. Lu Fan encouraged Xiao Jai, telling him to show everyone his strength. Xiao Jai's determined cry rang out, but the silver-haired boy scoffed, mocking the idea that such a small creature could ever defeat his level 100 puppet. With a calm smile, Lu Fan replied that he never said he had only one companion. Power surged around him as he raised his hand, calling out another name. From the sky, Xiao Fei descended in a radiant glow, and Lu Fan commanded the battlefield, summoning the mighty Shadow Dragon King alongside Xiao Jai. The Shadow Dragon King emerged with a powerful roar, its dark aura overwhelming the battlefield. The sheer presence of the beast left everyone stunned, especially the silver-haired boy. His expression hardened as he realized the dragon carried pure killing intent. He thought quickly, questioning what kind of skills such a terrifying dragon might possess. Deciding he couldn't afford to wait, he immediately activated one of his strongest defenses. A golden bell appeared above him, radiating a solid protective barrier. The shield not only reduced incoming damage, but also reflected any attacks that dared to touch it. The silver-haired boy ordered his Ghost General to tear the enemy apart. The massive puppet charged forward with terrifying force, shaking the ground with every step. Its colossal fist came crashing down toward the black-haired fighter. Yet, the young man stood calm and unshaken, facing the attack head-on. Just as the Ghost General struck, a toxic aura began to spread across the battlefield. The puppet's body released a sinister green glow poison dragon, I-form switch, underworld swamp. The ground transformed into a poisonous swamp, radiating deadly energy that spread quickly. This ability, known as the Surging Poison Sea, created an underworld swamp that continuously dealt poison-based damage to all enemies caught within. To make matters worse, the poison stacked at double the normal rate, threatening to overwhelm anyone trapped inside. The silver-haired boy was stunned as he realized his puppet had been poisoned. He quickly tried to cleanse it, activating powerful skills like Clarity and Calm and Purifying Rain, channeling sacred light to dispel negative effects. But no matter how much he tried, the poison wouldn't disappear. Desperation filled his voice as he shouted in disbelief, wondering how the corruption could resist purification. His puppet continued to suffer, green poison marks spreading deeper with every moment. Calm and confident, the black-haired fighter simply smiled. He told his opponent to save his breath. This poison wasn't something that could be removed. Frustrated, the silver-haired boy rang his bell with urgency, commanding his puppet to retreat. He shouted for it to get out immediately, desperate to save it from the spreading poison. But the ghost general roared in defiance, its massive body trembling as the poison coursed through its veins. Despite the boy's command, the puppet's body cracked under the overwhelming corruption, its strength on the verge of collapse. The battlefield shook as the ghost general struggled, showing signs that it could no longer resist the poison's deadly grip. The black-haired fighter unleashed a devastating assault. Using Shadow Strike, he teleported behind the ghost general and pierced its weak point, dealing immense damage. Immediately after, Shadow Invasion triggered, striking again with a follow-up attack. Not giving the enemy a chance to recover, he roared out his ultimate move, Dragon Annihilation. His arms transformed into dragon claws as he delivered a relentless flurry of 6 strikes, each one synced with the power of his dragon pets. The ghost general was torn apart under the combined force, leaving the silver-haired boy in shock. Trembling, he rang his bell again, unable to accept the defeat. His voice cracked in disbelief as he admitted that the ghost general had been his strongest puppet, yet it was destroyed so easily. The only thought echoing in his mind was clear: his opponent wasn't human, but a monster. The silver-haired boy, realizing he was at a disadvantage, ordered his ghost shadow to retreat. Riding atop the masked puppet, he tried to escape, vowing to settle the score with the dragon tamer another time. But his opponent wasn't about to let him go so easily. With Xiao Jai and the Shadow Dragon King at his side, he declared that a puppet master like him would make perfect material for top-grade puppets. As the boy fled at full speed, the dragon tamer launched into pursuit, his dragons soaring behind him. He closed in rapidly, warning that there would be no escape this time. The white-haired boy gritted his teeth, annoyed that his pursuer just wouldn't let him go. He tightened his grip on his weapon, refusing to back down. The enemy quickly barked an order, summoning the ghost guard to block his path. The clash was immediate. The ghost guard's flaming blades struck down in rapid succession, forcing the boy to parry each attack with sharp precision. Sparks burst in every direction as steel and fire collided again and again. But while the boy fought defensively, another figure stood with complete confidence. The red-haired man, flames burning along his weapon, looked at the battle with a smirk. He mocked the attempt, saying that if this was all his enemy could muster, then it wouldn't be nearly enough. Without hesitation, he advanced. Fire swirled around his arm as he channeled his power into a devastating technique. In the next instant, his aura expanded, fusing with the energy of his dragon pet. Together, they unleashed a strike called Cut the Sky, a coordinated double blow wrapped in dragon aura. The force of the combined attack tore through the Ghost Guard's defenses in a brilliant explosion of light and shadow, shaking the battlefield. The black-haired fighter smirked confidently, declaring that no one could stop him. As his aura surged, the system activated a powerful ability, Soul Shock. Dragon aura gathered in layers, each one stacking higher as his energy built up. A blinding green light spread across the battlefield as the skill charged. His dragon, Xiao Fei, roared in sync with him. Without hesitation, he gave the command for complete elimination. The dragon responded instantly, releasing waves of destructive energy that shattered everything in its path. The system reported the progress 8 layers had already formed, and the aura was still building. The brilliance of the attack overwhelmed the battlefield, making escape nearly impossible for anyone caught in its range. Meanwhile, the white-haired boy watched in frustration as his summon guard collapsed under the force of the attack. He cursed its weakness, furious that it hadn't lasted even a second against such overwhelming power. The white-haired boy was caught off guard as a dark shadow suddenly appeared behind him. The system revealed the skill Shadow Strike, a stealth ability that teleports to the enemy's weak point and delivers a devastating blow. Before he could react, the attack pierced through him with crushing force. The onslaught didn't end there. Another system prompt triggered Shadow Invasion. After the first strike, an additional attack followed, delivering even more damage. The boy's body trembled as he realized he had no chance to resist. Wounded and desperate, he collapsed to the ground. With blood on his face, he stretched out his hand, begging for mercy. His voice shook as he pleaded to be saved, admitting that he didn't want to die. Standing tall before him, the black-haired man remained silent, his dragon looming menacingly behind him. His cold gaze made it clear who held the power now, while the boy's desperate cries echoed hopelessly in the dust-filled air. The black-haired man clicked his tongue, mocking his opponent's pitiful state. He remarked how much more entertaining the boy had been back when he was arrogant and full of pride. Now, watching him crawl and beg was nothing but pathetic. The white-haired boy, bloodied and desperate, pleaded for his life. He shouted that he was the second young master of the Ning family, trying to use his status as a shield. He promised wealth and rewards if only his life would be spared. But the black-haired man showed no interest in his bargaining. Instead, he calmly turned to his dragon. With a cold command, he ordered Xiao Fei to summon the fallen corpse holy dragon. Light burst from the summoning as the mighty dragon appeared, its aura shaking the ground. The white-haired boy's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. As the dragon's power filled the air, he trembled, realizing that escape was no longer possible. The black-haired man's expression turned cold as he gave his command he would turn the white-haired boy into nothing more than a new puppet. The boy's eyes widened in horror. He screamed that killing him would bring disaster, warning that the Ning family would tear his enemy apart for this. In desperation, he even invoked his sister's name, vowing she would never forgive such an act. But his pleas went unheard. Dark energy coiled around his body as the system activated corpse manipulation, a technique that could control and transform fallen corpses into puppets. His resistance was crushed as the shadows consumed him, forcing his body into submission. The boy let out a final, agonized scream, but the outcome was already decided. His fate was sealed, his life stripped away, and his existence reshaped into a puppet bound to the fallen corpse holy dragon. Dark shadows coiled tightly around the boy's body until his screams were drowned out. When the energy settled, he no longer looked human. His eyes glowed faintly, his movements stiff, transformed into a puppet under complete control. The system confirmed his new state, listing his identity as Ning 2, Fallen Corpse Puppet Master Level 103. The description revealed that this ability could strengthen corpses, summon them as puppets, and even create an organized puppet army. The black-haired man studied the information carefully. He noted with interest that all of the enhancements applied to puppets as well. If strengthened further, and if every fallen corpse was converted, they could form a powerful puppet squad under his command. Just as he considered the potential of this new ability, someone suddenly called out his name, Lu Fan. His focus shifted, but the weight of what he had just gained was undeniable. The black-haired man turned and greeted his senior sister, who appeared at his side with her weapon in hand. She glanced at the scene and noted how decisive and ruthless he had been, killing the Ning family's young master without hesitation. Looking at the puppet, she remarked that he was a level 100 expert, and letting someone like that go to waste would have been foolish. She acknowledged the choice as practical, though brutal. The man then considered the potential of his new ability, explaining that buffs could also be applied to puppets. He wondered aloud if some corpses could even be transformed into human form puppets, strengthening their forces even further. His senior sister agreed, praising the idea and saying it wasn't bad at all. With a smile, she added that crushing a so-called noble family like this had been something she had wanted to do for a long time. When he asked about her condition, she responded confidently that she was perfectly fine, her tone full of assurance. The two stood side by side, their partnership stronger than ever in the aftermath of their ruthless victory. The white-haired woman admitted that her injuries had been severe, but Xiao Fei's healing had worked wonders. Aside from some lingering fatigue, she assured him there were no serious problems. Satisfied with her recovery, the black-haired man smiled and declared that it was time to begin. He hoped the outcome of their next move wouldn't disappoint. With that, he gave the command, A golden dragon loomed overhead as he ordered the summoning of more puppets. Immediately, the air grew heavy with energy as corpse manipulation activated once again. One after another, figures emerged, dark, twisted forms bound by crimson energy. The newly created puppets stood ready, their presence adding a chilling force to his growing army. The black-haired man gave the order, commanding Ning-Tu to take control of the puppets. Dark energy surged from Ning-Tu's body, his glowing eyes locking onto the corpses around them. At once, the fallen figures stirred, rising under his command as they transformed into controllable puppets. One after another, shadows wrapped around the corpses, binding them to his will. The battlefield that had been littered with lifeless bodies was now filled with soldiers reanimated into a puppet squad. His senior sister watched in astonishment. She realized that by giving commands to Ning-Tu, he could control the entire puppet squad indirectly. Shocked, she exclaimed at the effectiveness of the ability. It meant he had gained not just one puppet, but an entire army through Ning-Tu's control. The black-haired man smirked, his eyes glinting with confidence as he revealed there was still more to show. With a commanding voice, he gave the order, amplify. Immediately, the puppets surged with power. A dark energy erupted around them, strengthening their bodies and weapons. Their aura intensified, and even their movements became sharper and more lethal. The air trembled as the puppet squad, now amplified, stood like an unstoppable force. Warriors who had once been mere corpses now radiated overwhelming strength. Their attacks multiplied and their presence magnified. The system revealed the effect. Each puppet received an increase in attack power, making them even more dangerous. These enhancements could not be undone or dispelled by ordinary means. Only the puppet master himself had the authority to remove them. With this, the black-haired man's army of puppets evolved from terrifying to nearly invincible, a force that struck fear into anyone who witnessed their might. The man explained that as long as the puppets weren't completely destroyed, the dark lines within them would allow their bodies to reassemble. His senior sister's eyes widened in amazement as she realized the true scale of his power. She pointed out that in one hand, he now wielded a puppet army forged from 9 realm demons, while in the other he commanded a squad of 4th-tier experts. With this combined strength, she declared, anyone who dared to oppose him would be utterly crushed. The man crossed his arms with a confident smile, stating that with such a lineup, not even the Ning clan or any other so-called noble family would be able to stand in his way. Then, with bold determination, he vowed to make the Yi family the premier clan of the western region. Since he was entrusted to speak for them, he would elevate their name to new heights. His words carried absolute conviction, and his younger companion cheered with a bright smile, fully believing in him. Amid a sea of blazing fire, a cloaked figure stood motionless. His presence was silent yet overwhelming, as the flames swirled violently around him, consuming everything in sight. Slowly, he lifted his hand, revealing a mysterious artifact glowing with ominous patterns. Its fiery light surged outward, merging with the flames as if fueling their destructive force. The air trembled, carrying the weight of its power. Without hesitation, the cloaked figure launched himself into the sky. In an instant, his gaze sharpened as he caught sight of a massive shadow moving within the inferno. The sudden realization made him tense, sensing a terrifying presence emerging. From within the fiery vortex, monstrous beasts burst forth, one cloaked in dark energy, wings stretched wide, while others followed with savage roars. The battlefield erupted in chaos as these overwhelming forces clashed violently against the blazing storm. The cloaked man attempted to teleport away, but the young fighter surged forward with blazing speed, cutting him off before he could escape. With a sharp strike, the youth shouted for him to stop, forcing the cloaked figure back. The clash of their powers echoed through the sky. As the dust settled, the young man narrowed his eyes, realizing something about his opponent. His voice trembled as he questioned the stranger's identity. From the shadows, an older man stepped forward. Recognition flashed. He was one of the teachers who had once stood alongside the headmaster. Outside the battlefield, people looked on in shock. A girl pointed toward the chaos, explaining that the cloaked man had secretly slipped into the abyss and brought disaster with him. Realizing his identity had been exposed, the older man's face twisted with tension. He quickly began forming a seal, channeling a dangerous power. Chains of red energy shot forward, binding tightly. The young fighter was caught off guard, his eyes widening as the trap locked around him. With a roar, the old man unleashed his true form. His cloak tore apart, muscles expanding as a glowing crimson crystal emerged from his chest, radiating overwhelming strength. The young fighter recognized the terrifying technique Flame Core, the most extreme skill of a fire mage. His expression hardened as he realized the danger. The old man's eyes burned with madness as he shouted his intent, determined to drag his opponent into destruction with him. Before the explosion could erupt, allies rushed in. A girl raised her staff, unleashing magic alongside others, calling for him to hold on. Elsewhere, a woman cried out his name in shock as a countdown continued, signaling the critical moment was rapidly approaching. The old man's crimson chains tightened around his foe, declaring that escape was impossible. The young fighter struggled as the energy pulled him down. With madness in his eyes, the old man shouted that death was the only outcome. His power surged, veins glowing with destructive force. The young fighter roared back, commanding his allies to prepare their strongest defenses. He ordered one companion to cast Eternal Guard and another to protect everyone else. At his call, a radiant shield of green light formed, enveloping his allies. The great beast's power clashed against the protective barrier as the countdown to destruction drew even closer. The old man laughed maniacally, declaring that only death awaited them all. Chains of energy tightened as he prepared to trigger the Flame Core's devastating explosion. The young fighter shouted back, calling him a madman, and lunged forward in a desperate attempt to stop him. In the chaos, the old man's hand revealed a powerful artifact glowing with crimson light. The energy surged violently, and a warning flashed that the core had been activated. The young man's eyes widened as he recognized it instantly. This was the forbidden relic once wielded by the headmaster's strongest mage. The old man roared with bloodshot eyes, his body trembling as he forced the burning artifact deeper into his chest, determined to unleash its final power. But his strength faltered. Blood spilled from his mouth as his eyes widened in disbelief. He gasped out the young fighter's name, his voice breaking. Unable to withstand the flames, his body was consumed. He fell, engulfed in fire, his last words echoing as he declared only death remained. The young fighter stood still, watching silently as the enemy was swallowed by the blaze, his expression calm but resolute. As the fiery clash ended, another figure suddenly appeared, wielding a powerful staff. The young fighter looked up sharply, ready for what came next. A mysterious man cloaked in white hovered in the sky, his presence radiating authority. His red eyes glowed beneath the helmet, silently observing. The young fighter met his gaze with calm determination, unshaken by the newcomer's intimidating aura. Meanwhile, on the ground, flames raged as students regrouped. A woman rushed forward, asking if he was hurt. He reassured her calmly, telling her not to worry. The group gathered, still shaken from the battle. One of the girls recalled seeing the mysterious mage before during the envoy's trial and questioned his identity. All eyes turned toward the cloaked figure. Someone whispered that he had once stood alongside the headmaster, raising doubts about his true allegiance. An elder stepped forward, explaining with a heavy tone that none of them expected such betrayal within the academy. He revealed that the man was not only a teacher, but also an honorary professor of the Dragon Capital Academy, an elite fire mage of level 81. Anger and confusion spread among the group. They demanded answers, questioning why someone of such high standing would act this way. If not for their quick resistance, they admitted, they would have all perished together under his deadly attack. As tension rose, the academy staff urged everyone to calm down. He promised that the matter would be thoroughly investigated and answers given soon. The next morning at the headmaster's office, the white-robed figure spoke gravely. He warned that assassination attempts like this would not stop here. Failure this time only meant greater danger next time. He admitted that even though the entire Dragon Capital Academy was under his control, a single step too late could have led to disaster. The betrayal of a professor who had hidden within the academy for years left him uneasy. Across from him, a bearded man lounged casually with a drink in hand, dismissing the tension. He mocked the official for being overly cautious, saying his seriousness made things unbearably dull. The bearded man rose with a laugh, saying it had been a long time since they last met. He asked what business had brought him all the way here this time. His expression then turned sharp. He noted that if the boy remained at the academy, danger would continue to follow. Since the vice principal still had to investigate the incident, he suggested this was the perfect chance to lighten the burden. With a confident grin, he proposed taking the boy himself, escorting him to the northern frontier, where he could both guard him and handle threats more directly. But the white-robed figure questioned his intentions, pointing out that he already had his own heavy responsibilities. He asked if taking the boy along would truly serve any purpose, or if it was just an unnecessary risk. With a confident smile, the bearded man declared that he had been watching the boy's growth for a long time and considered him worth the effort. He hinted that bringing him along might also help with another investigation. Drinking straight from the bottle, he promised boldly that he would ensure the boy's safety and return him alive, no matter what. The next morning, outside the main gate of Dragon Capital Academy, a sleek car screeched to a halt, signaling the start of a new journey. The door opened, and a figure stepped out with firm resolve, ready for what lay ahead. At the academy's entrance, a young girl ran forward joyfully, calling out to her brother who had finally arrived. She asked whether he valued her more, or his preparations for the trials. The older brother smiled and reassured her, saying of course his sister mattered most. He explained that he had been preparing for the upcoming national trials, but had still made time to see her. With innocent eyes, the girl asked if he would help her take revenge for the troubles she had faced. His smile turned sharp behind his glasses. He promised that anyone who dared to upset his beloved sister would be dealt with severely, vowing to teach them a harsh lesson. The red-haired man looks down with a cold expression, remarking that the other has grown defiant. He mocks that the once weak wings have now hardened, daring to challenge him directly. With flames sparking around his blade, he raises his sword and declares that perhaps it's time to remind them of their place. His tone sharpens as he vows to make them obedient once more. The orange-haired fighter grits their teeth, a pained cry escaping as the pressure of the attack forces them back. The weight of the strike leaves them struggling to endure. Just then, another man rushes in, his voice urgent as he begs Uncle Ning to restrain his fury, hoping to stop the clash before it goes too far. The red-haired man looks up in surprise as a flying beast descends, recognizing the figure riding it and calling out in shock. The man in sunglasses steps forward confidently, his presence commanding attention as he lands before them. He announces that he has come to take Shuanger to the Divine Ruin's secret realm, his tone calm yet firm. Shuanger's eyes narrow, her expression tense as she's reminded of the deep bond she shares with her father, leaving her momentarily silent. Standing beside his rare mechanical bird mount, the man in sunglasses questions the reason for the sudden conflict. The red-haired man responds coldly, saying that since the other is Shuanger's fiancée, he is not considered an outsider. He explains that the girl ignored the family's orders, acting recklessly because she believes Ning Tui is dead. Shuanger clenches her body in pain, her fiery aura surging as she cries out, insisting that what she believes is the truth. The man in sunglasses quickly steps forward, steadying her as he warns her to be careful, his tone filled with concern. Shuenger bursts out with determination, demanding to be released as she declares she will go to the Huang estate to find him, no matter who tries to stop her. The man removes his glasses slowly, murmuring that now he understands what drives her actions. With a heavy tone, he admits that he already knew about Ningtu's death, explaining he had planned to tell her only after she achieved her breakthrough. Shuenger's eyes widen in shock, her voice trembling as she demands to know if her brother truly died at the hands of the Huang family. He gently steadies her, urging her to calm down first. Holding Shuenger close, the man tells her that Ningtu was indeed murdered, but it had nothing to do with the Huang family. Shuenger demands to know who was truly responsible. Adjusting his glasses, he reveals that their Luo family's intelligence network traced it back to the Yi family, led by the dragon tamer, Lu Fan. Shuenger is stunned, asking who that person is, while another man angrily interrupts, warning Luo not to spread baseless claims. Luo folds his arms and firmly explains that their intelligence is reliable, stating that this dragon tamer even aided the Yi family in defeating the Huang and Long clans. He adds that their investigation suggests he may command as many as 8 dragon pets. Luo narrows his gaze, revealing that the dragon tamer only needed 3 of his dragons to kill Ningtu. Shuenger's eyes widen in disbelief as she exclaims that it's impossible, demanding to know where he could have obtained 8 dragons. The red-haired man adds that even the Luo family's intelligence couldn't uncover how Lu Fan captured them, but his strength and record of defeating dragon bosses are undeniably remarkable. Overcome with emotion, Shuenger trembles and shouts that she doesn't care, her resolve unshaken despite the shocking revelation. Shuenger's body ignites with raging flames as she cries out that since her brother was killed, she will claim the killer's life in return. She demands to know where the culprit is. The red-haired man orders her to calm down, declaring she is not allowed to go anywhere except the Divine Ruin's secret realm. He insists that he will handle Ningtu's matter himself, but she snaps back, accusing him of not caring about her brother at all. Overwhelmed, Shuenger bends forward, her fiery energy flickering out of control as the man in sunglasses urgently begs both her and Uncle Ning to calm down. As tensions rise, a powerful figure suddenly appears against the backdrop of a blazing eruption, calmly announcing that he has an idea. A fiery silhouette stands against the erupting volcano, acknowledging that Luo's proposal is indeed a good plan. The red-haired man agrees, explaining that it would not delay Shuenger's journey to the Divine Ruin's secret realm and would also give them a chance to avenge Ningtu. He then asks Shuenger for her opinion. Shuenger lowers her head, finally agreeing to the plan. She adds that she will provide the secret realm's teleportation stone to ensure their passage. Meanwhile, a young man steps out of the shadows with determination, declaring that before anything else, he will personally meet this dragon tamer. 2 days later in the Yi family garden, a young boy asks his senior if he will return to Dragon Capital with him. The dark-haired man shakes his head, explaining that he was close to reaching level 97 when he left the Earth Core Cave, so he intends to level up first. He adds that with the Ning family watching, he cannot leave for at least a month. The silver-haired woman hands him a scroll, telling him to use it to find the Quan family, assuring him that she has already paid for it. He frowns, noting that the Quan family is far away. A single trip from the western borderlands to Dragon Capital takes 2 days, and a teleportation scroll cannot cover such a long distance. The silver-haired woman explains that the Quan family has an enhancement master who can modify the scroll to open a 2-way portal leading to a fixed location. She remarks that if only Starlight's portal could cover such long distances, she could have saved the money spent. Still, she reminds him that even with the portal, he must remain here for a month before leaving. Her words leave her silent for a moment, her expression calm yet thoughtful as she glances aside. The dark-haired man stiffens, his eyes widening in surprise as he reacts strongly to her statement. The dark-haired man thinks about the responsibility weighing on him, declaring he can't afford to remain idle. The silver-haired woman reassures him that a month will pass quickly. She adds with a smile that it's fine if he isn't in Dragon Capital, since she plans to visit his hometown anyway, perhaps returning to Zhonghai City with her aunt. At the Yi family garden in the western borderlands, peace lingers as the young man and the silver-haired woman share a quiet moment together. Suddenly, a glowing feather shoots into the sky, swirling with fiery energy as it activates a strange force. Far away, another figure notices the disturbance, his eyes narrowing as he senses the feather's power. The feather erupts into flames, transforming into a blazing phoenix that lets out a powerful cry, leaving the two onlookers stunned by its overwhelming presence. The silver-haired woman panics, wondering if a fierce beast has broken into the area, but the young man quickly clarifies that this is no beast, it's a class changer, and only an avatar at that. The fiery phoenix looms overhead, radiating immense power that leaves both of them tense and alert. The woman tilts her head upward, acknowledging the overwhelming aura. Even as just an avatar, its presence is undeniably powerful. The phoenix lets out a commanding cry, calling out for Lu Fan, the dragon tamer of the Yi family, demanding that he show himself. The silver-haired woman realizes that the phoenix must belong to the Ning family, likely here seeking revenge. She warns that if he rushes into battle recklessly, the consequences could be dangerous. The dark-haired man calmly reassures her not to worry as he prepares to act, the shadow of a dragon forming behind him. Unfazed, he tells her to stay behind and guard the Yi estate, ensuring the servants don't get involved, while he steps forward to meet the intruder directly. As he soars into the sky with his dragon's wings unfurled, she calls out for him to be careful, but he confidently replies that she has nothing to worry about. From within the blazing phoenix, a woman's voice calls out, confirming if he is Lu Fan. She introduces herself as Ning Shuang, eldest daughter of the Ning family, demanding to know if he was the one who killed her brother Ning too. Lu Fan replies bluntly that he did, asking if she has a problem with that. Enraged, Shuanger's phoenix avatar roars, accusing him of arrogance and claiming his attitude is courting death. Lu Fan stands his ground, countering that it was the Ning family who acted tyrannically first, and now they have the audacity to seek revenge. He mocks her for not daring to face him in person, using only an avatar instead. The fiery phoenix glares down, its form trembling with power as Shuanger insists that even her avatar will be enough to strike him down. Shuanger's phoenix avatar gathers an overwhelming power, declaring it strong enough to wipe out both Lu Fan and the entire Yi estate beneath him. The silver-haired woman trembles, realizing the danger. She thinks to herself that even this avatar's level is too high, and if Shuanger's real body were to appear, it would be catastrophic. Lu Fan rises into the air with his dragon wings, unfazed by the fiery threat. She calls out anxiously, asking if he truly plans to face it head-on. But Lu Fan only smirks, pointing out that she has been charging the same skill for far too long. With calm confidence, he declares that in his opinion, this avatar of hers is nothing he can't eliminate. Lu Fan summons one of his dragons, a towering green beast, declaring that he only needs a single strike to end this battle. The phoenix narrows its eyes, questioning if this is truly one of his 8 dragons. Remembering Luo Lixu's words, it dismisses the creature as merely a support type, mocking that such a beast is no match to avenge Ning Tu's life. Shuanger's phoenix avatar unleashes its strongest attack, roaring as flames ignite into the skill known as World-Burning Flames, a power capable of devastating everything in its path. Watching the overwhelming inferno, an ally cries out in alarm, calling Xiao Fei's name as the clash of ultimate powers begins. The green dragon lets out a thunderous roar as it charges forward, its power surging against the raging flames. The phoenix unleashes its devastating attack, but the dragon counters with Eternal Guardian, a barrier that absorbs and neutralizes all incoming damage. A radiant green shield expands, completely swallowing the inferno as the dragon stands firm, empowered by its resilience and self-regeneration abilities. Shuanger's phoenix avatar recoils in shock, stunned that its most powerful flames had been completely blocked. Lu Fan calmly raises his hand, signaling another move as the battlefield crackles with fiery energy. A dark, menacing figure bursts forth, his shadow dragon appearing right behind the phoenix avatar with glowing crimson eyes. The dragon unleashes Shadow Strike, teleporting behind the target and piercing its weak point with overwhelming force, leaving the phoenix stunned by the sudden assault. The phoenix reels in shock, exclaiming that the attack was far too fast, unable to react before the blow landed. Shuanger's phoenix glares at the shadow dragon, realizing it must be the very beast Luo Lixu spoke of, the one responsible for killing her brother. She admits Lu Fan truly lives up to his reputation as a legendary dragon tamer, but he coolly responds that she overestimated herself, thinking she could exact revenge with only an avatar. The phoenix growls, vowing that her revenge has only just begun. Though she will not kill him now, she promises his death is certain in the future. Lu Fan remains silent, his sharp gaze fixed upward, unshaken by her words as the fiery avatar begins to fade. As the fiery avatar begins to fade, Shuanger leaves behind a chilling vow, promising that next time she will come in person to settle things with Lu Fan. Lu Fan tightens his grip on a glowing stone, preparing himself for what lies ahead. He examines the Divine Ruins Secret Realm Teleportation Stone, a legendary grade item that allows entry into the dangerous realm, knowing it will soon open. Nearby, the fiery feather that once carried Shuanger's presence burns faintly, a reminder of the threat that still lingers. Shuanger's true body sits quietly amidst blazing magma, her expression unreadable as the flames swirl around her. She slowly rises, acknowledging that Lu Fan truly lives up to the title of Dragon Tamer, calling his strength impressive. The scene shifts to the fiery landscape of the western borderlands, where molten rivers and volcanic eruptions emphasize the intensity of her power. She remarks that Lu Fan has only summoned 2 of his 8 dragons, mocking that what he showed was merely 1/4 of his true strength. At her side lies the Earth Core, a legendary material brimming with terrifying flame energy. Shuanger clenches her fist, her body engulfed in swirling flames, vowing that she can't wait to kill Lu Fan inside the Divine Ruins Secret Realm. She lifts the Earth Core, its fiery energy pulsing violently in her grip as her aura intensifies. With burning determination, she crushes the core into pieces, flames erupting wildly around her as her killing intent sharpens. Her lips curl into a confident smile, eyes blazing with hatred as she warns him that he'd better show up because she will be waiting. Lu Fan studies the Divine Ruins Secret Realm Teleportation Stone in his hand, a legendary item said to open the path to the realm in 68 days. He narrows his eyes, wondering if Ning Shuang's words were a challenge for him to meet her there. The silver-haired woman approaches anxiously, asking if Ning Shuang plans to come after them, but Lu Fan calmly replies that she won't. She then questions him about the Divine Ruins Secret Realm itself. He explains that it's an ultra-rare secret opportunity that only appears once every 50 years, with teleportation stones obtainable only as rare drops from Western Borderlands monsters. Lu Fan holds up the glowing teleportation stone, remarking that it could easily be sold for a sky-high price, yet Ning Shuang used it as nothing more than a dual challenge. The silver-haired woman warns him not to accept. She explains that by the time the Divine Ruins Secret Realm opens, many powerful clans aiming for their 5th advancement will also be present, making it far too dangerous. Suddenly, a shadowy figure with a sinister smile appears behind Lu Fan, whispering that he must ignore her advice and go to the realm. Lu Fan stiffens, his eyes narrowing sharply as the command echoes in his mind, leaving him in deep thought. The demon girl's voice echoes, commanding him to enter the Divine Ruins Secret Realm and retrieve something called the spirit-quenching liquid. With a sly smile, she promises that once he reaches his third advancement, she will reveal the location of the legendary myriad armor dragon egg. He questions her sudden appearance, asking when she awoke and if she had witnessed everything. From within his pet space, another voice remarks that it feels comfortable there, and she'll likely recover fully in a month or two. Unfazed, he presses her with questions why she wants him to risk entering the Divine Ruin's secret realm and what purpose the mysterious spirit-quenching liquid truly serves. The demon girl explains that the Divine Ruin's secret realm was once the place where a legendary god fell, leaving behind countless treasures. Among them, the spirit-quenching liquid is the most valuable, capable of greatly boosting a person's attributes, sometimes even doubling them. Hearing this, he recalls the Fountain of Blessed Light, realizing that if it works as she says, combining both could skyrocket his stats. He thinks to himself that his attributes might rise through the roof. Amused, the demon girl smirks, noting that his expression already shows temptation. She warns that the spirit-quenching liquid won't be easy to obtain, but its worth is so great she is even willing to trade the location of a myriad armor dragon egg for it. Her tone turns sharp as she reveals why Ning Shuang had challenged him with an avatar. It wasn't just for honor. She intends to use the dangerous properties of the Divine Ruin's secret realm itself to kill him. The demon girl delivers a shocking truth inside the Divine Ruin's secret realm. Summoning beasts or weapons is forbidden. He realizes this means he'll be completely on his own if he accepts the duel. Startled, he thinks quickly, knowing his carefully prepared puppet team will be useless in such conditions. Facing Ning Shuang in that place would mean walking right into her trap. But the demon girl reassures him, reminding him that he still possesses the Golden Dragon King set, which allows the transformation skill to remain usable. Her confidence keeps him from being completely discouraged. Leaning closer, she adds one more detail. Though she isn't bound by his contract slot, she can still count as his companion. With a sly smile, she teases that after all, she is also considered his pet, strengthening the bond between them. He clenches his fists, frustrated that Ning Shuang clearly wants to kill him, yet the demon girl insists he should still go. He snaps back, reminding her that if he dies, she'll die as well. The demon girl only laughs, asking if he's still wary of her. With a sly smile, she assures him that harming him would be impossible since their fates are tied together. Her tone softens, reminding him not to forget their deal bring her the spirit-quenching liquid. And after his third advancement, she'll guide him to the myriad armor dragon egg. She explains that the offspring of such a dragon would surpass any other, making him unmatched, even against Ning Shuang. But he frowns, caught in thought. If summoning is forbidden in the Divine Ruin's secret realm, then what use would obtaining the myriad armor dragon be? The contradiction leaves him unsettled. He narrows his eyes, questioning what the demon-devouring Dragon King is really planning. The thought lingers heavily in his mind. Snapping him out of his daze, the girl calls his name sharply and asks why he's spacing out. Startled, he quickly responds. She reminds him that if Ning Shuang isn't coming, they need to hurry or risk missing the final exam. He nods and agrees to move at once. As they walk forward, he thinks to himself that instead of overthinking, he should focus on leveling up quickly. Only then will he be prepared to obtain the spirit-quenching liquid and possibly claim the myriad armor dragon before the Divine Ruin's secret realm opens. He steels his resolve, thinking that if everything goes smoothly, he might finally have a chance to defeat Ning Shuang. The next day at noon, the scene shifts to Dragon Capital Academy, where the final exam is about to take place. Students gather in front of the academy building. Running through the crowd, he curses under his breath, realizing he was delayed by Ning Shuang and has completely missed the exam assembly. Nearby, students complain about the exam format being the same as the new student assessment battles. This time it's a 5v5 match, and one student grumbles about how hard it is to even find teammates. He considers the rules, noting that the final exam will be done in 5-person teams. With arena rankings as a reference, he thinks about who he can potentially team up with. As he enters, he nearly bumps into a teacher carrying a stack of books. She stumbles slightly, and he quickly steadies her. The teacher looks at him in surprise, asking why he's here since she thought he wouldn't return for the final exam. He apologizes respectfully, addressing her as Teacher Gu. Another teacher asks about Gu's health. She smiles, saying she has fully recovered thanks to their efforts in the Taegi Kingdom, though she admits she would have died in the line of duty otherwise. Embarrassed, she waves it off when reminded not to say such unlucky things. The teacher reminds him that since he has returned for the assessment, he must first form a 5-person team to qualify. A student introduces himself confidently, boasting about his level and asking to team up for the final exam. Without hesitation, he rejects the offer. Nearby, the same student tries to pester other girls into joining him, only to be harshly rejected and called out for his persistence. Amid the noise, someone notices him and shouts in surprise. Soon, more students turn their attention, recognizing that Lu Fan has finally returned. Calmly, he greets them. As he reunites with his classmates, they greet him warmly, teasing that they thought he wouldn't show up for the final exam. They point out their current levels and classes, clearly stronger than before. He apologizes, saying he wanted to surprise them by returning at the last moment. With him back, they realize they now have a complete 5-person team. One jokes that they can slack off and still pass easily, while he reacts wryly to being treated like a free pass. The teachers quietly step aside, leaving the group to their reunion. His classmates assure him they've grown stronger too, having trained and challenged dungeons while he was away. Their confidence shows, claiming they're no longer afraid of facing difficult opponents. Hearing this, he feels relieved, knowing they can now stand on their own. One of them quickly notices where his gaze is drifting and guesses he must be looking for 2 other familiar names, Jinju and Chen Tianzhai. He remains silent, his expression unreadable, as the thought lingers. When asked about Jinju and Chen Tianzhai, his classmate explains they've been missing since the group returned from the Taegi Kingdom. No one knows their current whereabouts. Hearing this, he clenches his resolve. Though he lets it go for now, he silently vows that one day he will personally deal with her. The group decides not to dwell on it. With the assessment only 3 days away, they suggest heading back to rest, reminding him he must be exhausted after rushing all the way here. As he walks with them, he reflects. Most of the students in his year are still in their 20s, with only a handful already in their 30s. Even without Jinju and Chen Tianzhai, his team is strong enough to secure good results in the upcoming assessment. As the student gathering continues, the question arises if anyone else wants to join a team. A group steps forward, announcing they are only taking top 10 ranked members and still need one more. Their confident display immediately draws attention, and he recognizes 2 faces that seem oddly familiar. It's revealed to be the Fenian Pavilion group. After being silenced for spreading false rumors, they had stayed low for a long time. Now, to everyone's surprise, they were making a bold return. Seeing their reappearance, he and his companions remain calm. They decide not to be bothered, noting that this group is not a threat they need to concern themselves with for the upcoming assessment. Just as the Fenian Pavilion group announced they were looking for a final member, a loud voice suddenly broke the silence. A determined student stepped forward, shouting that he would join their team, his expression full of eagerness and resolve. The sound of armored footsteps echoed as a tall warrior stepped forward, his presence heavy and commanding. He glanced at the group with sharp eyes and questioned if they had the strength to claim first place. Resting his massive weapon on his shoulder, he added that he would only consider joining them if they could truly reach that level. His tone carried confidence, as if victory was the only condition worth his time. He continued firmly, saying he had no interest in teaming with the weak. What he wanted above all else was the top position in the upcoming assessment. His words left a heavy silence between them. One of the men, calm but direct, reminded him that an invitation to join the Fengyan Pavilion had already been offered in the past, yet he had turned it down without hesitation. The armored warrior admitted he normally wouldn't ask anyone for help, but the strict rules of the assessment left him no choice. He added that he was willing to join them temporarily, but only for the duration of the test. The crowd began whispering, curious about his identity. Someone explained that his name was Mangjia, a transfer student who had arrived not long ago. Others revealed more details. Mangjia came from a military family, raised under discipline and training from a young age. Since transferring, he quickly gained a reputation, with many believing he was the strongest among them. More whispers spread about his accomplishments. Mangjia had built an impressive record in ranked matches, boasting a 132-win streak. He had even defeated a top contender, ranked number 3, which meant his next opponent would likely be one of the strongest challengers left. A boy admitted he had never fought in ranked matches, but he saw the upcoming assessment as the perfect chance to test himself against stronger opponents. The others whispered that for him to replace Zhang Fengyan's rank, he must truly be the real deal. Some guessed Zhang Fengyan would likely team up with Mangjia, while another added that if the group proved strong enough, there would be no need for them to step in. Their expressions carried both doubt and curiosity about what was coming. Suddenly, a cloaked figure rushed in, shouting in excitement that he had just seen Wu Fan return. His words shocked the crowd, making heads turn in disbelief. Zhang's composure broke as he demanded to know where Wu Fan was and when he had come back, his voice filled with urgency and alarm. The crowd buzzed with confusion, wondering who Lu Fan was and why his return stirred such a strong reaction. Some confirmed they hadn't seen him yet, but the possibility of his comeback had already shaken them. A student explained that Lu Fan was a dragon tamer, the number 1 from King Yin class. His reputation alone was enough to make others uneasy. Another admitted that if Lu Fan truly returned, their chances of claiming first place would vanish completely. Hearing this, Mengjia's expression hardened. With anger boiling over, he shouted that it was ridiculous to admit defeat without even fighting, his voice echoing like a challenge to everyone present. A sudden burst of power struck, shocking those nearby and sending them stumbling back in fear. Mangjia's voice thundered as he declared that he wasn't boasting without reason. He had the strength, the rank, and the qualifications to aim for first place. He mocked the others, asking where their earlier confidence had gone. Gasps filled the crowd when they noticed the emblem on his chest. Someone shouted in disbelief that it was the mark of the blood-clad army. Whispers spread quickly. This army was one of the strongest organizations in the Dark Iron Country, directly serving under the Great Axe King. The onlookers wondered if Mangjia truly had military honors despite being only a little older than them. Another confirmed it was no exaggeration. With his blood medal, he had the authority to command hundreds of soldiers from the blood-clad army. Mangjia raised his voice proudly, revealing that since childhood he had been trained in the blood-clad army. He awakened his combat profession amidst corpses and blood, vowing to become the youngest great general who would protect the nation. Gasps rippled through the crowd as they realized he truly was part of the blood-clad army. Some could hardly believe it. He had spent his student years not in classrooms, but on the battlefield, fighting and killing to survive. Mangjia then explained why he demanded first place in every assessment. His goal was to graduate early so he could return to the blood-clad army with honor. With a commanding gesture, he asked directly if the others had the confidence to defeat Lu Fan. The tension thickened as a hesitant reply came. Faced with Mangjia's overwhelming aura, one of them struggled to respond, their voice faltering as they admitted their uncertainty. One of the onlookers thought to himself that if Mangjia, a warrior hardened by life and death battles, chose to join them, then perhaps the Fengyan Pavilion would finally have a real chance at redemption. The tension broke as hands were clasped firmly, sealing an alliance. Mangjia was welcomed into the team with respect. His confident reply carried pride, showing he was more than ready to take the lead. The crowd erupted in cheers, amazed by his overwhelming presence. They whispered that they were about to witness the rise of a new number one, while one voice hesitated, realizing something important might still be missing. As the crowd celebrated, one cautious voice reminded Boss Zhong that it might be too early. After all, Lu Fan was no ordinary opponent. He was a dragon tamer who had even participated in the national trials. Zhong dismissed the concern coldly, saying it didn't matter. He claimed Mangjia's achievements alone were enough to overshadow Lu Fan and even make him feel ashamed of his own record. Mangjia acknowledged the mention of the national trials but brushed it aside. He stated that while Lu Fan might have dragon pets, true strength came from real experience. With a confident smirk, Mangjia declared that Lu Fan had never faced the chaos of the front lines. He admitted he was eager to see just how strong Lu Fan truly was. At Dragon Capital Academy's Villa No. 2, excitement filled the air. Someone exclaimed that the equipment laid out before them was far too powerful. A girl marveled at the items, shocked that their senior had given so much to them. Another pointed out that the gear was so valuable and strong, it could be used even at level 57. The group admired how their senior had prepared skill books and protective equipment for everyone, even thinking about Miss Yi's safety. Grateful, they reminded Little Fan to properly thank her on everyone's behalf. Overwhelmed with joy, the girl raised a glowing sword high, shouting in delight that it was her very first legendary weapon. The brilliance of the blade marked a new step forward for her. One girl held a radiant staff in awe, stunned that it was far more valuable than anything her wealthy father could ever buy. She admitted she couldn't believe such a treasure was now hers. Another girl admired her weapon, explaining that the enchantment effects alone were something she could never have afforded on her own. With gratitude, she thanked her senior sincerely. The group's excitement grew as they tested their new gear. They encouraged each other to perform well in the upcoming exam, thrilled that their stats had skyrocketed, with some even doubling in strength. Amidst the celebration, they reminded Lu Fan to properly invite their senior as a guest, so they could thank her personally for her generosity. Lu Fan agreed, knowing they couldn't afford to seem ungrateful. Lu Fan explained that certain family matters would take about a month to resolve, smiling as he reassured the group. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted the conversation. Someone called out that a visitor had arrived. The girls speculated that the evening's events would soon be over, leaving them wondering who it could be. Lu Fan stepped forward to answer the door, meeting an older man in a black suit and sunglasses. He cautiously asked the stranger who he was. The man removed his glasses with a respectful gesture and formally asked if he was speaking to Mr. Lu Fan. The older man stepped forward respectfully and introduced himself as Morozov, a representative from the Snow Country. He explained that young Master Andre had entrusted him with overseeing the renovation project for Lu Fan's territory, making his purpose for the visit clear. Andre moved faster than expected. In a short time, he brought the famous Snow Country designer, Morozov, and asked for the construction blueprints for his island. The blueprints revealed something unexpected. Epic-grade Shadow Demon crystal cannons were deployed around the island. Their firing range covered both the entire island and its surroundings, strong enough to eliminate even a 4th rank advancement master. What was planned as a resort island had now been transformed into a heavily fortified war fortress. Surprisingly, this drastic change didn't seem bad, it was a useful upgrade. Morozov also promised to complete a teleportation formation linking Dragon Capital Academy's dungeon hall to Shadow Island within 3 days. That deadline coincided with the beginning of the final exam. Tao Xiaoman and the others volunteered for the task. They made a deal unless they encountered an exceptionally strong opponent, he would not intervene. Confident in their training, they told him to leave the fight to them. During the exam, unless a formidable enemy appeared, there would be no need for him to act. He accepted their decision with a smile, saying he was fine with being idle and letting them handle things. To give his team a final boost before the exam, he activated a special skill that temporarily enhanced their abilities and reduced their resistance. He took the group for training, giving them a chance to fight and level up. Tao Xiaoman's strength improved significantly, reaching level 38. Qin Qiu advanced further, achieving level 39. Han Qi also made progress, breaking through to level 30. Jianing's training paid off, allowing her to break through and reach level 40. Lu Fan's progress was even greater, his level soaring up to 50. 3 days later, the scene shifted to Dragon Capital Academy's Grand Arena, where the final exam was about to begin. One student drew a card with the number 8, wondering aloud who their opponent would be. The team stood together with confidence, declaring that they would defeat whoever appeared as their opponent. As Lu Fan walked forward, his presence drew attention and admiration. A nervous student approached, asking if he could take a photo with Lu Fan. Excited, he explained that he had watched Lu Fan's trial of the nation live stream and thought it was incredible, proudly declaring himself as a fan. Lu Fan agreed with a smile, allowing the student to take a photo with him. The student happily snapped the picture, thrilled to stand beside him. However, the mood quickly shifted when the student nervously admitted that his team had drawn number 8, making them Lu Fan's opponents. Overwhelmed, he panicked and immediately forfeited, running away while the others looked on in surprise. Tao Xiaoman reminded him that the exam wasn't only about rank, but also about combat performance. Running away would only result in a makeup exam. The nervous student admitted he knew, but argued that even if 50 or 500 of them faced Lu Fan's team, they wouldn't last a single hit. Tao Xiaoman reassured him, promising not to let the fight end instantly and guaranteeing he'd still have a chance to perform. Despite his hesitation, the student joined his team on the field, preparing to face the overwhelming challenge. Tao Xiaoman cut off the hesitation, telling them to stop wasting time. The opposing team charged forward with determination, declaring the start of the battle. Qin Qiu rallied her team, urging everyone to join the fight, and they responded with confidence. As the clash began, Yudo Rinai swiftly moved into action, casting a spell to trap their opponents. The opponents were caught inside a powerful holy light barrier, leaving them trapped with no escape. Tao Xiaoman charged in, mocking them for missing their only chance to strike. She unleashed a devastating water attribute attack, overwhelming the trapped enemies from all directions. With their defenses shattered, Qin Qiu stepped forward and declared the fight over, ending the battle. With dazzling magic, Yudo Rinai unleashed a holy light ability that devastated all enemies within range. Spectators were left stunned, unable to understand what had just happened. Some complained they had only looked away for a second, yet the battle was already over. The crowd marveled at the instant victory, shocked that 2 girls on Lu Fan's team could overpower so many opponents so easily. Lu Fan admitted he hadn't expected everyone to become so strong, while others credited Jianing's guidance. Jianing humbly responded that the credit belonged to the whole team, the result of their persistent training. Elsewhere, a group of students eagerly suggested forming a permanent team, showing their excitement. They admired Brother Meng's strength, declaring him their role model and vowing to follow in his footsteps after graduation. Brother Meng told his followers that if they could defeat Lu Fan in the finals, he would personally recommend them for the blood-clad army. Others praised Lu Fan's team, amazed that the 2 girls had managed a clean one on 5 sweep. Some even joked that Lu Fan could win the competition without lifting a finger. On the battlefield, Tao Xiaoman and Qin Qiu unleashed another powerful combined attack, drawing admiration from the crowd. Brother Meng's expression hardened as he watched, realizing just how formidable Lu Fan's team truly was. Lu Fan stood calmly, drawing the attention of his rival. Brother Meng scoffed, calling Lu Fan's success nothing but luck, claiming he only rose in fame because of his dragon. He clenched his fist, declaring that a true expert was forged through countless battles, in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. With determination burning in his eyes, Brother Meng vowed to personally tear away the glory surrounding Lu Fan. The stadium was alive with thunderous cheers as the crowd surged with excitement, waving their fists and shouting over one another. Everyone rushed to place their bets, choosing between Lu Fan and Meng Jia, two names that had dominated every discussion leading up to this final exam. Many in the stands placed their faith in Lu Fan, calling him God Lu, remembering how he had completely crushed the secret realm of the nation. To them, a man who had conquered something so dangerous couldn't possibly falter in a mere exam. But not everyone was so certain. Another voice reminded the crowd of the leaked video from just yesterday, a video that spread like wildfire. In that footage, Meng Jia had gone head-to-head with a tough third advancement master. The scene left viewers stunned. In less than 5 minutes, bones were broken and bodies lay scattered across the ground. Her strength was undeniable, and it threw the entire stadium into doubt. This match, they realized, was far from decided. As the announcer stepped forward, the noise quieted just slightly. He declared the first fighters who would be entering the arena, and the audience leaned in with anticipation. But then came the shock. Lu Fan and Meng Jia weren't the ones stepping forward. The crowd buzzed with confusion, realizing the two strongest contenders weren't fighting each other just yet. Spectators voiced concern, noting that facing 3 opponents at once created a huge gap. They pointed out that including a life-type profession in the team only added a clear weakness. Meanwhile, Lu Fan sat calmly among the crowd, his presence steady and silent, while those around him continued to speculate. On the field, a tall man with a scarred face stood firm, his expression unwavering as he prepared for the match. Across from him, one of the challengers mocked arrogantly, warning that without fighting, Lu Fan's team would lose their #1 title. Lu Fan leaned back casually, reminding his team to step up their efforts as the battle unfolded. His words struck hard, sharpening the determination in his teammates' eyes. On the opposing side, their leader shouted orders to finish the fight quickly and prove that the Fengyan Pavilion was making a comeback. Her group responded with determination. Hearing that, Lu Fan's side smirked with confidence. They prepared to fight seriously, vowing not to let anyone look down on them. The arena fell silent for just a moment as the referee raised her hand. With a sharp command, she announced the start of the match. The crowd erupted in cheers as the battlefield came alive. Without hesitation, Lu Fan's team unleashed their opening moves. The pink-haired warrior summoned swirling torrents of water, her skill creating countless blades that shot out in every direction. The attack carried crushing force, piercing targets while slowing their movements and weakening their defenses. At the same time, the silver-haired priestess raised her staff high, summoning a blazing radiance. With a cry, she called forth starlight annihilation, flooding the field with divine light. The holy power burned through enemies, dealing continuous damage and reducing their resistance, leaving them vulnerable under the relentless glow. In an instant, the battlefield was engulfed by waves of water and searing light. The fight had only just begun, but the overwhelming power of Lu Fan's side left the stadium roaring in shock and awe. The atmosphere grew heavier as the black-haired swordswoman stepped forward, her hands glowing with power. With a sharp command, she unleashed her skill, mountain shaking. Massive blades of energy appeared in the air, carrying devastating force that spread its damage to every enemy within reach. Across the field, Fengyan Pavilion's fighters braced themselves. Their leader shouted for them to prepare, rallying the group as they surged forward with weapons drawn and magic blazing. The clash erupted instantly. Waves of power collided mid-air, water, light, and steel crashing against the incoming assault. The shockwaves lit up the entire arena, forcing even the spectators to lean back from the sheer pressure of the collision. Realizing the overwhelming impact, one of the enemy mages barked an urgent command to scatter. Their formation broke apart as they scrambled to avoid the combined barrage, struggling to withstand the crushing momentum of Lu Fan's team. The battlefield shook as explosions erupted across the arena, sending smoke and fire billowing into the air. The impact blinded the spectators for a moment, hiding the enemy's movements within the chaos. Through the settling haze, Lu Fan's teammates scanned the field carefully. One of them warned the others to stay alert, suspecting a trap. The thought of their opponents retreating so easily didn't sit right. Their instincts proved correct. From the smoke, a sudden spell struck out, binding Jianying in glowing chains of magic. Her body was instantly restrained, lifted into the air as she struggled against the imprisoning force. Shock rippled through the team. The enemy's plan was clear. Their target wasn't the group as a whole, but Jianying specifically. The sorcery locked her completely, leaving her unable to move or use her abilities for several critical seconds. The battle split into chaos as opponents clashed on all sides. The pink-haired warrior intercepted an incoming strike, while another declared with confidence that their fight was against her, not anyone else. Meanwhile, Jianying remained bound by the glowing chains, facing an enemy who sneered at her helplessness. He mocked that with her restrained, the match would be decided once she fell. But the enemy wasn't finished. Dark energy surged as his skill activated. In an instant, his body split into countless shadowy clones, each one preparing to strike with high-speed slashes aimed at her defense. For the next few seconds, their combined assault could reduce even the toughest opponent's strength. Yet, Jianying's expression didn't falter. With calm eyes, she looked at them and spoke lightly, asking if that was truly all they had. Her words unsettled her enemies, who couldn't understand her composure despite the trap closing in. The battle raged on as radiant light burst across the arena. The priestess raised her staff and unleashed starlight annihilation. Holy flames engulfed the field, burning enemies with continuous light damage while stripping away their resistance. The brilliance forced several opponents onto the defensive, their movements slowed by the overwhelming force. At the same time, the pink-haired warrior struck with her blade, casting water prison. 4 chains of water lashed out, binding one of the enemy fighters. He struggled, cursing under his breath as the chains tightened, locking him in place. His speed and strength were suppressed, leaving him unable to break free. Watching from the sidelines, one of the enemy leaders clenched his fists in disbelief. Their team was being pushed back, suppressed under the relentless assault. Meanwhile, Jianying remained bound by glowing chains, her expression calm and unreadable. The timer ticked down, only 3 seconds left before her imprisonment would end. One of the enemy fighters charged forward, declaring he would take Jianying down first. With her still bound in glowing chains, he believed victory was already within reach. But suddenly, a surge of power burst from her weapon. The sword split into countless blades, myriad flowers. Each fragment carried destructive force, raining down like a storm of golden steel. The countdown ticked closer. Only 2 seconds of imprisonment remained. Caught off guard, the enemy panicked as the storm of swords bore down on him. His desperate cries echoed as the blades closed in, shredding through his defenses. From the sidelines, another enemy watched in shock. His eyes widened as he shouted in disbelief. How could Jianying, still trapped under the imprisonment lock, possibly activate such a powerful skill? The countdown ticked away. 1 second left on Jianying's imprisonment. Her opponent lunged, blade flashing as he prepared to finish her off before the chains disappeared. But in the very next instant, the timer hit 0. The lock shattered, and Jianying was freed. Her opponent's strike cut only through the air, his attack thrown off balance as her calm figure stood unshaken. From the stands, Lu Fan observed quietly, his eyes sharp as ever. He explained to the woman beside him that the enemy had miscalculated. Jianying never relied on active skills, she used her weapon's unique effects instead. That was why the imprisonment lock had failed to restrain her power. Unbothered by the chaos of the fight, Lu Fan leaned back on the picnic mat, his tone relaxed. The woman beside him smiled gently, offering him a glass of juice she had prepared with his favorite fruits, a quiet contrast to the roaring stadium around them. From the stands, one of the older warriors scowled, scoffing at the battle below. To him, the fight was nothing but trash, a display unworthy of true warriors. But down on the field, everything shifted. The glowing chains that bound Jianing cracked apart and shattered into fragments of light. Slowly, she rose from the ground, her figure calm yet commanding. With each step forward, the aura around her grew heavier. The chains that had once imprisoned her now floated and dissolved, powerless against her presence. Her long black hair flowed as blades of energy gathered at her sides, their edge humming with lethal intent. Jianing's eyes remained steady, carrying a quiet resolve that struck more fear into her enemies than any roar of rage ever could. One of the enemy fighters surged with dark energy, preparing his next move with blades in hand. He activated Shadow Strike, splitting into multiple phantom clones ready to launch high-speed attacks. The clones surrounded Jianing from all sides, blades aimed to tear through her defenses. But Jianing remained calm, dismissing their efforts with a single cold word, calling it futile. The arena shakes as a burst of icy energy explodes outward, freezing multiple enemies at once. The cold spreads rapidly, locking them in place and reducing their speed. From the stands, a woman calmly observes the scene as the frost engulfs the battleground, trapping the fighter who struggles inside the thick layer of ice. The system reveals the weapon, Frigid Winter Sword, an excellent quality blade with a special effect that inflicts ice elemental damage and lowers the target's movement speed by 30%. At the center, the armored girl channels immense power through her sword. Ice spears surge in every direction before she unleashes a devastating strike, shattering the ground and overwhelming her opponent with unstoppable force. The crowd erupts in shock, pointing at the arena. They exclaim how strong Jianing's side is, while noting in disbelief that Lu Fan still hasn't made a single move. Another fighter yells in frustration, questioning why Lu Fan remains motionless and hasn't stepped in yet. Amidst the chaos, Lu Fan sits calmly on the ground, his posture relaxed as if completely unfazed by the battle raging around him. A close-up reveals his confident smile, eyes sharp with quiet assurance, showing he has everything under control. A heavily armored man steps forward with a fierce glare, his strength radiating as he prepares to strike. Lu Fan rises with a calm smile, remarking that he can't just sit still any longer. The man roars for others to move aside, forcing his way through with raw power. The system identifies him as Mangjia, level 40, Berserk Bloodwolf Swordsman Roman II, Blood-clad Army 3rd Order. Meanwhile, a woman offers Lu Fan something to eat, but he declines, saying he'll buy groceries with her later. He adds with a faint smile that they'll all share a good meal tonight once the assessment is over. The woman smiles warmly at Lu Fan, reminding him she has always taken care of him. He reassures her with a grin, saying tonight will be a victory feast. The spectators grow excited as Lu Fan finally stands up, wondering if he's about to make his move. Commentators recall how he terrified the crowd the last time he fought against the pavilion. Meanwhile, the armored opponent scoffs at Lu Fan's calmness, calling him arrogant as he charges forward with deadly intent. With a roar, he swings his massive weapon, demanding that the Dragon Tamer come out and face him head-on. Jianing steps forward, revealed as a level 40 sword dancer. She blocks the path with her glowing blade, declaring that anyone who wants to advance must first get through her. Both fighters unleash their weapons at once. The Frigid Winter Sword slows opponents with icy damage, while the enemy's blood-bearing sword cuts through defenses and boosts attack speed. Their clash shakes the arena. The armored man roars that he has no interest in Jianing, striking with explosive force. His army breaker greatsword sends out destructive waves, crushing anything in its range. Another challenger joins in, wielding the Inferno Sunblade. Flames erupt around her as the weapon's power channels searing fire damage before returning to its wielder, intensifying the chaotic battle. As the battle rages, a fighter intercepts the attack with a bold declaration, reminding the enemy that their true opponent is him. The armored man sneers, dismissing the challenger as unworthy. He clashes fiercely, testing the strength of his opponents. Another ally leaps in to assist, but Jianying clicks her tongue in annoyance, calling her target stubborn and troublesome. From the sidelines, a silver-haired girl calmly steps forward. She tells the others there's no need to intervene, stating that since he wishes to fight her, she will personally grant him that battle. Lu Fan steps forward confidently, stating that everyone has performed well enough. He adds that if this had been a real life or death battle, Fengyan Pavilion would have been wiped out long ago. Meng Jia mocks him, saying anyone can boast while hiding behind women. He overpowers an opponent, pushing them to the brink as they struggle to hold on. Suddenly, his expression shifts in shock as fiery arrows rain down. The system reveals the weapon, Arrow of the Nether Serpent, capable of firing 12 magical arrows at once, each dealing heavy damage. Lu Fan, now wielding the bow, commands his allies Jianying and Taozi to fall back and protect Anti with Qin Qiu, showing he is ready to take control of the battlefield himself. Meng Jia smirks and tells Zhang Fengyan's group to fall back as well, warning he won't be responsible for any friendly fire once he gets serious. Spectators murmur in anticipation, wondering if Lu Fan is about to summon a dragon. Others argue that even then, Meng Jia might not necessarily lose. Meng Jia lifts his weapon high, his body surging with energy. He declares that he is someone who survived the war against the beast tides. With a fierce strike, he launches himself toward Lu Fan, proclaiming himself a true warrior as his attack crashes down. Lu Fan activates his skill, summoning fiery energy as the system identifies it as Dragon Origin Mode, Blaze Dragon Roman 2. The flames surge forward like a dragon's breath, crashing into Meng Jia and forcing him back with overwhelming heat. Meng Jia grits his teeth, barely holding against the scorching waves of fire as the clash intensifies. Frustrated, he shouts at Lu Fan, demanding why a dragon tamer isn't summoning his dragon pets to fight instead. Lu Fan stands surrounded by blazing flames, asking his opponent if he truly wants to see a dragon. With a calm expression, he adds that before that happens, his enemy will first have to land a real hit on him. Meng Jia grits his teeth in frustration, his body straining as his rage builds. He lets out a thunderous roar, his body transforming into a monstrous, red glowing beast form as raw power bursts outward. Meng Jia's body twists as he fully unleashes his werewolf form, shocking the crowd. His allies cheer, while Lu Fan watches calmly. The system reveals the transformation, Werewolf Metamorphosis, granting immense power and regeneration, but leaving the user reckless and vulnerable if not controlled. Meng Jia roars that he'll tear Lu Fan to shreds. Lu Fan clashes with him head-on, noting that Meng Jia had been hiding his true strength all along. Their strikes shake the arena with violent force. A red dragon spirit hovers above as Lu Fan fires a volley of magical arrows from the Arrow of the Nether Serpent, piercing into Meng Jia's transformed body with devastating accuracy. Meng Jia, in his full werewolf form, glares fiercely with glowing red eyes. His breath grows heavy, each growl echoing across the arena. The beastly aura around him intensifies, shaking the ground beneath his feet. With a savage snarl, he prepares to launch his next ferocious attack. At the Dragon Capital Academy arena, the boy's body surged with power as he roared that he would tear his opponent apart. His energy flared violently, signaling the start of a dangerous transformation. Observers noticed the rage consuming him, warning that his draconic bloodline was forcing him to lose his sanity. In this berserk form, he could no longer distinguish friend from foe. The system began charging, marking the first second of his transformation. With wings blazing and fire enveloping him, he clashed fiercely with the monstrous beast. The creature roared and struck back, their battle shaking the ground as power exploded between them. The system counted into the second charge as he kept pressing forward. Yet the warning grew louder. If he continued in this draconic form, he would completely lose himself and turn into a mindless beast that killed on sight. The berserk fighter's attack smashed his opponent to the ground, leaving him bloodied and helpless. Even in his battered state, the victim cried out for the rampage to stop, but the strikes only grew fiercer. Nearby students panicked, calling for help as protective barriers were raised in desperation. They shouted apologies and begged for stronger figures like the instructors and leaders to intervene before things spiraled further. The crowd erupted in fear, realizing that the berserk boy had lost all sense of control and was even attacking his own people. Some screamed that they had to escape, while others questioned why the teachers had not stepped in yet, worried that Zhang Fang would be beaten to death. From the stands, a woman urgently pleaded with the vice principal to halt the fight, pointing out that the boy had completely lost control. The vice principal remained tense, noting in shock that despite everything, Lu Fan was still making his move. As the berserk transformation worsened, another fighter stepped forward, declaring that this was the only way to stop him before he fully turned into a beast. The system displayed 3 seconds charged, the tension rising with each moment. With determination, he clashed directly against the rampaging foe, shouting that he would be the one to end this madness. Their blades and powers collided violently, shaking the arena. Unleashing a powerful skill, he activated dragon language replication, leaping thunder. Lightning crackled around him, charging the atmosphere as the ability prepared to strike. Bolts of thunder rained down, chaining from target to target with overwhelming force. The berserk boy screamed in agony as the replicated skill amplified the damage, combining the dragon's might with the user's own strength. The berserk fighter coughed violently, crying out in pain as lightning tore through his body. Desperate, he begged for mercy while the devastating attack continued to surge around him. The replicated thunder skill chained relentlessly, striking one target after another. The power grew stronger with each jump, spreading chaos as more screams filled the arena. Those caught in the attack writhed in agony, unable to resist the overwhelming force. Panic erupted among the crowd as they realized the blast could spread into the audience. People rushed to escape, shouting that both fighters were insane for unleashing such dangerous power. From the stands, the vice principal and others demanded Lu Fan stop immediately, fearing he intended to kill. Amid the crackling destruction, Lu Fan calmly walked forward, lightning still surrounding him. He reassured the vice principal not to be nervous, explaining that he wasn't after their lives, his words carrying a chilling certainty. As the dust settled, Lu Fan calmly stated that while his opponents would survive, they would be spending several days in the hospital. The werewolf transformation was finally undone, the enemy's stamina fully depleted. The crowd erupted in disbelief, stunned that Lu Fan had taken down everyone with a single skill. Some muttered that the wait had been worth it, while the announcers declared the final assessment officially over. The victors were announced: Lu Fan, Jianying, Qin Qiu, Tao Xiaoman, and their external supporter, Han Qi. Excited voices called out, praising Lu Fan's incredible performance, while his companions asked if he was tired and urged him to prepare for the victory feast. As the celebrations began, Lu Fan quietly turned away, his calm demeanor drawing attention once more. Someone watching closely called out softly, surprised, "Little Fan?" Lu Fan revealed a new summon, a dragon girl who appeared with radiant energy. Her sudden presence stunned the audience, drawing gasps and admiration. The crowd erupted in chatter, some amazed at her cuteness and others doubting the bond, saying the colors didn't even match. Many admired her, with some joking about wanting to hug her, while others recalled Lu Fan's past battles and marveled that someone could truly tame such beings. His opponent struggled to rise, staring in disbelief at the dragon girl by Lu Fan's side. Shocked, he demanded to know if this was really his dragon and questioned what Lu Fan was planning to do. Instead of panicking, the man tried to reason with him. He asked if pressing the advantage was necessary, reminding Lu Fan that this was not a battlefield and questioning if there was truly a need to kill him. The dragon girl released the Fountain of Life, a radiant green light that spread across the arena. Its power continuously restored the health of all friendly targets, surrounding the fallen fighters in healing energy. The battered opponent looked up in disbelief as his wounds began to mend. He muttered in surprise, realizing that Lu Fan was actually healing them instead of finishing them off. Relief mixed with shock as the pain started to fade. Standing firm, Lu Fan explained coldly that in the future, they shouldn't waste time playing chess with terrible players. He added that hanging around Funyun Pavilion would only drag them down further. One of the defeated fighters trembled, clenching his fist tightly. Words stuck in his throat as he struggled to respond, his pride shattered by Lu Fan's overwhelming dominance. The defeated fighter roared in frustration, refusing to accept the outcome. He couldn't believe that despite his fierce training and strength, he had been brought down so easily. Crying out, he proclaimed that he was the fastest in the blood-clad army and had even been promoted to the Third Order. Yet all that power meant nothing as he lay beaten in front of a student. His voice cracked with disbelief as he questioned how someone like Lu Fan could defeat him with such ease. The humiliation burned deeper than his injuries. Falling to his knees, he declared the result unfair, calling it too cruel. Lu Fan looked down at him calmly, acknowledging his despair with a quiet response he understood. Lu Fan reflected on how others often dismissed him as just a lucky boy who relied solely on his dragon pets to climb to the top. Yet beneath the whispers, his achievements told a different story. His efforts had been countless, devoting himself to raising every dragon, overcoming trials, and constantly facing impossible challenges. His accomplishments were not any less than those who doubted him. In recognition, he had even earned a golden emblem from the Griffin Legion, proof of his true worth. The revelation shocked his opponents, who couldn't believe someone enrolled for only a year could gain such honor. They accused him of lying, their disbelief echoing across the arena. The announcement stirred the crowd, with whispers speculating about Lu Fan's ties to recent events in the Tixi Nation. The vice principal, however, ended the tension, assuring that no one else would be harmed and instructing Duhan to leave with him. Lu Fan assured his opponents that he wouldn't abuse his power to toy with them. Instead, he advised them to keep training so their strength would one day match the positions they sought. Meanwhile, his companions cheered in excitement. Xiao Fei eagerly shouted about enjoying delicious food soon, while another urged elder sister Han to hurry, already looking forward to the grand victory feast. On the other side, the defeated fighters struggled to recover. One tried to help his leader up, but the man stubbornly pushed him away, insisting he could stand on his own despite his battered state. Clutching a mysterious gem tightly, the man smirked to himself, laughter spilling out as he muttered with a dark tone, hinting that his defeat might not be the end. Holding the glowing gem in his hands, the defeated man realized the truth. He admitted that he was the one whose strength did not match his position, the weight of his loss finally settling in. That evening, after the grand victory feast, the scene shifted to Villa No. 2 at Dragon Capital Academy, where the night grew calm and quiet. Lu Fan stepped outside with a satisfied smile, remarking on how delicious Auntie's cooking had been. Every meal she made was always perfect, leaving him content. He chuckled to himself, recalling that once Auntie studied the scroll given by his senior sister, her cooking would not only taste better but even grant stronger buffs, making the future meals something to look forward to. As Lu Fan entered his room, he froze in shock. Lying on his bed was Jian Ying, dressed in a way that left him completely stunned. He turned away in silence, unsure of what he had just walked into, his mind struggling to process the scene. Confused, he questioned why Jianing would be in his bed and dressed like that. He wondered if his eyes were deceiving him, unable to believe what he was seeing. Trying to make sense of it, he nervously blamed the mushrooms he had eaten earlier. Doubt crept in as he wondered if Auntie's cooking had finally gone wrong, making him hallucinate. He slowly pushes the door open, his expression uneasy and his face slightly flushed as he peeks inside. The moment he steps in, he notices her sitting casually on the bed. Startled, he blurts out in confusion, questioning why she is in his bedroom. She rises gracefully and admits that she entered without permission, her tone calm but carrying a hint of nervousness. Facing him directly, she shyly confesses that she had been waiting for him. Blushing, she adds that after he finished eating, she wanted to spend time with him. He looks shocked and flustered, stammering as he asks what she meant by wanting to be with him. She quickly explains that she only wanted to talk about the upcoming holiday break. She mentions hearing from elder sister Han that he would be leaving the capital once the break begins. He nods and explains that the break lasts 4 months, and they will be returning to Zhanghai City. He adds that Qin Qiu and Taozi will also be going since it is their hometown. Blushing, she hesitates before asking if she can go with him. He responds with surprise, then laughs lightly, agreeing that she can, though he wonders why she would want to. She lowers her gaze and admits softly that she has nowhere to return to. Her thoughts reveal the truth her family had once been among the most prominent in a border city of Yunbei province. But everything changed when the beast tide struck, leaving the entire city in ruins. The memory shows the devastating battle. Her family and the city's defenders fought desperately until the very last moment, but in the end, none of them survived. She faces him again and explains that all of this happened just 2 months before she enrolled, leaving her with no home to go back to. She admits that although she was once the top scorer of Yunbei province, she no longer has a home to return to. Lowering her head, she apologizes for being a burden and suggests she could just stay behind during the break, focusing on training. He gently reassures her, saying that no one is meant to be alone. With a calm smile, he promises that they will go back to Zhanghai City together. Hearing his words, she falls silent as he adds that Zhanghai will become her new home. She smiles warmly, her eyes soft as she thanks Lu Fan with genuine gratitude. Meanwhile, deep within the Shengu forest on the border of Taiji Nation, the scene shifts to a dark and eerie place where the air trembles with strange energy. A massive crack splits through the ground, releasing ominous purple light as the surroundings shake violently. From within the destruction, a colossal figure begins to emerge, its body radiating overwhelming power as it steps into the world. A massive skeletal hand rises from the darkness, radiating terrifying purple energy as ominous voices echo about awakening power and vengeance. News spreads quickly. An urgent broadcast announces that Taiji Nation has been struck by a large-scale snow tide attack. All flights to the nation are suspended indefinitely. People gather in shock, questioning what could have happened. With only text updates available, suspicion grows that Taiji Nation is deliberately blocking the news. He reflects quietly, noting that the Lai family took control after the Sin family's fall. Thankfully, his wanted status has been erased. Still, he wonders if the powerful figure's senior sister once mentioned, who secretly supported Taiji Nation, will finally make their move. As they sit together, one of the girls says it's none of their concern. She cheerfully adds that once they return to Zhanghai City, she'll show everyone around and let them see their new home. He closes his eyes and reflects silently, deciding not to dwell on the recent troubles. Instead, he tells himself the wiser choice is to enjoy the holiday. Meanwhile, in Tianshu City, chaos unfolds as flames and destruction consume the streets, the city reduced to ruins. From above, skeletal dragons with glowing eyes descend upon the city, spreading terror as people scream and flee in despair. Guards escort an older man as they announce they have brought the person he requested. Above them, a massive skeletal dragon looms, its eyes glowing with a terrifying light. The man pleads desperately, begging the creature for mercy and to spare them. Sweating nervously, he thinks to himself that the one sent to help them has clearly abandoned them. If they fail to satisfy the beast today, the Liu family will be completely destroyed. In panic, he shouts at the guards to hurry and bring the person forward, hoping to appease the monstrous creature. The older man watches with a tense smile as guards escort two bound captives forward. Among them is a young man with white hair and a girl beside him, both restrained and forced to their knees. As the skeletal dragon looms overhead, the girl shouts in fear, asking what more it wants since the Jin family is already imprisoned. The older man steps up, presenting the white-haired boy and declaring that he is the one they are looking for, the only dragon tamer in the entire Taiji nation. Shocked, the boy realizes they are seeking a dragon tamer and wonders why. The skeletal dragon towers menacingly, its crimson eyes locking onto the white-haired boy. He freezes, unable to move, admitting to himself that he can't even muster the will to resist. Determined, he gathers his thoughts and realizes he must escape. He watches carefully, waiting for the right moment to make his move. His eyes sharpen with resolve. Gritting his teeth, he seizes the opportunity and shouts to himself that the time is now. With explosive force, he breaks free from his restraints, his body surging with energy as he charges forward, leaving his captors stunned. As chaos erupts, the white-haired boy grabs the girl and shouts for her to run, trying to shield her from the monstrous attack. The skeletal beast strikes with overwhelming force, its energy blasting through everything in its path. The boy pushes forward with determination, his body glowing with power as he tries to break free from the encroaching destruction. The girl is thrown off balance, her eyes wide with fear as she reaches out, terrified by the sudden surge of power surrounding them. The ground shakes violently, sending guards and the older man stumbling back in fear as the dragon's power surges. The skeletal dragon glares down, declaring that the captive before it is nothing more than a lowly sub-dragon species, unworthy of being called a true dragon. With a violent strike, its tail pierces the ground, blood splattering as it rejects the offering, claiming this is not the one it seeks. Rising above the destruction, the dragon roars in fury, vowing that the true person it searches for must appear, or the entire area will be annihilated. Amidst the chaos, the guards panic and shout that they are retreating, dragging Lord Liu away from the collapsing battlefield. On the ground, the white-haired boy struggles to move, his body weak as he forces himself to rise despite the crushing pressure. The girl cries out his name, Chen Tianzhai, her voice filled with desperation as she reaches toward him. Overhead, skeletal dragons descend with terrifying force. Gritting his teeth, Chen Tianzhai yells for someone to get him out of there before it's too late. The white-haired boy looks up in frustration, questioning why, even though both he and another are dragon tamers, he is the only one left broken in this state. His anger burns as he calls himself useless, unable to accept his current weakness compared to the other. He grits his teeth, his thoughts circling back to the one person who always seems to overshadow him. With a heavy voice, he mutters in disbelief, wondering if it could really be him again, Lu Fan. The girl freezes in place as the monstrous beast lunges forward with its gaping jaws. She clenches her fists tightly, bracing for impact, but the overwhelming pressure makes her body tremble. Nearby, another person notices the sudden shift. Sweat rolls down their face as they squint in confusion, clearly sensing something unusual happening. In the next moment, a violent burst of purple energy erupts. The power surges wildly, wrapping around the figure who steps forward, unleashing a force strong enough to shake the ground. The massive creature roars in fury, its body igniting with dark flames. With a menacing glare, it spreads its claws wide, while the glowing figure confronts it without hesitation. The restrained man trembles, shouting desperately as he reveals a name, Lu Fan, a student of Dragon City Academy. He insists that at this time, Lu Fan should either be at school or at home. The monstrous figure listens with a sinister laugh, its burning eyes filled with malice. It acknowledges the information and orders to be taken directly to him. The man cries out in agony as the dark energy around him tightens, draining his strength further. Suddenly, he is hurled violently into the ground, crashing with a powerful impact that shatters the earth beneath him. The dark creature looms over the man, declaring that it will grant him the power of the ancient gods. The offer radiates with ominous energy. A voice warns him of the danger, showing the corpse of another who had once accepted such power. The warning is clear acceptance means sharing the same fate. Despite the risk, the man clenches his fists and demands strength, willing to take any power necessary to kill his target. With determination burning in his eyes, he shouts his promise, vowing to use this power no matter the cost. The monstrous being forms a sphere of dark energy, sensing the man's hatred and desperation as proof of his resolve. The sphere is unleashed, surging toward him with overwhelming force, engulfing his entire body in a torrent of violet flames. The man screams in agony as the power tears into him, burning through his veins like fire. His eyes widen in shock, glowing faintly as the corrupt energy seeps deeper, changing him from within. The man's body convulses as the corrupt energy spreads further, his form trembling violently under the immense pressure. A massive explosion of purple light erupts, shaking the ground as the energy consumes the surrounding area. The blast continues to expand, splitting rocks and shattering the earth in a storm of destructive force. From within the blinding light, a new figure emerges armored and engulfed in dark flames, roaring as its transformation is complete. The man rises in a transformed state, clad in skeletal armor, his power skyrocketing to level 110. He realizes this strength is the gift of the ancient gods. The dark entity declares its control, warning that his life now depends on its will. If he fails to find the one it seeks, his death will come as easily as a flick of its hand. With glowing eyes, the man kneels in gratitude, thanking the being for granting him new life. He swears loyalty and promises to lead it directly to Lu Fan. Watching in shock, another person realizes the truth. The man has become favored by the ancient god, and the situation has grown far more dangerous. The girl watches in shock, realizing she once ordered him around so casually. Now, with his terrifying new strength, she fears he will kill her. Dark energy surges around his body as the transformation completes, his voice echoing that from this day forward, everything has changed. Clad in skeletal armor, he declares himself the strongest in the world, vowing that no one will ever dare look down on him again. Another man approaches cautiously, demanding to know what he had said to the ancient god that led to this overwhelming transformation. Confusion spreads among the group as the beast tide suddenly vanishes. An elder demands an explanation for why it disappeared so abruptly. The man calmly reveals that he promised to help the ancient god achieve its goal. By entering into a contract, the being has merged with him, resolving the crisis of Taxi State. Shocked, the elder presses further, asking if this means he can now wield the power of the ancient god. The man confirms it without hesitation. Alarmed, the elder warns him that the ancient god nearly destroyed Taxi Kingdom. Since its power now resides in his body, he cannot be allowed to leave and must remain under watch. The young man confronts the elder head-on, questioning if he alone is worthy enough to stand in his way. Blue energy surges around him as he charges forward, declaring that it's time to settle their debt once and for all. The elder shouts angrily, calling him arrogant, but the young man doesn't falter and pushes through the counterattack. With unwavering resolve, he advances fearlessly, demanding to know who dares try and stop him now. A masked man steps forward, introducing himself as a member of the Tan family, claiming responsibility for assisting Lord Lu. His sudden appearance shocks those around him. Whispers spread in disbelief. The Tan family was thought to have vanished 100 years ago, yet it seems they have been hiding in the shadows, still pulling strings from the top. The masked man admits he is merely a mouthpiece for the Tan family. He tempts the young man with an offer to follow them and allow the family to study the power of the ancient gods in exchange for the throne of Taxi Kingdom. The young man scoffs at the proposal. Angered, the masked figure calls him ungrateful, warning that refusal comes with a price, and crimson energy begins to swirl menacingly around him. The masked man lunges with crimson energy, declaring that the power within his opponent will belong to the Tan family. However, his expression twists in shock as he is suddenly struck, blood spraying from his body. The young man counters with overwhelming force, piercing through the attack and lifting the masked figure into the air. Staggering, the masked man gasps in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he was defeated so easily. The elder looks on in disbelief as the masked warrior is struck down instantly, blood spilling from his body. The girl is shocked, realizing that a level 100 warrior was killed with a single blow. The young man glares coldly, mocking the Tan family's so-called strength. He calls them mere ants, unworthy of being labeled powerful. Holding the glowing energy in his palm, he marvels at the sensation, realizing how incredible it feels to truly possess such overwhelming power. Standing over the fallen bodies, the young man declares the Tan family finished, their people all dead. He then turns his fury toward the next target. He reminds the elder of the Jin family's downfall, the imprisonment, and the torment he endured, accusing him of offering others as sacrifices to the ancient gods. Terrified, the elder protests desperately, claiming it was never his doing but the Tan family's orders. He insists he is only a mouthpiece, begging to be spared. Unmoved, the young man summons a colossal skeletal hand of energy, reaching toward the elder as he demands to know what fate should befall him next. The old man's face twists in fear as he realizes his fate. Trembling, he blurts out that without his involvement, Chen Tianjai would never have gained this power. Desperate to survive, he pleads for mercy, promising to never interfere again if only his life is spared. But Chen does not hesitate. His strike descends with unstoppable might, tearing through the ground as a surge of energy explodes outward. The scene shatters under his power, leaving no chance for escape. The soldiers watch in horror as the dust clears. Their voices crack with fear, shouting that their lord has fallen. Panic spreads instantly, and their faces show nothing but despair. Amid the chaos, Chen stands firm. His white hair flows with the rising energy, and his red eyes pierce through the battlefield. The cries of fear echo around him, but his expression remains cold and unshaken. The battlefield falls silent as Chen Tianjai stands tall, his weapon glowing with power. Before him, a terrified woman collapses to the ground, her eyes wide with fear. She bows deeply, her voice trembling. She admits her mistakes, begging for forgiveness, pleading desperately for Chen to let her live. His silence makes the moment heavier, his presence alone crushing her hope. But mercy never comes. In an instant, she is struck down, her body flung back with lifeless eyes staring into the void. Chen rises high into the air, his weapon crackling with destructive energy. With a swift motion, he prepares his next devastating strike, the storm around him spiraling out of control. As the storm clears, the woman slowly rises, staring at the sky in silence. A dark shadow passes overhead, wings slicing through the clouds, leaving her lost in thought. The scene shifts to Zhanghai City that afternoon. A car speeds down the road, carrying new stories with it. Inside, voices break the quiet. A cheerful man greets Lu Fan warmly, saying it has been a long time and praising how much he has grown. He recalls never missing any of Lu Fan's matches, boasting about how he crushed players and collected legendary dragons. His laughter fills the space as he expresses admiration. Lu Fan responds with a smile, thanking him for the kind words. He then adds that the first time he cleared a secret realm, it was this very man who led the team. Meeting him again feels like reconnecting with someone familiar. Two women share a lighthearted moment. One invites Jianing to live with her in Zhongshan Garden, but another calmly reminds her that the place was only a prize and never truly their home. The mood shifts as another girl sighs. She admits she hasn't seen her parents in a long time, wondering if they miss her, while her companion scolds her playfully for being heartless, saying she even planned a feast to welcome her. Meanwhile, the car radio breaks the chatter with breaking news. The large-scale beast-tide crisis in Taiki country has finally been declared settled. A somber note follows. Lord Liu died heroically, sacrificing himself to protect the people. Shock spreads through the group. One girl leans forward in disbelief, asking if it's really over. With a disappointed frown, she adds that she expected the beast tide to be catastrophic enough to destroy the country. Inside the car, a woman remarks that the rulers of Taiki country change too often, calling the land unlucky. Lu Fan gazes out the window, lost in thought. He wonders if he might have triggered some kind of curse. He reflects that even a wave of beasts could destroy a country, and Taiki wouldn't stand a chance. His expression sharpens as he recalls what his senior once said, that a powerful 5th-level expert was secretly hiding within Taiki. The car finally slows to a stop in front of the Qin family villa. The driver announces warmly that they have arrived home. Excitement fills the car as one of the girls exclaims she has spotted her father and Uncle Tao waiting ahead. Outside the villa, several figures stand warmly at the entrance, their smiles showing anticipation as they wait for the family's arrival. The girl rushes forward with tears of joy, calling out to her father. He opens his arms with a gentle smile, welcoming her back as his beloved daughter. Emotions overflow as he pats her head, remarking how much she has changed in just 6 months, almost to the point of being unrecognizable. She blushes, protesting playfully, while the family embraces in heartfelt reunion. At the villa entrance, Qin Shankai greets Lu Fan and Miss Han warmly, saying it's been a long time since they last met. With a polite smile, he apologizes for the trouble of arranging Mr. Qin's special car to pick them up. Qin Shankai brushes it off casually, calling it a minor matter. He then introduces Uncle Taoshan, the father of Taozi, standing proudly among the welcoming group. Uncle Tao is revealed to be the richest man in Shanghai City, holding a monopoly over its properties and resources. Despite the praise, he laughs it off, insisting it's just an exaggeration, though his reputation speaks otherwise. Lu Fan steps forward respectfully, greeting Uncle Tao with a firm handshake. The older man smiles broadly, calling him a truly talented young man, while admiration fills the atmosphere. Uncle Tao shakes Lu Fan's hand, proudly saying he's heard how much care his daughter has received under his guidance. Embarrassed, the girl protests and begs her father to stop talking. Qin Shankai laughs, saying he never imagined Lu Fan could raise Xiaokyu to level 40, while Uncle Tao adds that he even helped his own daughter achieve a hidden class. They both express gratitude, calling it a great favor to their families. Lu Fan humbly replies that they flatter him, insisting they should simply help one another. Later, the girl pulls Lu Fan aside with a frown. She warns him not to think she always praises him in front of her father, claiming it was just a few casual remarks. Lu Fan only smiles and nods, telling her he understands. Watching from nearby, her parents comment softly that she is simply too concerned with his reputation, advising her not to be so blunt in the future. The playful tension draws surprised glances from those around. As the evening settles, Qin Shankai suggests it's time for everyone to rest after the long journey. He announces that tomorrow morning, he and Tao Shan will host a dinner for the whole family. Uncle Tao enthusiastically insists that Lu Fan must join them, saying his presence would be an honor. Smiling, Lu Fan assures them he'll definitely come. Lu Fan waves as he prepares to leave, calling out that they'll see each other tomorrow. The women beside him follow, while the others watch them depart. Before leaving, Qin Shankai turns to the steward and requests that they be escorted back to Junction Garden. With a respectful nod, the steward agrees. The group waves farewell as the car departs, leaving the villa behind under the warm evening light. One of the daughters smiles at her father, thanking him for being considerate of her friends. He chuckles, reminding her not to call him slow anymore. The city lights flash by as the car speeds through the streets. Inside, someone apologizes to Jianing for not introducing her sooner, but she gently replies that it's fine, she's still new to this place anyway. Sitting together in the back seat, the two women reassure her. They promise to show her around once they've settled in, telling her she'll get used to everything little by little. As they ride in the car, the steward mentions that Junction Garden was cleaned up in less than 2 days. Lu Fan looks surprised at the news. The steward explains further Mr. Qin has people maintain and clean Junction Garden every week. He reminds them to keep their luggage ready for check-in at any time. The car soon arrives at the grand estate. Excitement fills the air as they announce this will be their new home. Jianing stares in awe, impressed by the sight. The next morning, at Zhanghai's new City Star Hotel, Lu Fan sits quietly. With a heavy sigh, he reflects on his choices, admitting he had been careless and agreed to something yesterday without truly thinking it through. At the banquet table, Uncle Tao suddenly suggests that Xiao Lu and his daughter Taozi are a perfect match. Qin Shankai quickly counters, insisting that his own daughter Xiaoqiu is more beautiful, intelligent, and suitable. The tension leaves Lu Fan bewildered, wondering how things ended up like this. Uncle Tao presses on, praising Taozi's liveliness and how it balances Lu Fan's steadiness. He raises a toast, asking if Lu Fan agrees, leaving him awkwardly stammering a polite response. Qin Shankai interjects, pointing out how Lu Fan treats Xiaoqiu with far more gentleness, while Uncle Tao continues to push his case. Lu Fan can only smile uncomfortably as the pressure mounts. Uncle Tao stands by his daughter proudly, declaring that Taozi's carefree nature is proof of her good heart and pure attitude, someone who would never scheme against others. As the families argue, the atmosphere grows even heavier. The tension at the table rises further when Qin Shankai calls out Uncle Tao, asking what he's really trying to say. With a firm voice, he declares that his daughter Xiaoqiu has long admired Lu Fan, and as childhood sweethearts, their marriage is destined in the future. Xiaoqiu, flustered and embarrassed, covers her face, pleading with her father to stop speaking. At the table, two uncles start bickering, both insisting that Xiao Lu will eventually become part of their family. Their playful argument grows heated, and the young man quickly tries to ease the tension, asking them to calm down before it escalates further. On the other side, two women watch with amusement. One laughs warmly, saying how happy Xiao often must be, while the other hides a smile as she quietly serves food. Their relaxed demeanor contrasts sharply with the uncle's competitive banter. Amid the lively chatter, a hand sets down a bowl on the table, the simple motion cutting through the noise and drawing attention back to the meal. The atmosphere shifts, bringing a brief pause to the playful quarrel. The uncles, flushed from the drinks, lock eyes in silence. Both faces turn serious, their earlier laughter giving way to quiet rivalry, leaving the room heavy with unspoken tension. The elegant woman wipes her lips gently, drawing attention with her calm demeanor. A thought rises: this mysterious beauty, living with Jian Ying and Lu Fan, could she be a hidden competitor? Meanwhile, the two uncles realize the situation is more complicated than they expected. With so many rivals, they reluctantly agree to call a truce, knowing the competition is far from over. After the banquet, the group strolls through Junction Garden. One of them asks Xiaofen to slow down, noticing his unusual hurry. They wonder if his pace is because of the comments made earlier at the table, teasing that he might actually be pleased. Embarrassed, Xiaofen brushes it off, asking them to drop the subject. Lu Fan is greeted by an unexpected voice. A classmate warmly says it has been a long time since they last met. To his surprise, it's Dean Bai and Teacher Lai. They joke that they were worried he might forget them, but quickly reassure each other that Lu Fan, the top student of No. 3 Middle School, would never forget his roots. Back at Junction Garden, Lu Fan's aunt welcomes them into the living room. He hadn't expected such important guests to visit, but he listens as they explain the reason for their arrival. Dean Bai speaks about the upcoming transfer ceremony, hoping that students from their school can inspire the younger generation. Though Lu Fan realizes they want him to serve as a symbol of pride, he agrees out of respect for the kindness they've always shown him. Lu Fan sets a condition: his upcoming speech must be brief, as he needs to focus on reaching level 60 and completing his third job within 2 months. The teachers are astonished, noting that most graduates only reach level 30. Lu Fan politely thanks them for their praise, but reminds them to keep his goal a secret. They reassure him with laughter, promising confidentiality. As they part ways, Lu Fan promises to see them again at school No. 3 in 3 days. None of them expected such determination from him, leaving a strong impression. The next morning, Lu Fan's phone vibrates, showing a call from Wang Tai. Still half asleep, Lu Fan answers. On the other end, Wang Tai exclaims, shocked that Lu Fan had hidden something so important, scolding him for being too polite. Still half awake, Lu Fan listens as Uncle Qin tells him not to worry, only to use something once he receives it later. Confused, Lu Fan questions what exactly he is supposed to receive. Before he can think further, the call ends, leaving him puzzled. Almost immediately, his phone rings again. This time, it's Uncle Qin once more. Answering in irritation, Lu Fan asks why he's calling so early. Uncle Qin explains that experience crystals will soon be delivered, assuring him not to stress about upgrading since the Qin family will provide support. Lu Fan thinks about the experience crystals, realizing they're costly and provide only a small amount of experience compared to clearing secret realms. Still, he listens carefully as the explanation continues. He suddenly asks if both Uncle Qin and Uncle Tao know about his leveling. On the other side, the reply confirms it, leaving him momentarily speechless. Uncle Qin quickly adds that Tao Shen got ahead of him, urging Lu Fan not to waste time and to prepare for what's coming. The call ends abruptly. Annoyed yet thoughtful, Lu Fan reaches to switch something on, the sound breaking the morning silence. A delivery man arrives, announcing he has 2 large pieces of crystal for Lu Fan to sign. The crates shine brightly, filled with glowing crystals. Lu Fan realizes the news of his leveling plans must have spread quickly, joking that his old school clearly wasn't a place that kept secrets. It turns out both Uncle Qin and Uncle Tao had rushed to buy every experience crystal available in the city and sent them directly to him. Although grateful, Lu Fan knows he cannot accept them for free. Aware that their generosity is tied to hopes of connecting him with their daughters, he instead gives back the Bahinia card, treating the crystals as if he had purchased them himself. In the following days, Lu Fan continuously used the experience crystals while his companions battled monsters, pushing their training further. At the same time, they returned to Shadow Island to clear the newly refreshed monsters. With every fight, Lu Fan's strength grew, his level climbing to 53. Finally, just before speech day, he absorbed the last of the crystals. Exhausted, he collapsed to the floor, realizing the massive stockpile had only pushed him halfway. His level had increased to 65. At school No. 3, excitement filled the air. Students whispered about a big guest speaker. When they discovered it was none other than Lu Fan, the Dragon Country's rising hero and legendary dragon tamer, the crowd erupted in anticipation. Dean Bai quiets the crowd, announcing that before the transfer ceremony begins, the school has invited distinguished alumni. He proudly introduces Lu Fan, their senior, who steps forward to deliver a speech as the students greet him with warm applause. Excitement spreads through the crowd. Students cheer in amazement, chanting "Dragon Tamer," as they celebrate his return. Meanwhile, in Zhanghai City, a silver-haired figure walks the streets, observing the city's atmosphere. He compares it to Qingzhou, noting it lacks the prosperity of Dragon City. The silver-haired man asks if his target is really in the city. The skeletal being beside him replies that destroying everything will surely force the target to appear. A warning follows: if the man fails, he will be buried alongside the Ankylosaurus. Success will bring him power. Accepting this, the man promises to remember the risk. The skeletal entity, called Lord Godbone, grows even more intrigued by him. It commands him to answer one last question, to which the man humbly agrees. Godbone asks if he should spare the humans of this city or unleash destruction. Its chilling words echo the fate of the city depends on his choice. The silver-haired man shows no hesitation, declaring he doesn't care about casualties. Killing more people would only draw Lu Fan out faster. Godbone bursts into laughter, pleased with the response. With excitement, it commands that the slaughter begin. A terrifying aura fills the sky. Civilians panic, confused by the sudden heat and strange phenomenon, fleeing in fear as the air grows scorching. The silver-haired man steps forward coldly, dismissing everyone around him as nothing more than ants, ordering their deaths as chaos engulfs the city. A monstrous dragon skull looms in the sky. The enemy declares that as long as he receives more power from Godbone, nothing else matters. Dark wings spread wide as he continues, saying it no longer makes a difference who stands against him. On the ground, terrified civilians recognize the threat. Someone shouts that it's Taki, the one who has betrayed Dragon Country. The declaration follows: whether dragon race or humans, all will be crushed under his wrath. A massive skeletal dragon emerges, towering over the city with terrifying might. Its chilling roar echoes as it declares its intent: whether Jinju or Lu Fan, one of them must face it. In Zhanghai City, the ground suddenly trembles. Buildings shake and the streets are filled with confusion. People stumble, holding on to each other as they wonder if an earthquake has struck. The crowd grows restless, but one man points toward the sky, urging everyone to look up. His warning shifts their attention from the shaking ground to the dark clouds above. From the sky, terrifying winged figures begin to descend. Their overwhelming aura spreads fear as the onlookers compare them to an army one man below, 10,000 men above. The difference in strength is undeniable. Among the chaos, a young man steadies himself and looks up in shock. He realizes the threat comes from the Taki Kingdom. His expression turns grim as he acknowledges the vast power gap that separates them. A man with a sinister smile declares his ambition to rise above all men. He calls out to Lu Fan, challenging him to face the power of the ancient god. Dark winged beasts fill the sky, and panic spreads among the people. One man shouts in shock, realizing it's a prevention and control alert. The beasts swarm closer, and fear grips the crowd. Cries of terror ring out as someone warns of the approaching beast tide. An elder urgently instructs all students to evacuate to the underground shelter without delay. Amid the chaos, Lu Fan steps forward with determination. His body surges with energy as he prepares to face the overwhelming threat head-on. A skeletal dragon looms in front of Lu Fan. Shock fills him as he realizes this ancient enemy has been resurrected, something he never expected to happen. Meanwhile, riders on griffins rush into the sky, preparing to confront the bone god. Onlookers question whether they truly intend to fight such a powerful foe. One of the riders shouts for speed, determined to stop the beast before it reaches residential areas. A commanding voice urges citizens to evacuate to the shelters quickly and not interfere with the defense forces. As the Griffin Knights soar past, Lu Fan calls out, asking them to wait for a moment. He reveals a golden emblem in his hand, the Griffin's gold emblem. His serious tone shifts to apology, acknowledging the authority it represents as the Knights recognize it with surprise. Lu Fan instructs the Griffin riders to evacuate the citizens. He orders them to spread out and act separately to avoid being easy targets. The knights quickly agree and move to follow his instructions. As he considers the situation, Lu Fan notes that summoning the Nine Realms demon would be too dangerous, affecting too many people. Instead, he decides it's better for the puppet team to attack the enemy in separate groups. Speaking through a communicator, he tells Dean Bai to stay hidden until the beast tide subsides. The elder acknowledges his message and warns Lu Fan to be careful. High above, the clone of the bone god appears, its skeletal form radiating menace. Lu Fan realizes it has formed a new body so quickly and even managed to find its way here. Xiao Fei bursts forth, her body glowing with green energy as she roars in fury, calling the situation unforgivable. Responding to Lu Fan's command, she summons the corrupted holy dragon. The massive beast materializes with radiant power, shaking the battlefield. Even Xiao Fei winces from the strain of summoning such a creature, showing the immense energy it demands. A deafening roar echoes as the dragon emerges fully, its power radiating across the sky and shaking the city below. Lu Fan gives a calm but firm order to deploy the puppet team to clear the god bone dragon, but ensure the fight scope is contained to minimize destruction. His focus remains on controlling the chaos. Lu Fan summons his puppet team, a group of powerful figures cloaked in dark energy. They respond in unison, acknowledging his command with absolute loyalty. He gives the order to spread out, directing them to divide their strength and surround the enemy from multiple sides. His voice carries determination as the battle intensifies. The puppets launch into action, scattering across the sky and striking at the bone god's forces with coordinated precision. The colossal bone god looms above, its presence far more oppressive than before. Multiple spheres of energy swirl around it, and Lu Fan realizes with dread that this time, the true body of the ancient bone god has arrived. A fierce clash erupts as summoned beasts and puppets strike against the enemy, their roars shaking the battlefield. The impact leaves even the powerful creatures groaning in pain. Lu Fan stands firm with Xiao Fei and his allies by his side. Holding the small dragon spirit, he declares that no matter if the opponent is the real body or not, Zhanghai City must not fall today. His summons gather, mighty beasts and warriors forming ranks behind him. With determination, he commands them to follow him into battle. Charging forward, Lu Fan unleashes his power head-on, his focus sharp as he prepares to confront the bone god's overwhelming force. A sudden strike from above forces Lu Fan into a fierce clash. The overwhelming presence of his opponent shocks him as the battle escalates in midair. Recognizing the face before him, Lu Fan is stunned. He shouts the name Chen Tianzhai, unable to believe what he sees. Chen Tianzhai smirks with arrogance, greeting Lu Fan as an old friend he hasn't seen in a long time. His confident demeanor shows no hesitation. Behind him, the massive bone god looms, its dark aura filling the sky. Chen Tianzhai reveals he conquered 4 cities just to track Lu Fan down, proving the lengths he went to for this confrontation. Lu Fan charges forward, his weapon blazing with fiery power. He accuses Chen Tianzhai of being the one behind the beast tide that ravaged Taiki country. Their weapons clash violently in midair as Lu Fan demands to know if Chen Tianzhai has gone mad. Chen Tianzhai laughs wildly, declaring that he cannot lose his mind until he kills Lu Fan. His twisted grin reveals his obsession with the fight. With a surge of dark energy, Chen Tianzhai announces that the real body of the ancient bone god has arrived. He proclaims that Lu Fan and Zhanghai City will be buried together in its destruction. Chen Tianzhai stands shrouded in the bone god's dark aura, declaring that he once vowed to return and destroy everything. Now, he demands repayment 100-fold. Lu Fan confronts him, reminding Tianzhai of the dragon country blood in his veins. No matter their conflicts, he argues, killing innocent people should never be the answer. Tianzhai laughs bitterly, recalling how he was once reclassified into the weakest class, mocked and treated as less than human. But with the Bone God's power now coursing through him, he proclaims that no one can ever look down on him again. His expression twists with hatred as he admits he thinks of Lu Fan constantly. He remembers the humiliation, the destruction of the Jin family who once supported him, and snarls that all he's ever wanted is to kill Lu Fan. Lu Fan steadies himself, questioning if Chen Tianjai has truly become a slave to the ancient Bone God. He warns that Tianjai has chosen the wrong path, insisting his goal was always to make him realize the truth. Tianjai snaps back angrily, claiming Lu Fan isn't worthy of the privileges of a dragon tamer. His fury rises as he accuses Lu Fan of enjoying those benefits while looking down on him. The two clash in a violent strike, Tianjai shouting that he was belittled all along. Their weapons crash together, filling the battlefield with explosive energy. In response, Lu Fan calls out to Xiao Fei, commanding her to unfold the Dragon Domain Emerald Mirror, preparing to counter Tianjai's overwhelming assault. A majestic emerald dragon manifests, its body radiating with divine light. The overwhelming aura signals the unfolding of the Dragon Domain. The eye of the domain opens, its power rewriting the battlefield. Allies within the domain gain enhanced strength, while enemies suffer weakened attributes and suppressed abilities. The Emerald Mirror activates, casting a protective radiance. Its power reduces the effectiveness of enemy skills, cutting their strength in half while boosting allies' resistance. As the dragon spreads its wings, the sky trembles. The sudden surge of power leaves even the enemy shocked, unable to comprehend the force that now dominates the battlefield. Lu Fan's expression hardens as he realizes something is wrong. Despite calling forth the Dragon Domain and the Emerald Mirror, the abilities fail to activate. Frustration flashes across his face. He questions why such crucial techniques are suddenly unusable in this critical moment, leaving him at a dangerous disadvantage against his enemy. In Zhanghai City, a dark and ominous aura spreads as the skeletal being emerges once more. Its hollow voice echoes with sinister laughter, declaring that it will not be deceived by the same trick again. The Bone God raises its head, eyes blazing with crimson light. With chilling arrogance, it proclaims that this time, it will relish every step of its opponent's struggle, feeding on their despair as if it were a feast. Unfazed, the hero charges forward, diving through the air with unshakable resolve. He responds with defiance, vowing that they will see who truly falls into despair in the end. Before the clash can reach its peak, another figure bursts in, sword gleaming with deadly intent. Laughing confidently, he declares to the Bone God that he will handle the fight himself, aiming his blade straight at the hero. With a sinister smile, the enemy mocks the hero, saying he dares to challenge the Bone God. The Bone God's massive form radiates with dark energy as it calls the hero ignorant, revealing its terrifying power as a level 110 God Bone Dragon Tamer. The hero, gripping his blazing weapon tightly, is shocked at this revelation. He realizes that his opponent has truly pledged allegiance to the ancient gods, a loyalty that grants him unimaginable strength. For a moment, the hero's expression hardens, aware of the overwhelming difference in power, but his determination refuses to waver. The Bone God unleashes a devastating attack, summoning fiery destruction across the battlefield. The sheer force shakes the sky as his power manifests in overwhelming waves. The hero counters with a powerful strike, but the Bone God's strength dwarfs his efforts. The enemy's mastery of forbidden dragon language magic sends crushing pressure across the arena, as though the heavens themselves were collapsing. With arrogant disdain, the Bone God mocks his opponent, claiming that even the might of the Dragon Clan cannot compare to the power of a god. A divine barrier shrouds him, absorbing nearly all the damage dealt. The hero's eyes widen in disbelief. Even with all the dragons attacking at once, the shield remains unbroken. Shock and urgency flash across his face as he realizes the terrifying gap between their powers. The armored foe lunges at Lu Fan with terrifying speed, mocking him for worrying about his dragon when his true opponent stands before him. Lu Fan realizes the danger, recognizing both the ancient bone god and Chen Tianjai, the level 110 bone slave. Their combined strength has grown immensely. His attacks prove useless, as Chen Tianjai's resilience is on a completely different level compared to the previous god slaves. With cruel laughter, Chen Tianjai declares he is no longer the weak person Lu Fan once knew. Empowered by the ancient god, he boasts that Lu Fan is nothing before such overwhelming power. Chen Tianjai, riding the bone god, unleashes his full might. He laughs as he prepares to demonstrate god-level skills far beyond Lu Fan's reach, each technique radiating overwhelming destructive power. Lu Fan feels the crushing pressure and realizes that Tianjai's strength has risen even further. Calling out to Xiaoi, he urges that they must find a way to resist this impossible power. Emerald energy surges as Xiaoi, the loyal companion, spreads its glowing wings, preparing to answer Lu Fan's desperate call. Mounted on Xiaofei, Lu Fan commands his dragon to merge with him. With determination burning in his eyes, he prepares for a counterattack, ready to push back against the god-level might before him. The bone god charges forward with terrifying force, declaring that Lu Fan will experience the crushing weight of despair firsthand. Lu Fan braces himself, blocking the devastating strike with his blazing weapon. The impact shakes him to the core as the bone god taunts him with the feeling of being utterly crushed. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Lu Fan steadies himself and refuses to give in. Blood trickles down, but he shouts for his allies to continue attacking the ancient god of divine bone without hesitation. Above, divine beasts unleash a coordinated assault, raining down destructive power from the skies. Yet the bone god endures, its massive frame glowing with unholy resilience, turning the battlefield into a clash of heaven-shaking forces. The bone god roars with fury, its skeletal form radiating violent energy as it charges forward with unstoppable force. The sky trembles as its assault collides with Lu Fan's counterattack, shattering the heavens in a clash of overwhelming power. Infuriated, the bone god howls that it has had enough, unleashing its rage against the so-called bugs that dare to oppose it. With a bone-crushing strike, it seizes a dragon in its claws, squeezing down mercilessly as Lu Fan and his companions struggle under the weight of its monstrous strength. The bone god radiates a terrifying aura, slipping into a hidden state that makes it nearly impossible to detect or harm. Its presence dominates the battlefield. In an instant, it launches a devastating strike, tearing through the sky as allies are thrown back under its overwhelming assault. Lu Fan, mounted on Xiaofei, shouts for a bow to protect itself as the chaos intensifies. The battlefield shakes with clashing roars and blazing energy. Meanwhile, a dragon knight channels searing flames into his blade, his expression filled with resolve. His power surges, preparing to turn the tide of battle against the godlike enemy. The dragon knight strikes in unison with his beast, unleashing a blazing coordinated attack. The fusion of their power creates a deadly synergy that shakes the battlefield. Xingqian and Xiaojai join the fight, responding to the command to hold their ground and not leave any openings. Their combined efforts amplify the assault, targeting the bone god with precision. Energy gathers in waves as Xiaojai releases a poisonous fog domain. Enemies caught within its range are weakened continuously, their strength drained with each passing moment. The bone god, unfazed, steps forward through the haze. Its glowing eyes pierce the fog, and with cold certainty, it remarks that the resistance seems meaningless before its divine might. Lu Fan gathers all his strength, pouring everything into a desperate strike with his blazing weapon. The bone god braces against the attack, its aura surging with divine power. With jaws wide open, the monstrous dragon form roars, ready to devour its prey as the clash shakes the battlefield. Lu Fan dives in with precision, his blade igniting as he closes the distance. The sheer speed of his counterattack catches even the bone god off guard. But the enemy scoffs, dismissing the effort as nothing more than a minor trick. Its skeletal hand shatters the energy around it, displaying the vast difference in their power. The bone god transforms its arms into dragon claws infused with divine energy, striking with unstoppable might as the battlefield trembles. Lu Fan grits his teeth, shouting that now is the time to act, his eyes blazing with determination as he seizes the critical moment. Xiao Jai darts forward, shifting into the poison dragon's form, releasing a swamp domain that spreads across the battlefield. The toxic energy begins to erode the enemy's strength. The shadow dragon teleports into position, unleashing its stealth domain that strikes with precision and multiplies the damage, creating the perfect setup for a decisive blow. A mighty dragon raises its arms, summoning a storm of frozen energy that shatters into countless shards, ready to rain destruction on its enemies. The icy assault crashes down, colliding with the spreading poison swamp unleashed by Lu Fan's allies. The battlefield becomes a deadly mix of frost and venom, trapping the bone god within layers of elemental attacks. One of the dragons lets out a furious roar, its power amplified as it tears through the poisonous haze, its strength shaking the heavens. Above, Lu Fan and his companions press their attack together. With Xiao Jai, Xingchen, and Xiao Fei by his side, he drives their combined strength against the bone god, who howls as the assault closes in. A mighty dragon releases its stored energy in one devastating strike, unleashing a massive counterattack that sends the bone god reeling backward. Green corrosive energy spreads across its skeletal body, eating away at its frame as the poison domain begins to take effect. The bone god roars in fury, its chest glowing as currents of lightning surge through its form, resisting the corrosive force while preparing a retaliatory strike. From above, another dragon descends, calling down a barrage of divine lightning. Thunderous bolts rain upon the bone god, causing explosive damage that lights up the entire battlefield. A dragon wrapped in golden lightning unleashes a thunderous strike, its power surging across the battlefield with unstoppable force. The attack shatters defenses, tearing through the bone god's barrier with sheer destructive might. The bone god roars in fury, its crimson eyes blazing as purple energy erupts from its body. With a chilling voice, it curses its enemies, swearing that it will crush them all for daring to defy a god. From the center of the battlefield, a towering skeletal figure erupts in a storm of purple flames. Its hollow ribcage glows with power as it bellows that it will crush everyone, shaking the ground with its sinister aura. The energy spreads violently, distorting the air. Xiao Jai, caught in the blast, lets out frantic cries as his small body trembles against the overwhelming pressure. The clash of forces makes the entire scene unstable, threatening to collapse at any moment. Lu Fan's eyes widen as he sees Xiao Jai struggling inside the raging energy. With a sharp cry, he calls out Xiao Jai's name, his voice carrying both urgency and desperation. His focus narrows completely on saving his companion. The skeletal enemy bursts into wild laughter, mocking Lu Fan's reaction. It acknowledges his unexpected strength, but sneers at the expression on his face. With a chilling tone, it taunts him further, saying that if he is already shaken, then this is only the beginning of his suffering. Lu Fan looks toward Xiao Jai with calm resolve, telling him he has already done enough. He instructs him to head to the ground and regroup with the puppet team for safety. Xiao Jai glows with a soft green light, slowly drifting downward through the sky as sparkling fragments surround him. With a determined cry, Xiao Jai's form bursts into a radiant green glow, releasing powerful energy that pulses across the battlefield. His presence stabilizes as his true strength shines through. The enemy acknowledges the terrifying might of the ancient god's power, claiming it is strong enough to slay dragons. Yet Lu Fan steps forward without fear, declaring that he will not allow such power to harm innocent lives. Lu Fan stands firm on top of his dragon, flames rising around him as he declares that even if he has to fight alone, he will never retreat. His dragon roars fiercely, matching his unyielding spirit. The skeletal enemy narrows its glowing red eyes, letting out a sinister chuckle as it watches Lu Fan's determination. With a burst of violent energy, the enemy lunges forward, threatening to slaughter all of Lu Fan's dragons and reduce them to nothing but broken remains. The battle spreads into the city as skeletal dragons clash with golden ones. Nearby, two children cry out to join the fight, but their father yells for them to stay back, insisting they would only get in the way. The children recognize the summoned creatures and excitedly point out to their father and Uncle Qin that they all belong to Lu Fan. At Junction Garden, Jianying watches from above. When asked if she is sure, she confirms that within the city lies the same god bone they once saw in Tegi country, meaning Lu Fan must be battling it now. Han worries aloud, fearing what might happen if Xiaofen falls into danger. Jianying calmly tells her to stay home and not step outside. Still anxious, Han turns back to Jianying, asking if she truly wants to go and help Xiaofen despite the risks. As the city trembles under the monster's destruction, bystanders argue in fear. Some urge asking for help instead of fighting, but the summons remain determined to stand their ground. One of the girls clutches her weapon tightly, insisting that even if they can only contribute a little, they must fight. Another speaks firmly, reminding everyone that they are teammates, bound to support one another no matter the odds. With united resolve, they declare they will never let their comrades fight alone, their eyes burning with determination. Tension spreads through the crowd as elders and officials watch the battle unfold, their expressions heavy with shock and unease. Even the older men, usually composed, break into a sweat as the scale of the conflict sinks in. Han lowers her gaze, whispering that she finally understands, her worry for Xiaofen weighing heavily on her heart. Above the city, a majestic winged beast swoops down with warriors mounted on its back. One of them shouts for Tauzi to hold on tightly as they descend into the chaos. As a mighty beast soars overhead, the elders remark that the younger generation has already proven themselves exceptional. They warn Xiao Tauzi not to act recklessly or run into battles he cannot win. One of the officials looks on sternly, advising caution and insisting that he not put himself in unnecessary danger. Suddenly, chaos erupts as buildings begin to collapse. People panic, shouting for others to follow them as they flee from the threat of a flying dragon. The elder reflects in awe, admitting he never expected Lu Fan to withstand such a powerful existence on his own. Yet he worries that if this truly is the ancient god, then the city's defense forces are nowhere near enough to stop it. One of the elders urgently calls his teacher, requesting immediate emergency support as the battle escalates beyond control. The skeletal enemy's crimson eyes flash with murderous intent, locking onto its target with chilling focus. Clashing head-on, the monstrous skeleton and Lu Fan collide with immense force, their attacks shaking the battlefield with raw power. Lu Fan grits his teeth, unleashing every ounce of strength he has, refusing to back down as the life-or-death struggle rages on. In the heat of battle, Lu Fan blocks a fierce strike, his expression tense as someone suddenly calls out his name. His allies arrive riding powerful beasts and weapons, declaring they will fight alongside him. They remind him they are teammates and urge him to tell them what needs to be done. The skeletal enemy grins wickedly, mocking their unity and vowing to bury them all together with Lu Fan. Lu Fan, however, steadies his resolve, refusing to falter. With renewed strength, Lu Fan and his allies charge forward in unison, their combined power striking against the overwhelming might of the enemy. A fiery, armored dragon-like figure radiates immense power, its presence clashing against Lu Fan's green beast as the battlefield shakes under their energy. Lu Fan warns his allies not to come too close, urging them to stay hidden to avoid being targeted by the god bone's terrifying gaze. From the shadows, skeletal dragons roar with killing intent. Their commander issues a chilling order, commanding its forces to slaughter every intruder. Overwhelmed by numbers, Lu Fan's teammates prepare to fight. Jianing rallies them. Xiaokyu stands ready, and another declares she will handle the enemies on her side, their determination burning despite the odds. The skeletal enemy sneers, declaring that even the god bone itself demands the lives of Lu Fan and his companions. The golden dragon collides fiercely with the monstrous figure, their clash shaking the skies with explosive force. The golden dragon roars a warning, telling the others it's too dangerous to stay close. It orders them to retreat to the ground quickly and join Xiao Jai in fighting the Godbone's flying dragon. The allies rally together in midair. One calls for Jianing to follow, while another urges Taozi to prepare to descend and regroup with Xiao Jai, their determination unshaken despite the chaos. The skeletal army swarms through the skies, their master's command echoing like thunder. No one is to escape alive. Countless bone dragons dive down at once, their massive forms blotting out the city below as the battlefield turns even more chaotic. The golden dragon stood tall, its presence blazing with power, yet the skeletal enemy only sneered. With a twisted laugh, it taunted that Lu Fan could never save anyone, no matter how hard he tried. The air grew heavy as divine energy began to clash between them. The skull's eyes flared with a burning crimson glow, shaking the space around it. Stones and fragments cracked apart as it declared its intent to show the dragon its real strength. The atmosphere rippled as divine pressure poured outward, pressing down on the battlefield. Unmoved by the threat, the dragon's golden eyes narrowed. With steady resolve, it readied its second move, answering the challenge without hesitation. Its voice carried strength, as if refusing to let the enemy's arrogance stand unchallenged. Then came the terrifying revelation: the skeletal foe surged with overwhelming might, its aura rising to 100-level god. The sheer force of this transformation rattled the heavens, making it clear that this battle was no longer a simple clash, but a fight between powers at the highest realm. The skeletal giant roared that no one could escape, unleashing its overwhelming presence. The others fled in panic, urged to fly at full speed without looking back, while a fierce cry echoed from the beast leading their retreat. Fear spread among the group as wings beat desperately against the storm of power. One of them clutched tightly onto another, voicing their dread as the enemy's aura closed in behind them. The golden dragon soared forward, positioning itself between the enemy and the fleeing allies. With firm resolve, it declared it would hold the enemy back, urging the others to go and regroup with Xiaoji. But the skeletal foe only sneered in return. Raising its massive hand, it mocked the dragon's attempt, questioning if it really thought it could stop a god. The skeletal giant struck hard, its voice filled with scorn as it claimed that even a dragon form wouldn't be enough. Blood splattered as the golden dragon took the heavy blow, its body staggering under the impact. The sight shook everyone. Cries rang out as they shouted Lu Fan's name, fear and desperation plain on their faces. Amid the chaos, one fighter clenched his fist, energy surging violently around him as he forced his power to awaken. His body trembled, but determination burned through the pain. Another voice cut through the battlefield, shouting the names of Xingqian, Xiaoi, and Abao. The call carried urgency, rallying allies as the fight reached a breaking point. The call to attack echoed, everyone combined their power at once. Elemental forces surged together, forming blazing spheres of fire, water, and thunder as they clashed against the towering skeletal foe. Dragons roared fiercely, their voices shaking the sky as they unleashed their devastating breath. The battlefield trembled under the combined fury of their elemental might. The storm of fire and ice collided with divine precision, striking at the enemy's defenses. Lava erupted across the ground, scorching everything in its path, while thunder ripped through the skies, locking down the skeletal giant's movements. In the chaos, deadly skills were activated one after another lava bursts that consumed the battlefield, thunder carrying blades of destruction, shadow strikes tearing the air apart. Each attack layered over the next, overwhelming the enemy with relentless power. A massive blast of icy power erupted as the Summon Star Core descended, its energy fusing and charging with terrifying force. The impact shook the battlefield, releasing destructive waves of frozen light. The ground trembled as allies shielded themselves from the aftershock. Some cried out in pain while others desperately asked if the attack had succeeded. Amidst the chaos, shouts echoed for Lu Fan to hold on. From above, Xiao Fei swooped down, her support keeping the fight alive. Grateful for her aid, one fighter steadied himself, convinced that this time the enemy must have taken severe damage. But from the smoke and ruin, the dark dragon's crimson eyes flared open once again. Its low growl cut through the silence, proving that the battle was far from over. The skeletal god's power surged, its voice filled with disdain as it declared it had no patience left for these weaklings. A dark force radiated outward, chains of bone energy spreading across the battlefield. Dragons and warriors were suddenly ensnared, their bodies constricted by the crushing binds. Cries of pain echoed as even shadow abilities were forcibly stripped away, leaving them completely exposed. One by one, allies were bound and immobilized, struggling helplessly against the overwhelming might. Shock filled their voices as they questioned whether the ancient god of bone was truly unbeatable. From above, the skeletal dragon hissed its command to kill without mercy. The armored figure below answered with unwavering loyalty, bowing as it affirmed the order acknowledging the authority of Lord Godbone. Lu Fan realized with shock that the Dark Blade's stealth had been stripped away, and even his dragon pet's immunity was completely negated by the enemy's power. Despair crept in as he thought of what to do next. Even if Xiaoji appeared now, it would not be enough to match such overwhelming strength. The others looked on, aware they could not afford to drag more allies like Qin Qiu and Jianing into this deadly fight. The enemy descended with terrifying might, declaring that the moment had finally arrived. Cloaked in power, it promised to prove its dominance, claiming itself as the strongest dragon tamer. Facing Lu Fan's side, the skeletal foe's dragon hissed with hunger, vowing to devour the 3 baby dragons without hesitation, its power pressing down like an unstoppable tide. Determined but cornered, Lu Fan steeled himself, realizing there was no other option left. With everything at stake, he decided the only path forward was to gamble it all. The skeletal foe struck with merciless force, roaring for Lu Fan to die with his so-called dignity. The clash of power pushed him to the brink. But instead of yielding, Lu Fan shouted defiantly, calling out with all his strength. He summoned the one hope that remained, commanding the presence of the demon-devouring Dragon King. Energy surged violently as chains rattled and power shook the skies. The moment of his desperate gamble had arrived, and everything now hinged on the dragon's response. A surge of violet energy erupted as the summoned figure descended, shattering the ground with her overwhelming presence. The air trembled under the weight of her power. The skeletal god staggered back in shock, unable to comprehend where this terrifying force had come from. Its confidence wavered for the first time. The demon-devouring Dragon King appeared in her true form, her voice laced with amusement. She mocked Lu Fan, noting that he only ever called upon her when death was already at his door. Graceful yet menacing, she stepped forward with a sly smile, acknowledging his recklessness. For their very first summoning, he had thrown her directly against the ancient god itself, proof of just how dire the battle had become. As Lu Fan struggled within his restraints, he turned to the demon-devouring Dragon King with desperation, asking if she could truly stand against the ancient god. She smirked, reminding him that after today, he could summon her only 2 more times. Her eyes gleamed with confidence, yet her words carried weight. She warned it might take time, but urged him not to forget the truth of her strength. Dark energy swirled violently as her power expanded, forcing everyone present to recognize just how overwhelming the Dragon King truly was. Onlookers watched in shock, struggling to comprehend the sight before them. Staring at the demonic dragon's aura, they questioned what kind of creature it was, astonished that Lu Fan had managed to summon such a being. The demon-devouring dragon king hovered above, her aura expanding like a storm. Onlookers questioned if there were still dragons they had yet to witness, as her presence overshadowed the battlefield. The skeletal foe snarled with disdain, calling her power filthy, yet even its confidence wavered in the face of her overwhelming force. Unable to withstand her dominance, the enemy's minions faltered, retreating under the crushing weight of her dark energy. The ancient god itself was shaken, its eyes blazing as it admitted in disbelief that its power had been dispelled. For the first time, cracks appeared in its unshakable pride. Back in Zhanghai City, the dark sky finally clears, returning to its usual calm blue. The people look up in relief as the heat vanishes and the air cools down again. One of them remarks that the temperature is back to normal, and another smiles, saying this must mean Lu Fan is turning the tide of the battle. Their hope grows. This sudden change in the sky can only be a good sign. At the center of the battlefield, Lu Fan stands firmly beside his dragon. The chains that once bound divine energy, the god-bone chains, crumble and fade into nothing. Spectators gasp as they realize what just happened. The demon-devouring dragon king had effortlessly dispelled the power of the ancient god, something no ordinary creature could ever do. Lu Fan's calm expression contrasts with the overwhelming force around him, showing that he's still in control. But before anyone can react, an enormous fiery skeleton rises in front of them, flames twisting across its body like molten armor. Its voice booms, demanding to know who will face it next. It's a being shaped like a dragon, but without a soul, a hollow shell burning with destructive power. As it gathers energy, the ground trembles. The sky once again flares with light as the burning heaven and destroy hell blast begins to charge. Watching from afar, another figure observes the scene, stunned by what they're witnessing. They realize the terrifying truth: Lu Fan's dragon has reached Dragon King level, the very peak of dragon evolution. And even more shocking, she's fighting for Lu Fan, controlling 4 elemental attacks at the same time. A power like that, they think, should be impossible for any ordinary tamer. The fiery skeleton roars in fury, its voice echoing across the battlefield. Flames surge around its body as it declares that the mockery has gone on long enough, it's time to end this. Seeing that, the enemy realizes things have taken a bad turn. The skeletal beast unleashes a devastating surge of power, merging fire and lightning into a blazing inferno. The explosion shakes the sky, and both dragons are engulfed in the shockwave. Lu Fan grits his teeth as the force hits him, struggling to stay on his feet while his dragon braces against the impact. The pressure becomes overwhelming. The massive skeleton descends through the storm of fire, its strikes relentless and heavy. Lu Fan's dragon growls in pain but refuses to back down. Despite the chaos, their bond holds firm. The two continue fighting side by side, pushing through the flames and destruction. As the clash intensifies, multiple elemental forces collide. Fire, lightning, wind, and ice twist together in the air. Lu Fan commands his dragons with precision, each one responding instantly. The battle now blazes brighter than ever, a storm of raw power and willpower, with neither side willing to yield. The fiery skeleton lets out a final roar, but before it can strike again, its movements start to slow. Ice begins creeping up its body, freezing the flames that once burned so fiercely. Panic flashes in its eyes as it struggles to move, muttering in disbelief that this can't be happening. Within seconds, its entire form is sealed in crystal ice. But the battle isn't over yet. The skeletal creature cracks through the frozen shell, its voice echoing in defiance. It speaks of a power greater than fire itself and asks if Lu Fan truly has the resolve to face it. As it breaks free, dark energy surges around its frame, the god bone barrier activating once again. Across the field, Lu Fan's dragon responds, its aura pulsing in sync with its master. The bond between them glows brighter as their contract resonates. With renewed strength, the dragon dives forward, its claws slicing through the ice and shattering the enemy's defense. In that moment, the clash reaches its peak. The Dragon King tears through the fiery skeleton's barrier with sheer force, sending shards of ice and flames scattering across the battlefield. The enemy's defense collapses, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. The battlefield trembles once again as the remaining enemies watch in disbelief. They can't believe what they've just seen. Lord Godbone, the being they once thought unbeatable, has been defeated so easily. One of them mutters that the Dragon King fighting for Lu Fan is even stronger than the ancient god himself. The skeletal warrior turns toward Lu Fan, its red eyes flickering with unease. It tries to regain composure and taunts him, asking if he's worried about his master's safety. But before it can act further, Lu Fan gives no reply. His focus remains firm. The skeleton leaps into the air, launching a fierce assault. Dark arrows ignite behind it, each burning with destructive magic. It fires in rapid bursts, creating a rain of blazing projectiles known as the arrows of the Dark Serpent, each one carrying immense power. But Lu Fan and his dragons don't falter. They counter with a synchronized strike. Beams of pure energy tear through the sky, shattering the incoming attack. Lu Fan's voice cuts through the roar of battle as he warns his opponent to worry about himself instead. His dragons surge forward, wings glowing with divine energy as the clash resumes with unstoppable force. The skeletal warrior grits his teeth, anger flashing in his crimson eyes. He curses under his breath, admitting that no one commands him anymore, not even Lord Godbone. The only goal he has left now is to kill Chen Tianjai. But as Lu Fan's dragons encircle him, his expression shifts from fury to panic. He realizes that every one of Lu Fan's dragon pets is now targeting him at once. The air trembles as their combined power gathers, surrounding him from all sides. Chen Tianjai steps forward, his aura blazing with determination. He shouts that his enemy will never turn the tables again. Energy crackles around him as he unleashes a charged strike that pierces through the storm of flames. The skeletal beast lets out a mocking laugh, claiming he won't be intimidated just because Lu Fan commands the Dragon King. Yet despite his arrogance, he's clearly shaken. He swings his massive claws down with raw rage, declaring his hatred for Lu Fan's overconfidence. The two forces collide, their powers exploding in a storm of light and shadow that shakes the heavens once more. The clash rages on, blades and magic tearing through the battlefield. A piercing strike cuts through the skeletal warrior's guard, sending him reeling as dark energy bursts from the wound. He groans in pain, realizing he's losing control of the fight. Chen Tianjai's attack doesn't stop. He pushes forward, his strikes relentless, forcing the enemy back with every blow. The skeletal foe, blood spilling from his mouth, glares at him in fury. He shouts that he despises how Chen can rise so quickly, achieving strength in just a single step, while he himself is bound by the Jin family's orders, forced to fight for something he doesn't even believe in. Chen says nothing, his eyes sharp and calm as he channels more power into his blade. The red glow intensifies, his attack charging to its next stage. Suddenly, a monstrous roar shakes the air. Flames engulf the arena as the destructive dragon spreads its wings, unleashing waves of molten fire. The blast consumes everything in its path, melting stone and sky alike as the battle reaches its fiery peak. As the flames rage around him, Chen Tianjai kneels, his body trembling under the burning heat. He mutters that no one could ever understand his situation, that the golden bead was the only light in his hopeless life. His voice cracks as he explains that while others may see him as a villain, to him, this was his only chance to climb out of despair. He lifts his head, eyes filled with bitterness. He tells Lu Fan that someone like him would never understand someone who already has everything. A twisted smile spreads across his face as he admits that he doesn't care if people accuse him of selling his dignity. Survival was the only thing that ever mattered. His power begins to spiral out of control, flames and lightning mixing into a chaotic storm. Lu Fan's dragons brace themselves as a massive wave of energy erupts. Chen Tianjai screams in hatred, his voice echoing through the battlefield as his strength begins to collapse in on itself. Even as his body burns away, he reaches out one last time, shouting that he will never let go. The flames consume him completely, leaving only silence as the once mighty enemy fades into nothingness. Chen Tianjai's body trembles as the flames around him twist violently. He reaches out, calling out Lu Fan's name with desperation, his voice breaking amid the chaos. Lu Fan's eyes harden. He raises his sword, crimson energy swirling around the blade. The power within him surges as the system indicates the current charge, 3 seconds enough to finish the fight once and for all. With a powerful leap, Lu Fan rises into the air, his form surrounded by red aura. The skill activates Snake Shadow Spear, releasing a surge of energy that pierces through the battlefield like a falling comet. The explosion that follows lights up the entire sky in shades of crimson. Below, Chen Tianjai's body jerks violently. His eyes widen as blood spills from his mouth, the life fading from his gaze. He looks up one last time before collapsing, his expression frozen in disbelief as the light of his rage and hatred fades into silence. The battle ends in a blinding flash of red. Chen Tianjai's body stiffens, his final breath escaping as the crimson energy pierces through his chest. His body shatters into fragments of light, scattering into the wind. As the dust settles, Lu Fan lowers his weapon, his expression calm and unreadable. The fiery glow around him slowly fades, leaving only silence in its wake. For a moment, he stands there quietly, watching the remnants of his fallen opponent disappear. Turning away, Lu Fan's dragon wings unfold once more as he surveys the battlefield, now littered with the aftermath of destruction. In the distance, his dragons descend, their forms surrounded by fading embers. One of them calls out, teasingly asking if he's finally done with his work. Another chuckles, asking if he's ready to clean up the mess they made. Lu Fan glances back with a faint smirk, the storm behind him finally coming to an end. As the sky clears, Lu Fan stands over the battlefield, his gaze fixed on the fallen ancient god. With a calm expression, he remarks that the enemy seems to have only a single breath of life left. Turning slightly, he asks his dragon if he should finish the job himself. The Dragon King lets out a low growl, saying that using up all its energy on a nearly dead opponent would be a waste. It teases Lu Fan, suggesting he wouldn't want to miss the chance to face even greater enemies together in the future. From the rubble, the ancient god's voice rumbles weakly, but with a trace of defiance. He calls the dragon interesting, questioning if it truly intends to kill him. Then, his tone shifts manipulative and tempting. He tells the dragon it was born to wield power, offering to grant it the strength of the ancient god himself. The air grows tense as his final words echo through the silence. "Join me," he says, his crimson eyes glowing faintly in the shadows, trying to lure the dragon with the promise of unimaginable power. The Dragon King remains silent, its expression unreadable as it contemplates the ancient god's tempting offer. Meanwhile, Xiaoji suddenly glows with bright green light, startling Lin Beiwei. She looks at it in confusion, asking what it's trying to do. At the center of the battlefield, Lu Fan steps forward, surrounded by blazing energy. He calls out to the demon-devouring Dragon King, reminding it of their contract, and orders it to begin. The Dragon King lets out a low laugh, mocking Lu Fan as lightning swirls around it. It asks if the little dragon tamer is afraid of being betrayed, its power surging once more. Lu Fan stands firm beside his dragon, declaring that he doesn't care about the power of the ancient god. Their combined energy flares as light and flames collide against their enemy. From within the rubble, the ancient god weakly mutters that he didn't expect the Dragon King to side with humans, realizing too late that his time is ending. The Dragon King unleashes a powerful strike, its energy bursting into a massive explosion that fills the sky with color. As the smoke clears, the ancient god's voice echoes faintly, warning them not to think his death is the end. His lingering power spreads as dark energy begins to move once more. As the dust settles, the ancient god's voice echoes through the air, mocking them even in defeat. he reveals that he isn't the only one of his kind. He says there are 36 other ancient gods still dormant, waiting to awaken from their slumber. His words send a chill through everyone present. The ancient god's fragmented body begins to glow as flames and lightning swirl around him with his final breath. He warns that when the others awaken, all of them will perish, leaving behind only his fading laughter in the burning air. Dark energy beasts fill the sky, but within moments, they all start disintegrating. The woman on the battlefield watches in shock, realizing the monstrous creatures have completely vanished. Nearby, another fighter turns toward the scene, shouting for everyone to look. The entire battlefield begins to calm as the chaos fades away. A bright figure surrounded by divine light stands tall. It's Lu Fan. His victory is clear, and the survivors cheer with relief, celebrating that they're all safe. As the dust settles, Lu Fan's burning footsteps mark the ground. The battle is over, but his power still lingers in the air. As the dust clears, Lu Fan finally relaxes, saying the fight is over. Standing beside him, the demon woman watches the aftermath while he notes how powerful the ancient gods truly are. His level rises again, marking another step forward. He admits that he had no choice but to rely on her power, even though doing so drained all his strength. The battle's toll is clear, but his resolve remains firm. Checking his system screen, Lu Fan sees that he's now just one step away from completing his third transformation. The data confirms his progress and the enemies he has conquered. The demon woman turns to him with a teasing smile, asking how he plans to thank her. Lu Fan looks slightly annoyed but stays silent, knowing she enjoys testing him. The demon woman teases Lu Fan, asking if he plans to break their agreement. He replies that she was the one who insisted on answering his call. She laughs, calling him clueless about romance. She explains that according to the ancient god of the god bone, more gods are about to awaken, and Lu Fan still has 2 chances left to summon her. With a playful tone, she asks what his next move will be and offers to help if he lets his guard down. Lu Fan tells her the battle is over, and she should return before someone mistakes her for a monster. She smirks and asks if he's worried about her, amused by his serious tone. Instead of leaving, she playfully says it's fun to appear in human cities and jokes that she'll just say it's cosplay. Lu Fan looks up at her, speechless, as her mischievous grin widens. Lu Fan retrieves a glowing cube, the system identifying it as the ancient god Origin. The strange artifact emits a powerful aura that fills the air with tension. He examines it closely, asking the demon woman if she knows what it is. She explains that it's the core of resurrection, a fragment that, after thousands of years, can regenerate into god bones once again. Realizing the danger, Lu Fan asks if that means the ancient god isn't completely destroyed. Her silence confirms his suspicion, leaving him uneasy. Lu Fan stares at the cube in disbelief, realizing it's not just a remnant, but the seed of revival for the ancient god. The demon woman explains that ancient gods can never be completely killed. Even after death, they leave behind their origins, and this seed will eventually revive on its own. There's no way to destroy or seal it. Lu Fan looks at the cube, realizing it's a ticking time bomb. If left unchecked, it could bring disaster once again after 10,000 years. She tells him that while it's dangerous in the wrong hands, to him it's a valuable treasure. Confused, Lu Fan asks what she means by that. Before she answers, a massive spirit appears. The entity recognizes Lu Fan's 2 dragons, revealing they were once guardians of the sacred tree of the living Dragon King before being slain by sub-dragons. The ancient figure speaks, explaining that Lu Fan's dragons are now tainted by the aura of the ancient gods, an energy that disgusts him. He realizes Lu Fan must have used the essence of an ancient god to alter their bloodline. He points out that this corruption allowed the dragons to evolve into their current form, the fallen holy dragons, creatures that carry both divinity and decay. Lu Fan reflects, realizing that the power enabling their evolution comes from crystallization, the very energy that fuses divine strength into living beings. The demon woman smirks, revealing that crystallization itself originates from the ancient gods' origin, the same object now in Lu Fan's possession. The demon woman suggests that Lu Fan can use the same method again by feeding his dragons the essence of the ancient god, allowing them to reach their final form as dragon kings. Lu Fan realizes that with the right essence, they could evolve beyond their limits. The fallen essence once transformed the flying dragon into a demon dragon, and another into a holy dragon. But one god bone failed because it lacked power. He thinks that if the ancient god's origin is used instead, it might succeed. The idea shocks him a chance to create dragons of true divine rank. Still, Lu Fan hesitates. He asks how the ancient god can remain immortal if he uses its origin. The demon woman laughs softly, calling him overly cautious, and assures him there's nothing to worry about. The demon woman explains that if the ancient god's origin is swallowed by another dragon, it will eventually take over their body after thousands of years, rebirthing as a new ancient god. However, she notes that Lu Fan's dragons are different. They're already dead, summoned only through a skill, so they can't be possessed like living creatures. She adds that even far in the future, when Lu Fan's own body turns to bones, this origin will still remain. Understanding her tone, Lu Fan realizes she's hinting at his fear of losing control one day. With a faint smile, she says she's taught him enough and prepares to leave. Before vanishing, she tells him that what he does with the origin no longer concerns her. As the battle's energy fades, Lu Fan hears his name being called from afar. He turns, surprised, wondering who it could be. A group approaches, one riding a massive griffin, others rushing behind. They're relieved to see Lu Fan alive and safe after everything that happened. One of them greets him warmly, saying they've finally found him and hinting that someone special has come along too. Lu Fan looks up, startled as he recognizes the familiar face. A powerful man sitting atop the griffin greets him with a grin, saying it's been a long time. Lu Fan's eyes widen in surprise as he calls out his name, Senior 2. Lu Fan greets Senior 2, who laughs and says he heard a griffin gold badge had stopped the beast tide, realizing it must have been Lu Fan's doing. Lu Fan admits the incident broke out in his hometown, so he had to step in and take responsibility. Senior 2 then asks about the ancient god incident in the Taiki Kingdom. Lu Fan confirms it's true, explaining that the god's revenge destroyed 4 cities and that 35 more ancient gods are expected to awaken soon. The news shocks everyone, especially Senior 2, who can hardly believe the scale of destruction. Just then, another man interrupts, asking for him to report to the city defense army. Before leaving, Senior 2 notices Lu Fan's injured arm, but Lu Fan reassures him that Xiao Fei has already recovered and asks him not to tell his aunt. As the situation settles, Lu Fan apologizes to Jianying for making her wait. She smiles softly, saying she was just thinking how strong he's become, wishing she could have that same strength. Senior 2 laughs heartily, saying he'll report Lu Fan's accomplishments to the 3 elders of Dragon Country and request a reward for his heroic efforts. Everyone thanks him warmly for his support. A few minutes later, Senior 2 and the others prepare to leave, flying away on their griffins as the sky glows with the evening light. Lu Fan waves goodbye as they take off. Jianying watches them go, then turns to Lu Fan, saying it's time for them to return as well. The battlefield grows quiet, marking the end of another long and eventful day. Jianying looks toward the sunset, wondering if she'll be able to stop the beast tide in Yunbei province and protect her family from what's coming. Lu Fan, standing beside her, quietly believes that fate is on his side. With the super treasure map system, even the weakest can rise to the top in a single step. But his thoughts grow heavy. He questions whether he's truly qualified to change another person's fate, thinking of those he met and the choices that shaped his journey. Memories flash before him Chen Tianjai and Jianing before the beast tide. He wonders if meeting them sooner could have changed their destinies and whether their lives might have turned out differently. Jianing looks at Lu Fan and says she once feared that his strength might change him, but she now knows he'll never lose himself, no matter how powerful he becomes. She tells him that he always stands in front of others, ready to fight and protect everyone even at the cost of his own life. Her words carry both admiration and warmth. Smiling softly, Jianing thanks Lu Fan for changing her life and says she's grateful to have met him. Lu Fan simply nods and replies with a quiet "thank you." As the sun sets behind them, Jianing takes a deep breath and says it's time to go home. Lu Fan watches her walk ahead, a faint smile forming as peace finally returns after the long battle. As the sun sets, Lu Fan suddenly senses something and stops. His eyes fall on the remains of the fallen enemy lying in the rubble. He approaches quietly, staring at the broken core of what was once a powerful foe. A moment of silence hangs in the air. With a faint, reflective smile, Lu Fan murmurs that if he had met them before Jinju, perhaps they could have become friends instead of enemies. Turning away, he whispers a final goodbye to another Gemini as the last fragments of the being crumble into dust beneath the fading light. 3 days later, at Jiangshan Garden, the morning sun fills the peaceful neighborhood. From downstairs, Xiao Fan's family calls out to him, asking him to hurry down for breakfast. The mood feels light and relaxed after everything that has happened. Inside the house, his mother gently knocks on Xiao Fan's door. She mentions that Mr. Qin and Mr. Tao are still occupied with the ongoing reconstruction work, but they were thoughtful enough to send over some snacks. With a smile, she tells Xiao Fan to come try them together with Jianing. Hearing no response from inside, she decides to open the door, announcing softly that she's coming in. The moment her hand turns the knob, a faint hum fills the air. As the door slowly opens, a blinding blue light bursts out from within the room, swirling like a vortex. Shocked, she freezes in place, her eyes widening in disbelief. Confused and speechless, she can only whisper a stunned, "Huh," as the glowing energy engulfs the doorway. At the ruined palace courtyard on Tianfu Island, a mysterious glow emanates from the lake, a source more powerful than any crystal, said to be the core of an immortal god. He recalls that even the demon-devouring dragon kings never dared to touch such overwhelming power. Realizing her fear of being possessed by the ancient god was real, he studies the glowing cube in his hand as it pulses with divine energy. Turning to the fallen corpse holy dragon, he remarks that only they can endure an experiment like this. The dragon roars in response as the power intensifies. Holding the glowing cube tightly, he turns to Xiao Fei and warns her to stay alert. If anything goes wrong, especially if the Divine Bone's ancient god awakens, things could spiral out of control. The energy around him starts to pulse violently, shaking the ground beneath them. Without wasting a moment, he commands her to recall the fallen corpse holy dragons immediately. Xiao Fei nods quickly and begins the summoning spell as bright sigils light up around her. The golden dragons respond to her call, roaring as their massive bodies surge with divine energy. Their scales shimmer under the intense light, preparing for whatever danger might emerge. But before they can stabilize the power, a dark presence begins to rise. In the distance, ominous blue figures materialize, twisted and powerful, reacting to the disturbance of the ancient god's awakening. The atmosphere turns chaotic as the fallen corpse holy dragons roar in agony. Their bodies twist violently, surrounded by an overwhelming surge of purple divine energy. The power of the ancient god begins to manifest, shaking the ground with its intensity. He watches closely, realizing that each roar carries both pain and transformation. The dragons are enduring immense suffering, their forms bending and breaking under the divine pressure. Yet, within that agony lies a strange beauty, a hint of evolution taking place before his eyes. He recalls his own past encounters with this godly force, how every time it consumed him, he was torn apart in excruciating pain. But from that torment came rebirth, strength, and evolution beyond limits. Then his eyes widen in disbelief. The dragons, once separate beings, start merging together, their light fusing into one massive, radiant form. The sky vibrates as a colossal creature, born of divine wrath and rebirth, roars with unstoppable might. The intense energy surges beyond control, shaking the entire area. Realizing the danger, he shouts for Xiao Fei to cast the light of jade. Without hesitation, she spreads her wings and summons a brilliant green light that envelops everything around them. The spell releases waves of energy, forming layers of protection that shield them from the destructive divine force. The light of jade amplifies their strength, removes all debuffs, and enhances their healing, stabilizing the chaotic power that rages within the fusion. As the light fades, smoke fills the air. Coughing, he calls out to the fallen corpse holy dragons, asking if they're all right. Slowly, the air clears, revealing him sitting amidst the debris, exhausted but alert. Then, his eyes widen in disbelief as he senses a strange pulse through the bond. The system activates again, displaying a message that reads. He checks the system interface and notices the fallen corpse holy dragons remain dormant, still surrounded by divine energy. The dragon bone flute has become unusable, and the system displays the jade dragon's contract details, showing its evolved abilities and nature assimilation skills. Realizing they can't wake the dragons yet, he tells Xiao Fei to return home and wait for the process to stabilize. Deep down, he prepares for the worst, ready to use the demon crystal cannons to destroy the newborn divine bones if the evolution fails. Xiao Fan notes that the fallen corpse holy dragons can be resummoned once the evolution completes, and hopes to recover the ancient god's source. Knowing the process will take time, he decides to wait 24 hours for the results. Returning home, he's greeted by his mother, who informs him that someone from the city garrison came looking for him. Commander 2 wants to see him. She reminds him to eat the snacks Mr. Qin sent over, but Xiao Fan rushes off, saying he'll eat after meeting Commander 2 for something important. At home, Jianying relaxes while watching the news, showing the ongoing election for the new ruler. Public support for the Liu family continues to fall as reports reveal the divine beast tide's destruction of the Tegi nation. Her friend comments that the Tegi nation barely survived, only spared because the ancient god's power was targeting Liu Fan instead. Meanwhile, at the Zhanghai City Garrison headquarters, Commander 2 sits in the conference room, waiting as he calls someone to enter. Xiao Fan arrives at the headquarters, assuming Commander 2 called him regarding the ancient gods. Commander 2 confirms and mentions new intelligence from the northern borderlands. Reports suggest the Divine Bone's ancient god may be dead, but 35 others are expected to awaken. He continues that the fallen corpse ancient god has already shown signs of awakening after a massive earthquake triggered an avalanche in the northern region. On the other side of the mountain range, a shocking sight appeared. A second blood moon now hangs in the sky, signaling that something even greater is about to begin. Xiao Fan is shocked to hear that the giant beast buried beneath the snowy mountains of the northern borderlands has opened its second eye. Commander 2 adds that from the barracks, they can hear the entire mountain range vibrating like a living heartbeat. The energy pulsing through the ice sounds like the rhythm of the blood moon beast's heart. Due to the increasing danger, all exploration missions are suspended, and troops are ordered to retreat 50 kilometers from the mountain range. Xiao Fan recalls that when he was with the 18th Squad, he discovered the blood moon beast wasn't the fallen corpse ancient god, but likely its servant. The real ancient god still sleeps sealed inside a black coffin. Commander 2 agrees, explaining that the Divine Bone's ancient god awoke earlier than expected and already possessed immense power between level 110 and 120. He notes that even the Blood Moon beast alone is enough to unsettle everyone due to its destructive force. If the true fallen corpse ancient god within that black coffin ever awakens, it would bring unimaginable catastrophe to the Dragon Country. Commander 2 tells Lu Fan that even if the fallen corpse ancient god awakens, Dragon Country still has him, the dragon tamer who once defeated the Divine Bones ancient god. He reassures Lu Fan that with his strength, there's still hope to protect the nation. Lu Fan humbly responds, thinking Commander 2 is exaggerating. Commander 2 explains that the words aren't his, but from Elder Han, one of the 3 elders of Dragon Country, who holds Lu Fan in high regard. At Elder Han's proposal, the 3 elders representing the combat, enhancer, and life classes have agreed to a joint plan to completely annihilate the fallen corpse ancient god. Commander 2 tells Lu Fan that as the only person to have ever killed an ancient god, he is now chosen to become the guardian of Dragon Country. The High Command of Dragon Capital pledges full support, promising to provide every available resource to nurture his growth. 2 explains that Lu Fan will serve as the kindling of their hope, their ultimate weapon against the ancient gods. Presenting a legendary grade medal, he asks Lu Fan if he's willing to join the kindling plan. Inside the Zhanghai City Garrison headquarters, the atmosphere is tense as high-ranking officers convene in the conference room. The mission on the table is no ordinary one. It's called the Kindling Plan, a strategy meant to secure the nation's survival. The commander's eyes fix on Lu Fan, knowing only he has the potential to make it succeed. With a serious tone, the commander tells Lu Fan that he is the key to their victory, but warns that this mission comes with immense responsibility. Every decision will carry weight, and failure isn't an option. He urges Lu Fan to think carefully before giving his answer. Lu Fan stays silent for a moment, his expression unreadable. He understands what's at stake. This mission could change the fate of Dragon Country itself. The light from the window catches his face as he finally raises his head, confidence flickering in his eyes. With calm resolve, Lu Fan accepts the task. He says that protecting Dragon Country is not a choice, but a duty he will never turn away from. His words bring a sense of assurance to the room. The spark of the kindling plan has officially been lit. Hearing Lu Fan's decision, the old commander bursts into laughter and claps him on the shoulder, calling him brave for accepting such a dangerous mission without hesitation. His proud expression shows both relief and respect. He admits he didn't expect Lu Fan to agree so quickly, since the burden isn't something anyone should have to carry alone. Lu Fan smiles lightly, saying that if the 3 elders had another candidate, he would have just protected the people close to him. Holding a glowing pendant symbolizing the Guardian's role, Lu Fan explains that with so many lives in Dragon Country depending on him, and the elders' faith in his ability to stop the ancient gods, he has no reason to back down. Determined, Lu Fan grips the pendant tightly and declares that he's ready to become a guardian to fight for everyone and ensure the survival of Dragon Country. The old commander laughs heartily, clearly proud of Lu Fan's determination. He praises him as someone truly worthy of being nurtured by the full strength of the nation, a rare talent who carries both courage and purpose. To honor his decision, the commander unlocks a sealed case, revealing a powerful artifact reserved only for guardians. Golden light spills out, filling the room with an aura of ancient power. He explains that this is Lu Fan's reward for officially becoming a guardian, the Sky Dome Thunderfall, a legendary territory item capable of detecting hidden enemies and striking them down with lightning. Lu Fan, both surprised and grateful, accepts the artifact from Senior 2. The 2 share a moment of mutual respect, sealing their bond with laughter and a drink as the path of the Guardian officially begins. The old commander, drinking cheerfully, explains that the artifact was specially crafted by Elder Lu, one of the 3 elders and the master of enhancement specifically for the kindling plan. It's a symbol of trust and power bestowed only upon those chosen to protect the nation. Lu Fan examines the glowing relic closely, realizing its true potential. With the installation of demon crystal cannons and fortified walls, Tianhu Island could easily resist even 4th advancement level enemies. With this artifact, even a 5th level opponent might struggle to survive. The commander proudly adds that the crafting success rate of such an item is only 0.1%, with materials so rare that Elder Lu has only ever made 3 for himself and 2 for the other elders. Astonished, Lu Fan learns that he's now the 4th person to possess such a powerful item. Realizing this, he remarks that his territory's defenses are now on par with the 3 elders of Dragon Country, a monumental step toward protecting his homeland. The commander reminds Lu Fan that the Sky Dome Thunderfall is a top-secret weapon created only for him. No one else knows of its existence except Elder Lu, the sole holder of its blueprint. Lu Fan nods seriously, promising to keep it confidential. Before letting him go, the commander's tone turns solemn. He decides to remind Lu Fan of his new privileges as a guardian of Dragon Country, responsibilities that come with immense trust and authority. The commander explains that Lu Fan can freely access any national resource to enhance his power. His status now ranks directly below the 3 elders, making him one of the most influential protectors of the nation. Finally, he reveals that once the war against the ancient gods begins, every military legion, including his own Griffin Legion, will operate under Lu Fan's command. The fate of Dragon Country will rest in his hands. The commander firmly tells Lu Fan there's no turning back now. The kindling plan has begun, and everything they do from this point forward is for the sake of defeating the ancient gods. Lu Fan nods in full agreement, his resolve unwavering. As they shake hands, the room fills with tension and purpose. Their shared determination marks the official start of the operation that could decide the fate of Dragon Country. The next morning, Lu Fan arrives at Tianhu Island, standing before the construction of the ruined city palace. Workers bustle around as preparations for the kindling plan progress rapidly under his command. Clenching his fist, golden lightning sparks from his hand, symbolizing his new power as a guardian. With fierce determination, Lu Fan silently vows to protect his people and lead the fight against the ancient gods. A blinding surge of energy erupts across Tianhu Island as Lu Fan activates the Sky Dome Thunderfall. Golden lightning spirals upward, merging with the skies and forming a protective barrier over the island. The energy vortex expands rapidly, swirling with immense power. Its brilliance lights up the surroundings, signaling the activation of a high-tier defensive network capable of detecting and destroying any intruder. The nearby officers and workers panic as thunder roars through the sky. One of the commanders looks up in shock, thinking it might be an enemy attack, unaware that it's Lu Fan's newly established defense field. Standing within the storm, Lu Fan watches the formation complete. The commander's voice echoes in all these defenses rival those of the 3 elders themselves. Tianhu Island's name and power are now etched into Dragon Country's legend. As the lightning barrier stabilizes, an officer named Morozov approaches Lu Fan, stunned by the sheer scale of the defense system. He asks what kind of mechanism could produce such power. Lu Fan simply smiles, saying it's confidential and must remain a national secret. Morozov studies the barrier closely, sensing its overwhelming energy. He realizes it's no ordinary structure. It's a legendary grade system far stronger than the demon crystal cannons, likely the work of a master-level craftsman. Suddenly, the defense system reacts on its own, releasing a burst of light toward an inactive zone. Confused, Morozov wonders if the system malfunctioned since there's no construction or movement in that area. Lu Fan's expression hardens as he focuses on the disturbance. His eyes widen in shock. What the system detected wasn't an error. It was the fallen corpse Holy Dragon's cocoon, something that should not have existed there. A sudden gust of powerful wind surges through the construction site, catching everyone off guard. Lu Fan quickly senses danger and warns everyone to stay back, realizing the airflow is coming from the palace courtyard. Determined to confirm his suspicion, Lu Fan rushes toward the courtyard, ignoring Morozov's call to stop. The man tries to ask if he can at least study the strange energy, but Lu Fan refuses sharply, insisting that no one approach. Watching Lu Fan vanish into the storm, Morozov sighs, understanding that only a national-level master could have built a weapon of such magnitude. His curiosity grows as he considers that this might be the work of the legendary Enhancer class figure himself. Meanwhile, deep within the courtyard, dark energy pulses from the massive cocoon. Its surface cracks slowly as something ancient and ominous begins to stir inside the fallen corpse. Holy Dragon is awakening. Deep within the courtyard, the massive cocoon pulses violently, releasing waves of blue energy that shake the ground. Cracks spread across its surface as an overwhelming presence begins to awaken from within. Lu Fan arrives just in time, shielding his eyes from the blinding light. He realizes with alarm that the fallen corpse Holy Dragon has reached its final stage of evolution and is moments away from breaking free. As energy readings spike, the countdown to the creature's emergence begins. Lu Fan braces himself, understanding that once it evolves, its power could surpass anything he's faced before. In a flash of green light, Xiaofei appears beside him, her wings unfurling with divine energy. Lu Fan quickly instructs her if the dragon becomes possessed again, she must activate the dragon domain instantly to contain it before disaster strikes. The cocoon glows brighter than ever as the countdown to the final evolution reaches its final seconds. The ground shakes violently while bursts of blue energy tear through the air, signaling the creature's imminent transformation. Xiaofei narrows her glowing green eyes, readying her powers. With a determined cry, she channels her energy to defend Lu Fan from the overwhelming aura radiating from the cocoon. A powerful green light envelops them both as Xiaofei activates her skill light of Jade. Layers of protection form around Lu Fan, erasing debuffs, boosting his stats, and fortifying his defenses through the power of her Jade Dragon bloodline. As the protective barrier solidifies, the cocoon bursts open with a blinding flash. Within the roaring surge of power, the fallen corpse Holy Dragon begins to emerge, shaking the entire courtyard with its rebirth. As the light fades, Lu Fan coughs from the lingering energy waves, glancing around to find Xiaofei standing beside him. Her wings shimmer faintly as the dust settles, revealing the massive silhouette forming before them. Lu Fan's eyes widen in disbelief when he spots the towering skeletal figure of the dragon, its body gleaming with divine energy. The cocoon has completely dissolved, marking the end of the transformation. The fallen corpse Holy Dragon's evolution is complete. It now bears the title Divine Bones Dragon King Armor of the Fallen Mountain. Its stats and abilities have risen to an unimaginable level, radiating overwhelming strength. Standing beside Xiaofei, Lu Fan gazes at the majestic creature with awe and resolve. The evolution is a success. Dragon Country has gained another legendary guardian, and the battle against the ancient gods has just taken a new turn. As the light clears, Lu Fan observes the massive creature before him and quickly analyzes what happened. The dragon's transformation wasn't just an evolution, it had absorbed every fallen corpse and puppet from the battlefield. The fusion of these countless beings condensed their strength into raw power, converting them directly into the dragon's stats. This overwhelming surge allowed it to surpass its previous limits entirely. Now, its base stats reach the hundreds of thousands, and with Xiaofei's enhancement buff, its strength is capable of exceeding 1,000,000, a power level that even ancient beasts would fear. The black-haired man stares at the glowing blue screen before him, his eyes widening in disbelief. His attribute values have skyrocketed far beyond expectation. A faint smile forms on his face as he realizes what this means. He has finally reached the legendary Dragon King level. The power coursing through him feels unmatched, an overwhelming surge that makes the air around him vibrate. Suddenly, a thunderous roar tears through the sky as the massive skeletal dragon behind him awakens, its blue aura spiraling upward like a storm. The ground trembles under its presence. The man calmly observes that the dragon's level and rank have been replaced, and with every additional star, its attributes are multiplied. It's a power that grows exponentially, something no ordinary being could ever control. The intense light from the dragon's aura engulfs the area as the man stands firm, his coat fluttering in the wind. The dragon's breath has now evolved into the Godbone version, a form so advanced that even ancient dragon language magic no longer needs to be chanted. The man understands that the destructive force behind this ability could obliterate anything in its path, the kind of strength that could reshape the balance of the world itself. A few meters away, the green-haired dragon girl gently places her hand on the giant bone of the creature, her expression calm and composed. A soft hum escapes her lips, filled with satisfaction and pride. The aura radiating from the dragon reflects in her emerald eyes as she silently acknowledges the transformation before her, a power that now stands at the peak of divinity. The massive dragon lowers its glowing head, locking eyes with the black-haired man who stands before it. Its deep blue aura surges through the air, radiating divine pressure. The man calmly studies the creature's presence, sensing that its strength has evolved far beyond what it once was. The green-haired dragon girl reaches out and places her hand gently on the creature's snout. The dragon growls softly, responding to her touch as a faint hum of energy ripples through its scales. The bond between them feels stronger than ever, a connection forged through countless battles and growth. The man observes the transformation with satisfaction. He notes that although the fallen corpse puppets have been absorbed and can no longer be summoned, their essence has merged into new attributes, granting the dragon powerful new abilities. A confident smile appears on his face as he gestures toward the creature, inviting it to unleash its upgraded skills. The Dragon King lets out a mighty roar, shaking the ground as the air swirls with blue flames. Energy waves burst outward, forcing the surroundings to tremble under its power. The green-haired girl stands beside it, bracing against the shockwave, while the man watches with quiet pride. The true might of the God-Bone Dragon King has finally awakened. A brilliant light flashes as the black-haired man raises his hand. The dragon's divine bones begin to disassemble, transforming into shimmering fragments that swirl around him. In moments, the energy solidifies into a pair of shining arm guards. The system announces the creation of the God-Bone armor, a set that grants the wearer the Dragon King's attributes and its powerful descent skills. The man flexes his newly armored hands, feeling an immense force surge through his veins. He grins as the realization hits: the God-Bone Dragon King has now become part of his own equipment. The green-haired dragon girl watches in awe, her eyes sparkling as she admires his transformation, exclaiming in wonder at his newfound strength. The man glances at his stats panel, astonished by the sheer numbers, hundreds of thousands in every attribute, and endurance surpassing 1,000,000. He laughs lightly, unable to contain his excitement, eager to test this overwhelming power against a worthy monster. The girl calls his name with joy, sharing in his triumph. With confidence, he opens his skill interface and activates a new ability, Accelerated God-Bone Resonance. A soft blue glow envelops his hand as ancient runes light up the panel. He smirks, thinking how far he's come from summoning dragons to now wearing one's might. The true fusion between man and dragon has finally been achieved. Under the night sky, a sudden shift in the atmosphere catches everyone's attention. The wind howls and dark clouds swirl violently overhead as lightning crackles through the sky. The onlookers stare in confusion, wondering how the weather could have changed so abruptly. A system alert flashes: domain change, Shadow Isle realm activated. The black-haired man stands calmly amid the chaos, a faint smirk on his face. His companions watch with mixed expressions, some intrigued, others skeptical. When asked if he summoned them just to show off his control over the weather, he simply replies that this is the first time he's forming the Shadow Isle's domain, something far beyond ordinary weather manipulation. Suddenly, a monstrous roar echoes as a colossal creature materializes, its body wrapped in blazing energy of both fire and lightning. The system announces its identity: Shadow Dragon Abyssal Variant, an evolved form that merges demonic essence with celestial energy. Its arrival sends shockwaves through the domain, shaking even the heavens themselves. The man turns toward the beast, his expression calm but confident. Behind him, the shadow of another armored figure emerges, dark, menacing, and ready to obey. He instructs his companions to stay back and not interfere, assuring them that everything will return to normal soon. As he steps forward, the world itself seems to bend under the pressure of his power. The sky rumbles as dark energy gathers around the black-haired man. His companions grow impatient, demanding to know what he's trying to show them. He simply tells them to wait, his tone calm but confident. The red-winged shadows behind him move restlessly, their presence hinting at something extraordinary about to unfold. As he rises into the air, his aura ignites with crimson light. He admits that ever since taming the twin dragon kings, he never gave them proper names, a small but meaningful gesture he had overlooked. Now, with a determined smile, he declares it's time to do so. The power within him surges, and the dragons in the distance roar in acknowledgement. He hovers midair, the wind swirling around his figure as his eyes glint with focus. A system notification appears: new skill unlocked, God Bone Resonance. His lips curve into a confident grin as he utters the words, preparing to synchronize his power with the dragon's might. Calling out to the twin dragon, he commands, Zio Zuo, Zio Yu, cast God Bone Armor. A burst of divine energy explodes outward as the armor materializes once more. The system displays his updated class Dragon Rider Roman II, now empowered beyond its previous limits. Standing amidst the twin dragons cloaked in violet flames, he radiates dominance worthy of a true dragon king. Lu Fan charges forward, his twin dragons roaring behind him as divine light explodes from his armor. His power surges, shaking the battlefield. His companions watch in awe, noticing his new gear. One remarks it resembles the style of ancient gods, radiating immense divinity. Another observes that Lu Fan isn't just fighting, he's giving commands, suggesting this is a skill linked to his dragon companions. The women wonder how his dragons can merge with him directly, realizing this fusion ability defies the laws of dragon possession itself. As Lu Fan merges with the twin dragons, energy ripples explode around him, forming the shape of a humanoid dragon. The fusion shocks everyone watching. The girls discuss that such power allows the summoner to equip items without using equipment slots, a rare ability unique to dragons. They realize this transformation perfectly releases a dragon's strength through a human body, making Lu Fan a true humanoid dragon. Clenching his glowing fists, Lu Fan smirks and calls out, Zio Zuo, Zio Yu, let's test our new skills. The ground trembles as divine and daimonic energy ignite around him. A blinding surge of light erupts as Lu Fan activates his ultimate move, the God Bone descends. His power shakes the earth, forming a colossal dragon aura behind him. The shockwave forces everyone to shield themselves as debris flies. One of the girls shouts in disbelief, stunned by the overwhelming force spreading across the field. The black-haired woman narrows her eyes, realizing this power could destroy both heaven and earth. Its intensity must exceed hundreds of thousands in attributes. When asked if his armor contains all his dragon pets, Lu Fan calmly explains it's the God Bone Dragon King, a being infused with the might of ancient gods while the rest of his dragons remain summonable. Lu Fan smiles confidently, announcing that thanks to the God Bone Dragon King's skills, all his attributes have now surpassed 1 million. His companions stare in disbelief, realizing he's hundreds of times stronger than the top-ranked masters. They joke if he's even human anymore. Lu Fan replies that he's already reached level 60 and is ready to advance to his third class, his tone calm yet proud. As they prepare to move, Lu Fan instructs Marazov to keep everyone inside the palace for safety, warning that the outside remains unstable after the recent explosion. At Dragon City Academy's class transfer hall, Lu Fan reviews the difference between the second and third class transfers. The third has no branches, only an advanced evolution of the current class. He walks up to the glowing terminal, ready to initiate his advancement, confident that his next step will define his new strength. While checking the system, he realizes there's no record of a dragon tamer in the Academy's history. It's a completely unique profession that only he possesses. Smiling, he presses his hand on the device and confirms his transfer. "Then study it after 3 turns," he mutters, as the light around him intensifies. The class transfer ceremony begins at Dragon City Academy, surrounding Lu Fan in a bright surge of energy as the system initializes his advancement. He closes his eyes and smiles, feeling the powerful current flow through his body. The sensation confirms his evolution is starting. His consciousness drifts into a glowing void where the transfer process continues, but something unexpected interrupts the flow. A seductive demon girl suddenly appears, smirking as she teases him. Shocked, Lu Fan yells at her to stop, realizing she's interfering with his transfer again. The purple-haired demon girl smirks, saying she won't tease Lu Fan further. Since he's begun his third transformation, she decides to discuss something serious. She reveals crucial information: the location of the blade armor dragon egg, a rare and powerful creature hidden from the world. Whispering closer, she mentions it lies beyond Sakura country, deep within the mysterious Godfall wilderness. Lu Fan's eyes widen in surprise at the name. As the vision fades, the Academy's system announces his successful transfer. Lu Fan opens his eyes inside the chamber. His class has officially advanced to stage Roman 3. As the ceremony concludes, Lu Fan's stats flash across the system screen, his power, defense, and endurance now reaching unimaginable levels. The young man studied a holographic map, locking onto a marked location deep within the mountains. His phone rang. Hai Shu was calling. Hai Shu informed him that all documents and his visa were ready, mentioning his connections abroad and confirming the money transfer. Smiling confidently, the man looked at the glowing map and muttered that everything was set. He was determined to obtain the blade-armored dragon egg. 3 days later, the young man arrived at the airport as the flight to Sakura country's Oya City was about to depart. During check-in, he prepared his documents and tickets, ready to head toward his destination. While on the plane, he recalled that Hai Shu had provided him with detailed map information. Looking out the window, he analyzed the data. The Godfall wilderness was filled with elite and leader-class monsters, making his upcoming mission far more dangerous. After arriving in Sakura country's Oya City, the young man set out toward his next destination. Around him, adventurers gathered near resource points, collecting materials and leveling up. However, he knew the real danger wasn't on the surface, it lurked deeper within. Based on Hai Shu's intel, the only route to reach the Godfall wilderness lay ahead, hidden beyond the city's outskirts. The young man boarded a special bus headed toward the Godfall wilderness. Inside, the seats were filled with adventurers, each with their own goals and ambitions. Some discussed lost comrades and rare resources, while others dreamed of earning recognition through dangerous quests. Ignoring the chatter, he leaned back and quietly closed his eyes, conserving energy for what awaited ahead. The journey continued as the young man gazed out the window, watching the scenery rush by. Hours passed, and the bus drove endlessly from noon until dusk without reaching its destination. As night fell, the vehicle sped along the quiet countryside roads under the dim streetlights. Finally, the driver broke the silence, announcing their arrival at Outpost No. 137. The bus stopped at a deserted outpost as the cold wind blew across the road. The driver warned that the next stop would be the final destination, asking if anyone wished to get off. Confidently, a few passengers replied that they were high-level adventurers heading to Outpost 138, boasting about their strength. The driver smirked after hearing their levels, muttering to himself before restarting the bus with a chilling, "Let's go then." The bus sped through a rough, winding path as the terrain outside began to change dramatically. The once clear roads faded into a desolate, snow-covered mountain trail. Darkness fell quickly, and the vehicle continued deeper into the wilderness. Wind howled across the cliffs while the bus's headlights barely pierced the thick mist. Inside, tension grew. Passengers peered out the windows, confused and uneasy. They realized the landscape didn't match their planned route, and questions erupted toward the driver. Watching quietly, the young man frowned. Something felt off: the direction, the atmosphere, everything. A sense of unease settled in as he muttered to himself, "Something is wrong." The young man compared the scenery with High Shoe's map. Realizing the route didn't match, they should have been heading straight to the Godfall wilderness. Unease spread as he glanced at the driver, noting something strange about his calm and silent demeanor. One of the passengers, alarmed, rushed forward and demanded the driver to stop, insisting they were on the wrong road and needed to turn back immediately. But instead of slowing down, the driver's expression darkened, and with a chilling grin, he slammed his foot hard on the accelerator. The situation inside the bus turned chaotic as panic spread among the passengers. One woman screamed while clutching the blue-haired man's arm as the vehicle sped uncontrollably down the rocky path. The man shouted at the driver to stop immediately, warning that he wouldn't hold back if the madness continued. His voice echoed through the cabin, filled with urgency and fear. But the driver didn't respond. His eerie smile widened, and under the dim dashboard light, a glint of metal appeared. He was holding a knife. Realizing the danger, the passengers braced themselves as the bus swerved violently, tires screeching against the gravel road, racing toward an unknown fate in the dark mountains. The blue-haired man grabbed the driver by the shoulder, shouting for him to turn the bus around before things got worse. Unfazed, the driver slowly lifted his knife, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he reached into his sleeve. The air around him crackled with strange energy. Glowing runes began forming in midair, surrounding his arm with a blinding light. The passengers gasped in horror as the man realized what it was. A teleportation formation was activating right before their eyes. In a flash of purple light, the young man's body began to distort as the teleportation formation pulled everyone into a swirling void. The air rippled violently, their surroundings shifted, and the next moment, they were standing in a dark, unfamiliar forest filled with glowing mist. One of the adventurers panicked, shouting that his strength was rapidly draining away. The young man scanned the area, demanding to know where they had been sent. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed nearby, calm yet chilling, "Your vigilance is too low." The ground trembled slightly as a shadowy figure emerged from the haze. The group froze as a dark silhouette emerged from the glowing mist, holding a staff pulsing with violet energy. The adventurers instinctively took a step back, demanding to know who he was. The young man's eyes narrowed, studying the figure's aura. He realized instantly this was no ordinary opponent. With a calm voice, he muttered to himself that the real job of a driver was far from simple, connecting the dots of their sudden teleportation. The mysterious mage stepped forward, his voice dripping with malice. "Welcome to my hunting grounds," he declared, revealing himself as Harada, a level 79 secret mage. In the eerie glow of the Godfall wilderness, a cloaked mage surrounded by swirling purple energy mocks the newcomers. He calls them fools who don't know the limits of the world yet. His dark aura pulses as he prepares to attack, clearly enjoying the fear of those who stumble into his domain. The mage chuckles coldly, saying that hunting weak adventurers like them saves both time and effort. His tone drips with arrogance, showing that he's done this countless times before. The others instantly recognize his type, a material hunter, one of those ruthless scavengers who ambush and rob lone class changers and beginners for their loot. The blue-haired boy frowns, piecing it together. He recalls hearing about these hyenas who roam dungeons just to prey on the inexperienced. For a brief moment, he wonders if he's fallen right into their trap, but then his eyes harden. He stands tall, refusing to back down. Drawing his massive sword, he steps forward, the air around him crackling with power. "I didn't expect to meet a material hunter on my first visit," he mutters calmly. The enemy sneers, accusing him of bluffing just because he looks confident. But before the insult fades, the dark mage raises his staff again, his voice echoing, mocking them for falling into his trap and daring to stay silent. The battlefield fills with ominous energy, signaling that the real fight is about to begin. The mage unleashes a massive wave of dark energy, filling the area with blinding purple light. Laughing mockingly, he calls his opponents cute, as if their resistance amuses him. The ground trembles beneath their feet while his spell expands outward like a storm consuming everything. The group braces themselves, but panic sets in as they feel their strength slipping away. The swordsman struggles to keep his stance, realizing his body is losing control. Their energy begins to fade rapidly. The mage is draining their spiritual power, leaving them helpless against his curse. Amid the chaos, the blue-haired boy watches quietly. Shadows swirl around him, but unlike the others, he doesn't panic. His calm expression suggests he's observing rather than reacting, as if he's seen this trick before and is simply waiting for the right moment to step in. One of the panicked students shouts desperately, claiming they are from Kyoto Academy and don't want to fight. He warns the mage that attacking them could cause serious trouble. But the dark energy continues to rise, and the boy's plea fades into the storm as the tension reaches its peak. Desperation fills the air as one of the students tries to reason with the dark mage. He offers valuables and promises silence if they're spared, hoping to buy their freedom before things get worse. The mage, however, stands still, his staff pulsing with dark light, listening without emotion. The mage smirks beneath his mask, repeating the words mockingly. "Let you go?" he asks coldly before pointing at them. He doubts their promise, questioning who could guarantee they won't reveal his identity. His tone shifts, more amused than concerned, as his aura grows thicker around them. He then laughs and admits it took him great effort to steal a false identity. Even something as trivial as a bus driver's cover wasn't easy to maintain. As he gestures, purple energy binds the students, paralyzing them midair as they cry out in pain. Struggling against the restraints, one of the boys grits his teeth and urges the others to fight back together. He believes that if they combine their strength, they might stand a chance. But with the mage's dark power surrounding them, it's clear the odds are stacked heavily against them. The dark mage's spell surges out violently, and the entire group screams in pain as the energy tears through their bodies. They collapse one after another, completely overwhelmed by the crushing force of his magic. Seeing their desperate situation, the blonde girl turns toward the lone blue-haired boy standing calmly nearby. She shouts for him to join them, hoping his help could turn the tide before they're all destroyed. But the boy doesn't move. His eyes narrow, studying the scene with cold focus. Instead of fear, there's only calm determination, as if he's been waiting for this exact moment to act. In the blink of an eye, something sharp and invisible cuts through the air, striking the enemy leader in the head. Blood sprays as his body jerks backward, lifeless. The girl freezes in shock, realizing someone far more dangerous has just entered the fight. As the dark mage collapses, blood spilling onto the ground, his sinister laughter echoes through the forest. Even while dying, he mocks them and coldly asks, "Who told you I was alone?" His words send a chill down everyone's spine, hinting that the real threat hasn't even appeared yet. Moments later, a massive figure emerges from the shadows, a muscular man draped in a wolf pelt, his eyes glowing with killing intent. He calls out to the fallen mage, questioning how such weak, low-level rookies could have done this. His presence alone makes the ground tremble. With a beastly grin, the man grips his giant axe tightly, his aura radiating pure violence. "Today," he growls, raising the weapon as energy crackles around him. "None of you are leaving alive," he roars, swinging the axe down with terrifying force. The sheer pressure from his attack tears through the air as the blue-haired boy stands his ground, ready to face the monstrous new enemy. As the giant axe swings down, one of the students shouts for the girl to move. She stumbles back in panic, her eyes wide with fear as the ground cracks from the sheer force of the blow. The blue-haired boy steps forward calmly, his gaze locked on the massive weapon descending toward them. His eyes gleam coldly, showing no trace of fear, only focus. The two enemies smirk confidently, certain that the boy is about to be crushed. Their expressions twist with arrogance as they prepare to finish off the survivors. But before the axe can strike, a burst of blue energy erupts around the boy's arm. Ice-like crystals form in an instant, reinforcing his body with incredible power. The sheer pressure from his awakening makes even the air freeze, signaling that the real fight is about to begin. With a deafening crack, the giant axe comes crashing down, but instead of splitting the ground, it stops midair. The blue-haired boy stands firm, one hand raised, holding the weapon effortlessly as shards of energy scatter around him. The impact alone shakes the forest, yet he remains unmoved. Everyone freezes in disbelief. Their eyes widen, jaws dropping as they realize what just happened. Even the enemies step back for a moment, unsure if they're seeing reality or witnessing something beyond reason. The wolf-headed brute growls in shock, his voice trembling with anger. He boasts that his axe is made of titanium and that even a rank 4 expert couldn't withstand such force. Yet the boy caught it barehanded, leaving both him and the mage speechless. The students watch in awe. One of them mutters, astonished that he caught the attack with nothing but his hand. The girl shivers slightly, whispering that he's terrifying not out of fear, but from realizing how powerful he truly is. Golden energy bursts from the boy's body, swirling around him like a storm. His voice echoes with cold fury as he glares at his enemies. "Dare to attack me," he mutters, his tone sharp and deadly. "You're looking to die." The air distorts under the pressure of his unleashed power. Before the enemies can react, the ground shatters beneath his feet. The boy moves faster than their eyes can follow, his strike generating a massive shockwave that sends both the mage and the brute flying through the air, their faces frozen in terror. The entire battlefield erupts with energy as waves of blue light explode outward, ripping through the surrounding forest. The enemies are thrown back violently, unable to withstand the overwhelming force of his attack. When the dust finally settles, silence fills the area. The mage lies crushed against a boulder, barely conscious, while the brute kneels in defeat. The boy stands tall amidst the destruction, calm, unshaken, and utterly dominant. The girl gasps, covering her mouth in shock as the realization hits both enemies are dead. The others stare at the aftermath, unable to believe what just happened in mere seconds. A sudden gust of wind whips through the clearing as something massive unfurls behind the boy. Red, demonic wings spread out from his back, glowing faintly under the moonlight. Everyone around him freezes, eyes wide in disbelief. With a single movement, he slams his fist into the ground, and the shockwave blasts outward like an explosion. The earth splits, dust rises, and the sheer impact leaves everyone speechless. The group watches from a distance, trembling. One of them mutters that the boy killed 2 level 70 warriors without even breaking a sweat. His strength feels unreal, terrifying even, and all they can think now is one question: who is he? The 3 survivors stand among the fallen bodies, their faces pale from shock. The girl mutters that she regrets ever coming here, while the boy beside her insists they need to leave immediately. None of them want to stay in this cursed forest a second longer. They hurry through the woods, but the air feels heavier with every step. Strange vines slither quietly across the ground, creeping closer as if alive. The forest suddenly plunges into darkness. One of them panics, saying it was bright just moments ago. Another tries to calm the group, promising to use his searchlight to find their way. But the silence around them feels wrong, like something unseen is watching. He raises a glowing device that projects a magic circle, casting a faint blue light into the shadows. The faint glow illuminates the twisting vines ahead and reveals that the darkness around them is slowly closing in. The group cautiously moves deeper into the forest, unaware that several massive snake-like creatures slither silently around them. The faint beam of their light barely pierces the darkness as the forest grows eerily quiet. Suddenly, one of them halts, sensing something strange. The boy whispers that he hears a faint noise, something crawling nearby. His expression hardens as he realizes they're being surrounded. Gripping his weapon tightly, he instructs the others to be ready. "When I count to 3, we'll split and run," he says in a low voice, his tone sharp with urgency. The air grows tense as the unseen creatures close in. They brace themselves. The chubby boy mutters 1 through trembling lips, while the girl takes a deep breath, murmuring 2 under her breath, preparing to sprint for her life when the signal comes. The boy shouts 3, and the group bursts into action, sprinting in different directions through the dark forest. Panic fills the air as the ground shakes beneath their feet. But before they can escape, enormous serpents emerge from the shadows, their mouths glowing with fiery energy. Each one launches a blazing orb toward the fleeing students, trapping them in a deadly crossfire. The explosions tear through the trees, lighting up the night sky in a storm of fire and debris. The forest burns bright, and the terrifying roars of the serpents echo far into the distance. From afar, a mysterious hooded figure watches silently, his eyes glowing through the darkness. A giant serpent coils beside him, waiting. He says nothing, but his calm gaze makes it clear this was only the beginning. The next day, the boy launched into the skies once again. His crimson wings spread wide, slicing through the clouds as he soared upward. Determination filled his eyes this time. He wasn't just flying, he was pushing his limits. The wind roared past him, carrying away every trace of hesitation. Far ahead stood his destination, the Sky God Peak. Its sharp summit pierced the heavens like a divine spear. Without slowing down, he ascended higher, the sunlight glinting off his wings as he approached the towering mountain. Each flap carried him closer to the peak, where few dared to go. But just as he gained altitude, a sudden pressure filled the air. Another figure appeared, a man with the same red wings. The boy's instincts screamed danger. The stranger blocked his path midair, radiating an intense aura that forced him to stop. Shock flashed across his face as their eyes met, tension thickening between them. A powerful shockwave erupted as their wings clashed in the sky. The force sent both of them spiraling backward, barely maintaining balance. The boy steadied himself, his wings trembling from the impact, while the wind howled between them. It was clear this wasn't just a random encounter. A new challenge had begun. After stabilizing himself midair, the boy extended his hand forward, channeling energy through his arm. Sparks of light gathered around his fingers, pulsing with controlled power. His focus sharpened, he was preparing to test the invisible force that had stopped his flight. He descended rapidly, landing hard on the ground below. Dust and leaves scattered with the impact as his wings folded back. His gaze immediately lifted toward the mountain peak towering above, his mind racing to understand what just happened. As he approached the base, he finally sensed a faint shimmer in the air surrounding the mountain. He reached out, and a ripple of energy spread through the barrier, confirming his suspicion. "A barrier?" he muttered, puzzled by its divine aura. A soft voice echoed behind him, smooth yet filled with authority. The horned woman appeared beside him, her presence both alluring and intimidating. She explained calmly that this wasn't an ordinary obstacle. It was a divine ward left by a god long ago, meant to block entry. He looked at her in surprise, realizing this challenge was far greater than he expected. Startled, the boy jumped back as the horned woman suddenly emerged beside him. Her sudden appearance made him flinch as he demanded to know why she popped out without warning. The woman simply smirked, brushing her hair aside with casual grace. She told him she appears whenever she pleases, her tone playful yet confident. A contract, she said, couldn't possibly limit her freedom. Still confused, the boy glanced back at the barrier shimmering ahead. He recalled her earlier words about a divine ward and realized what that meant. He couldn't fly through it. The realization left him both frustrated and curious. Looking thoughtful, he turned to her and asked what exactly a god was. Were they similar to the ancient deities once worshipped by mortals? His question hung in the air as the wind rustled the leaves around them, a quiet moment before the truth would unfold. Hearing his question, the horned woman looked toward the sky, her eyes glowing faintly. She explained that the so-called gods were not divine beings at all, just powerful entities who had stolen the essence of natural laws to elevate themselves above others. Her tone grew distant as she continued, admitting that even she didn't fully understand where the ancient gods truly originated from. The mystery of their birth was something hidden beyond her knowledge. The boy's curiosity deepened. He turned to her and asked about her own strength, how powerful she was compared to those higher beings. Her lips curved into a confident smile as dark flames rose behind her. She revealed that in her prime, she had surpassed even the 6th advancement, a level where killing gods was effortless. But she also admitted that her old injuries had weakened her, leaving her unable to unleash her full power. Even so, she warned the boy that if not for her condition, he wouldn't have lasted a second against her true form. Hearing her confident claim, the boy couldn't help but smirk. He thought back to the time when he had first challenged her back then. She hadn't even used 1% of her true strength, yet he barely managed to hold his ground. Remembering that moment made him realize just how terrifying her full power must have been. Curious, he asked whether all dragons had the potential to reach her level someday, as he imagined his own dragon companions evolving into powerful beings like her. An ambitious thought crossed his mind. If that were possible, he'd become unstoppable. But before he could get lost in his fantasy, she snapped him back to reality with a stern look. She reminded him that a dragon's growth wasn't that simple. It was a long and grueling process, one that demanded both patience and strength. She then explained that for his dragon pets to reach the level of a dragon king, they'd first need to match the power of a human at the 6th advancement. Only then could they be considered true god slayers. Her words left him in awe, realizing how far he and his companions still had to go. The boy sighed with a faint smile, realizing just how far he still had to go. Despite all his progress, he knew the gap between him and beings like her was enormous. "Looks like I've still got a long way to go," he admitted quietly. The horned woman glanced back at him, amused. She teased him for wasting time daydreaming and told him to focus on his surroundings instead. Her tone was light, but her eyes carried a subtle warning this place wasn't as peaceful as it looked. As they walked deeper into the forest path, she mentioned that this mountain trail was dangerous. Many who entered never returned, as if the mountain itself swallowed them whole. Her words sent a chill down his spine, but he followed without hesitation. While leading the way, she reminded him once more about the divine ruins, the sacred place where equipment crafted from divine bones could be used. Her wings spread slightly as she moved ahead, the golden light filtering through the trees, marking the beginning of their next journey. As they continued deeper into the glowing forest, the horned woman turned to him with curiosity. She asked why he didn't take the opportunity to level up within the secret realm before coming here to seek the bladed armor dragon king's egg. The boy smiled faintly, his confidence showing through. He explained that his real purpose was to let the bladed armor dragon hatchling absorb the spiritual energy of the secret realm first. That way, it could evolve and grow stronger much faster than usual. Hearing his answer, she let out a soft laugh and called him a calculating little man. Though her tone was teasing, her eyes gleamed with a mix of amusement and admiration for his clever thinking. But before their conversation could continue, a surge of blue light streaked through the air. Several energy trails shot past them at blinding speed, signaling that something powerful was fast approaching. Before either of them could react, the ground trembled beneath their feet. The boy's instincts kicked in immediately. his eyes narrowing as he sensed multiple energy signatures surrounding them. The horned woman glanced sharply in the same direction something was coming. In an instant, blue light erupted from the forest floor. Energy surged upward as both the boy and the woman prepared for combat, their auras flaring. The air crackled with power as the light solidified into armored shapes. A deep, mechanical voice echoed through the woods, declaring them trespassers in a forbidden land. The booming tone carried divine authority, warning that no one was permitted to defile this sacred place. Moments later, several massive figures emerged the Crystal Rock clan, glowing with radiant blue energy. Each one wielded a stone spear, their presence heavy and unyielding. The leader, identified as a level 95 believer, radiated immense power as the ground shook with every step it took. The horned woman glanced toward the glowing figures ahead and smirked. She offered to handle the enemies herself, suggesting they count it as their second deal. Her tone was playful, yet her aura hinted that she meant every word. But the boy shook his head with a confident smile. He told her there was no need for her to intervene using her strength. Here would be like smashing a nut with a sledgehammer. He added that she should save her power for the real challenge ahead, the bladed armor Dragon King. Amused by his response, the woman chuckled softly. Her sharp gaze softened as she tilted her head and agreed to let him handle it. Leaning back against a tree with a teasing grin, she gestured dramatically toward the enemies and told him to begin his performance. Her voice carried a mocking edge as she called him the mighty dragon slayer, clearly curious to see what he'd do next. The boy clenched his fists, a faint smirk forming on his lips. "Fine by me," he muttered, his aura beginning to surge. This was the perfect chance to test out his new ability, one he hadn't used in real combat yet. A powerful wave of energy burst from his body as dark smoke intertwined with blue light. He activated his latest skill, Shadow Dragon King Aura. His presence shifted instantly, filled with the essence of the Shadow Dragon King's power, increasing his speed and strength dramatically. In a flash, he dashed forward, closing the distance between himself and the towering golems. The ground cracked beneath his feet as he launched his attack, eager to test how effective his third advancement truly was. The Crystal Rock warriors responded immediately, their massive arms glowing as they charged energy through their stone bodies. The forest shook as the clash between shadow and crystal power began a battle that would decide whether his new ability was worthy of the Dragon King's name. The boy charged straight into the battlefield, his Shadow Dragon King aura radiating waves of power. The Crystal Rock warriors launched volleys of blue energy spears, shaking the forest as they rained down like a storm. He dodged effortlessly, weaving through the barrage with incredible speed. Every motion of his body left trails of shadowy light, showing his complete mastery of movement. The air itself trembled under the intensity of his strikes. One of the giant rock golems stepped forward, its crimson eyes glowing brighter as it gathered energy for a devastating attack. Its stone fists cracked the ground beneath it, signaling its intent to crush him in one blow. But the boy didn't flinch. His sword ignited with dragon energy as he raised it high, roaring the name of his technique, breaking the sky. The blade tore through the air, releasing a powerful slash infused with dragon aura that collided head-on with the enemy's attack, shaking the entire battlefield. The blast from his strike shattered the nearest golem, sending fragments of glowing blue crystal scattering across the ground. The remaining ones staggered but quickly regained their stance, their red eyes burning with hostility. He exhaled slowly, lowering his sword as energy rippled around him. A small grin appeared on his face. "This Dragon Tamer aura is pretty damn useful," he muttered, admiring the seamless power coursing through his veins. However, more of the Crystal Rock warriors began to close in, forming a tight circle around him. Their synchronized movement and heavy footsteps made the earth tremble. They weren't going down easily. Undeterred, the boy shifted his stance. His aura flared again, and multiple afterimages of himself appeared, each one preparing for an attack from a different direction. The forest was filled with streaks of shadow and light as he launched his next barrage. The boy's afterimages struck in perfect synchronization, their blades cutting through the golems like flashes of light. Each swing shattered another crystal body, filling the forest with a chorus of breaking stone and glowing fragments. As the dust settled, he stood in silence, his breathing steady. The shadow dragon energy slowly faded from his body, leaving faint ripples of blue light swirling around him. His eyes stayed sharp, scanning the wreckage for any remaining threats. When the final crystal fell apart, he lowered his sword, exhaling softly. The dragon aura still coiled faintly around his arms, proof of the overwhelming power he now controlled. Even the horned woman watching from afar couldn't hide her smirk. The boy had grown far stronger than before. The dragon woman looks at him with a smile, surprised that he could actually use the Shadow Dragon clan's signature skill. She calls him the little dragon tamer who always manages to surprise her. He responds calmly, saying that the more he uses this power, the more he realizes how incredible the strength of the dragon race truly is, something far beyond what humans can comprehend. Being able to channel the Dragon King's power so freely makes all his past efforts worthwhile. The dragon woman mentions that clearing out the remaining believers on the path will be his task, calling him the Dragon Kid. She then flies off gracefully, leaving him to handle it alone. Moments later, the scene shifts abruptly. The man looks around in confusion, realizing that just a moment ago, they were in the forest, but now everything has changed. The young tamer stands frozen in shock, surrounded by snow and ice. Moments ago, he was deep in the forest, but now everything around him has turned into a freezing wasteland. He looks around, confused about how the scenery changed so suddenly. The dragon woman lands beside him, her wings spreading wide as the cold wind howls around them. She looks ahead sharply, sensing something unusual in the distance. The young man wonders if this strange shift could be the result of another magical restriction at work. Her expression turns amused, a faint smile forming on her lips. She can already tell that something interesting is about to happen, something that will likely test them both. Suddenly, the wind picks up strength, sharp and biting. The young man shields his face with his arm as the storm grows harsher. He can feel the energy in the air changing, the cold carrying a sense of danger that wasn't there before. The young tamer narrows his eyes as a blinding light flashes across the snowy plain. Before he can react, a massive shadow looms over him. He looks up and his expression tightens. A towering beast covered in thick white fur stands before him, its icy blue eyes glowing with rage. Without hesitation, the creature swings its massive arm down, shaking the frozen ground. The young man leaps back, summoning a blazing aura that wraps around his sword. The contrast between his fiery energy and the freezing air crackles with intensity. He charges forward, his blade igniting in brilliant flames as he meets the monster's attack head-on. The impact explodes with heat and light, melting the snow around them. In one swift motion, his flaming strike cuts through the beast, sending sparks and ice scattering into the storm. As the roar fades, the air falls silent again. Only the sound of the howling wind remains, swirling around his still burning sword. The young tamer steadies his stance, his fiery blade still glowing as the dragon woman descends beside him. Flames swirl around them, melting the snow beneath their feet. He realizes that what he thought was a sudden shift in the environment was actually something much deeper, a trap set by the beasts of this frozen land. Moments later, multiple massive creatures emerge from the mist, each covered in thick white fur and glaring with cold hostility. He quickly understands that the first monster wasn't alone, it was only the beginning. The dragon woman calmly observes the situation. She explains that this entire region is bound by ice restrictions, granting every creature a layer of solid ice armor that's nearly impossible to pierce. She glances at his sword and remarks that even with his strength, ordinary blades won't be able to cut through such defenses. The young tamer's eyes narrow. Instead of hesitation, determination flashes across his face. He tightens his grip and channels more energy into his weapon. The flames surrounding his sword erupt even brighter, refusing to be suppressed by the freezing storm. He knows ordinary power won't work here, only the true strength of the Dragon King's flame can break through this icy armor. As the icy wind howls across the frozen field, the dragon woman watches closely while the young tamer adjusts his stance. She explains that ordinary weapons won't work against creatures protected by ice armor, but if a blade is infused with lava flames, things might be different. Hearing this, the young man smirks confidently. He lifts his sword, now burning brighter than before, and flames spiral around him like a storm of molten energy. The ground cracks beneath his feet as he channels the power of the Dragon King once more. He declares that his weapon has been fully updated, its energy stronger and more refined than ever. With that, he lunges forward, his body wrapped in fiery light as his blade erupts with intense heat. The attack unleashes a massive surge of dragon energy, transforming the flames into the shape of a roaring dragon. It slams into the enemies with unstoppable force, melting their ice armor in an instant. The beasts cry out in agony as the fiery explosion engulfs them, turning the battlefield into a blazing inferno. After the fierce battle, the snowy storm fades, and the scenery slowly shifts back to the peaceful forest. The young tamer lowers his weapon, flames still flickering faintly around him. He realizes that to face monsters of different attributes, he must balance his control over opposing dragon auras. A confident smile forms on his face as he experiments with both energies at once. The result surprises even him. The effect is far more powerful than expected. His aura pulses with a mix of fire and shadow, merging perfectly without conflict. The dragon woman watches silently, her expression filled with quiet admiration. She notes that his understanding of dragon magic runs far deeper than she imagined. For a human, his growth has already reached a level close to the dragons themselves. Looking ahead, she remarks that the surrounding environment has stabilized once again. With a calm tone, she tells him to keep moving forward. The two continue walking through the tranquil forest, their path now clear, but both aware that even greater challenges lie beyond. As they continued their journey, the young tamer and the dragon woman encountered countless strange believers of Mount Kailash. Each carried unique powers and bizarre traits, but none could truly challenge them. With his mastery over dragon-taming aura, the young tamer no longer needed to summon his dragon companions. He could easily adapt to every situation, reading each creature's attribute and countering them with precision. Along the way, he faced many fierce beasts, yet not a single one matched the strength of a true boss-level opponent. It became clear that something was limiting the potential of the creatures in this land. The dragon woman explained that the local gods were likely suppressing their followers' growth, afraid they might one day rebel. Her words made sense as the young man noticed a strange pattern in the balance of power around them. To overcome these limitations, he began infusing thunder energy into his dragon aura. Blue lightning surged through his body as he unleashed devastating attacks, striking with precision and force. Together, they advanced through the mysterious realm, cutting down enemies with fiery flames and blazing thunder growing stronger with every battle that followed. After countless battles, their journey finally brought them closer to the truth of this divine land. The young tamer realized that the so-called gods who ruled these mountains were no different from humans, selfish, vain, and blinded by their own pride. 3 days later, they reached the peak of Heavenly God Mountain. The sky above was dark and heavy, filled with thunderous energy as if the heavens themselves were watching. The dragon woman landed gracefully beside him, her wings folding as she gazed at the enormous structure ahead. Towering chains bound a colossal palace suspended between clouds and stone. Its ancient walls radiated divine power, yet something about it felt abandoned. The young man looked up, astonished by the sight. He muttered to himself, wondering if this grand palace was truly left behind by the gods of Heavenly God Peak. The air grew still, a sign that their long journey was finally reaching its climax. The young Tamer stood at the mountain's summit, still staring at the divine palace when the dragon woman suddenly laughed, breaking the silence. When he asked if this was truly the legendary Blade Armor Dragon King, she replied with confidence that it was indeed what he had been seeking. His eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't hide his frustration. The mighty name, Blade Armor Dragon King, didn't seem to match the image before him. The dragon woman smirked at his reaction, clearly amused by his lack of understanding. Calmly, she explained that there were more than 30 types of dragons in existence, each possessing different strengths. Not all of them relied on brute force or physical combat. Some dragons specialized in unique forms of magic and energy control far beyond what humans could grasp. Seeing his expression still filled with doubt, she teased him lightly, telling him not to act like he'd never seen the world before. Her tone was firm yet playful, reminding him that even the weakest-looking dragon could hold unimaginable power. The young Tamer studies the massive structure before him, trying to make sense of what he's seen. He recalls that even Xiaojai's dragon form was composed entirely of liquid, flexible, and formless. If that's possible, then the idea of a Dragon King taking the form of a mountain of blades suddenly doesn't seem so far-fetched. Curious, he channels a bit of flame through his sword and asks about its current state, whether this so-called Blade Armor Dragon King is awake or asleep. The dragon woman closes her eyes briefly, sensing the aura ahead. She explains that the creature is currently in a defensive stance. Even if someone were far stronger, it would be nearly impossible to peer through its protective barrier and uncover its true form. The young man looks at her with surprise, repeating her words as if trying to fully grasp their meaning. A defensive stance, something so powerful that even the strongest beings can't see through it. The realization only deepens his respect for the mysterious Dragon King that lies ahead. The dragon woman continues her explanation, revealing that the creature's current state not only shields it from all external attacks, but also accelerates its recovery from injuries. Its defensive stance is nearly perfect, a living fortress that rejects everything from the outside world. The young Tamer scratches his head, realizing how difficult it would be to break through such protection. He asks if there's really nothing they can do about it. But the dragon woman smirks confidently, saying that's not the case. She explains that she once formed an alliance with the Poison Dragon King of the Underworld, a being whose nature allows it to counter such iron-like defenses. Its poison can infiltrate barriers that ordinary power cannot touch. Hearing this, the young man's eyes widen with realization. He turns toward his small companion, Xiaojai, and asks if that means his own dragon could handle this task. The thought brings a spark of hope, hinting at a new strategy to face the Blade Armor Dragon King. The dragon woman glances toward the sealed dragon ahead, explaining that while the creature is powerful, it's also severely injured and still in its infancy. Its strength hasn't fully matured, leaving it vulnerable at least for now. She crosses her arms with a confident smile, reminding him not to forget how much her own recovery has improved inside his pet space. With that advantage, she's more than ready to lend her strength again. Turning toward him, she declares that today, she can do more than just help him obtain dragon eggs. There's even a chance she might devour the entire thing herself. Her tone carries both pride and a dangerous sense of amusement, making the young Tamer tense for a moment. Before he can respond, a surge of magical energy fills the air. Complex symbols form beneath their feet as a summoning circle ignites in blinding light. Something begins to awaken, and both of them realize the real battle is about to begin. As the summoning circle flares to life, the young Tamer suddenly senses a massive surge of power from within the mountain. His expression changes instantly, the energy feels ancient and violent. He steps back in alarm, shouting that the Blade Armor Dragon King might be awakening. But the dragon woman quickly corrects him. Her eyes narrow as she senses the aura more clearly, realizing that this isn't the Blade Armor Dragon King's magic at all. The energy radiating from below feels entirely different, darker and more chaotic. Moments later, the ground trembles violently. Chains shatter as enormous shadows rise from beneath the snow. One by one, multiple monstrous heads emerge from the mist, their eyes glowing crimson with fury. A deafening roar echoes across the peak as a gigantic hydra-like dragon bursts free from its seal, towering over the mountain. Its presence alone distorts the air around it, and the young tamer realizes they've awakened something far worse than they expected. Before the young tamer and the dragon woman can react to the chaos, a shadowy figure appears from the storm, cloaked in darkness, with a single crimson eye glowing beneath the hood. The stranger observes the awakening beast in silence. A massive serpent emerges, its glowing eyes scanning the area. Even the summoned beast beside it fails to identify this creature's origin, suggesting it's far from ordinary. The mysterious figure atop the serpent smirks, thanking the dragon tamer for unknowingly helping him locate this rare monster. As the blue-haired protagonist confronts him, a demon-like woman appears at his side, intrigued by the term shikigami. The boy demands to know who the intruder is. Hovering above with confidence, the stranger introduces himself, claiming he's known only among the elite of the Sakura people. He reveals his powerful shikigami, Yamada no Orachi, a multi-headed serpent rivaling the dragon itself. The mysterious man finally reveals his name, Yin Mozi, the master of the massive serpent. His aura radiates confidence as he declares himself the controller of the deadly beast. Lu Fan stands firm, realizing this man has been watching him for a while. Yin Mozi admits he saw his performance in the national trial, calling him stronger than Musashi Ten and worthy of the top rank. Unbothered by exposure, Yin Mozi mocks the idea of threats, claiming that even if level 100 masters appear, he would eliminate them all without hesitation. His arrogance fills the air like poison. Standing atop his multi-headed serpent, Yin Mozi gazes at the majestic blade armor Dragon King below. He acknowledges Lu Fan's power, saying that following someone like him was indeed worth the effort. Lu Fan warns that awakening such power carelessly will only lead to death. His tone remains calm, yet his words carry the weight of experience. Yin Mozi responds with a sinister laugh, admitting that the young man is right. His confidence fades for a moment as he acknowledges Lu Fan's cautious approach. He admits that Lu Fan's strength surprised him climbing the mountain with ease and commanding a beautiful, powerful dragon. Even so, he confesses that his earlier actions were reckless. But the tension doesn't last. Yin Mozi quickly changes his tone, stating that this isn't the time for compliments. He proposes a deal, suggesting that both sides might gain something from cooperation. Yin Mozi admits that after witnessing Lu Fan's power on the mountain, he knows he's no match for him. Instead of fighting, he offers friendship, promising fame, wealth, and influence in Sakura country. He proposes that Lu Fan hand over the blade armor Dragon King in exchange for this alliance, claiming it would make them powerful partners. Lu Fan raises an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. His companion, standing beside him, seems equally skeptical of Yin Mozi's so-called offer. With a smirk, Lu Fan remarks that making friends sounds more like an attempt to recruit followers. His words instantly wipe the smile off Yin Mozi's face as tension fills the air once again. Lu Fan glares at Yin Mozi, his expression sharp. He mocks the idea of handing over the Dragon King, demanding to know who Yin Mozi thinks he is. The older man's smile fades, his face hardening. He mutters that Lu Fan is just an arrogant and conceited child who doesn't understand his place. Standing tall atop his massive serpent, Yin Mozi reminds him that the battle isn't over yet, and that Lu Fan is still trapped under his control. But as his words echo, a sudden burst of power cracks through the barrier surrounding Lu Fan, hinting that the young tamer might not be as cornered as Yin Mozi believes. Lu Fan breaks free from the glowing formation surrounding him, smiling as he reminds Yin Mozi that the trap meant to imprison him no longer works. His companion teases that it's a shame he tried so hard. Yin Mozi shouts in frustration, claiming that even if he can't defeat Lu Fan, He's confident he can still escape safely with the Blade Armor Dragon King. But Lu Fan stays composed, summoning his power as lightning sparks around him. He tells his companion to stay back. He doesn't want to waste his contracts on someone like Yin Mozi. Seeing that the situation is under control, his companion stretches lazily and decides there's nothing more worth watching. With a smirk, she turns away, saying she'll go take a rest. As Lu Fan's dragon companion leaves, Yin Mozi's eyes gleam with a sinister grin. Seeing an opening, he calls it the perfect chance to strike. Standing atop his monstrous serpent, Yin Mozi releases a surge of deadly purple mist, claiming he tried to avoid conflict, but Lu Fan's defiance left him no choice. Lu Fan charges forward, unfazed. He mocks Yin Mozi for trying to steal from others while barely able to stand from his own sickness. His dragon roars beside him, tearing through the venomous fog. Watching in disbelief, Yin Mozi realizes something shocking. Lu Fan is completely immune to the serpent's poison, leaving him speechless. Lu Fan raises his arm, commanding his dragons to synchronize. Xiao Fei merges with him while Xiao Zuo and Xiao Yu switch to a radiant star aura, surrounding him in emerald light. The power surges through his body, increasing his strength and clearing all negative effects. Determined, Lu Fan challenges Yin Mozi to see if he can withstand what's coming. Shocked by the sudden rise in energy, Yin Mozi panics and orders Yamada no Orochi to act quickly before it's too late. The serpent roars as dark energy gathers. But Lu Fan's aura cuts through the darkness like lightning. The sky splits open as his attack strikes, triggering the dragon-riding skill Star Dragon, overwhelming the serpent in a single devastating blow. Yin Mozi stares in disbelief as his mighty Shikigami begins to collapse under the force of Lu Fan's attack. The overwhelming energy leaves him stunned. Realizing the situation has turned against him, he panics and shouts for a retreat before it's too late. His expression twists with fear as cracks spread through the summoning barrier. Lu Fan charges forward, his dragon roaring beside him. He refuses to let the enemy escape, declaring that the dragon belongs to him alone. Yin Mozi, desperate and furious, screams back that since the beast appeared in the land of Sakura, it rightfully belongs to them. Their clash of power and pride shakes the skies once more. In desperation, Yin Mozi calls upon his final power, commanding Yamada no Orochi to aid him one last time. His eyes glow intensely as he activates his ultimate spell, Poseidon Cleansing. Massive energy surges through the serpent as countless orbs swirl around them, releasing a torrent of destructive force. The battlefield trembles under the pressure of the summon technique. Despite the chaotic energy, Lu Fan stands unfazed, observing every move with calm precision. The sea of power crashes against him but fails to break his focus. With a confident smile, Lu Fan remarks that Yin Mozi has nothing left, mocking that aside from Orochi, he doesn't seem to have any other Shikigami to rely on. Enraged by Lu Fan's confidence, Yin Mozi shouts that he'll make him regret underestimating him. Channeling his fury, he summons Yamada no Orochi once more, now fueled by resentment. The serpent's body twists violently as a dark core forms in Yin Mozi's hand. He releases it toward Lu Fan, merging the spirit of hatred with his Shikigami. The fusion completes as the energy surges. The system registers Poseidon Cleansing summoning complete, and the battlefield erupts in a blinding flash. Seeing the transformation succeed, Yin Mozi smirks with satisfaction, muttering that his plan worked exactly as intended. Lu Fan's power surges once more as the cooldown on his ultimate skill ends. The emerald dragon coils around him, radiating divine energy that pierces the storming sky. He mutters that reaching the 100th level god tier still requires time, but for now, his strength is more than enough to end this fight. Channeling his full force, Lu Fan launches his attack, shouting that all of Yin Mozi's efforts will be in vain. A blinding explosion of blue light engulfs the battlefield. The impact strikes Yamada no Orochi directly, freezing its monstrous form mid-roar as its body begins to crumble under the overwhelming energy. The battle ends with a blinding surge of energy as the massive serpent is engulfed and shattered by Lu Fan's final attack. The echo of the impact fades into silence. Lu Fan exhales, his expression calm but firm. He acknowledges the outcome with a quiet scoff, watching the dissipating remnants of his opponent's power. Standing beside his dragon, Lu Fan notes that Yin Mozi managed to escape faster than expected, proof of the man's cunning even in defeat. Far away, a heavily injured Yin Mozi coughs up blood. With regret in his voice, he apologizes to his unseen teacher, admitting his failure. Dark smoke swirled violently as glowing eyes emerged from within. The creature scoffed at the idea that a mere level 61 foreigner could have slain Yamada no Orochi. Even Susanoo, once thought invincible, now seemed fragile as paper. Ignoring the confusion, the figure in the smoke dismissed the chatter, saying he had no time for pointless talk. Nearby, a wounded man dropped to his knees, insisting every word he spoke was true. Desperation filled his voice as he begged his master to avenge him and Yamada no Orochi. The older man's eyes widened in shock as realization struck his foe was none other than Lu Fan, the top-ranked fighter of the national trial. The shadowy figure's eyes gleamed coldly as he processed the shocking truth: Lu Fan had killed Musashi Ten. Confusion turned to disbelief as he demanded every detail of what had happened. The injured man begged desperately, assuring that his master, a rank 5 powerhouse, could easily tear Lu Fan apart. But the dark figure, known as Teacher Yin Tianzi, remained composed. After hearing the report, he admitted that if Lu Fan's strength was truly on par with his own, then defeat was inevitable. The name echoed through the chaos. Yin Tianzi, a master feared even among the strongest. The disciple quickly explained that Lu Fan was a level 61 dragon tamer paladin with multiple dragon pets obtained from the national trial. He urged his teacher to capture Lu Fan, believing it would reveal the secret behind his dragon powers. Excited, he added that once his teacher learned this, he could surpass every other 5th-rank master with ease. Yin Tianzi's glowing eyes narrowed as he calmly asked if a tracking mark had been left on Lu Fan. The disciple smirked confidently, assuring him that as long as he tried to summon Yamada no Orochi, he could easily sense Lu Fan's location. Yin Tianzi's eyes glowed through the dark mist as he warned his disciple not to act recklessly against Lu Fan. The matter, he said, needed to be handled carefully. Grateful, the disciple bowed deeply in thanks but hesitated before speaking again. Without Yamada no Orochi, he confessed, he had no powerful Shikigami left. Hoping for pity, he timidly asked if his teacher could grant him another. The moment he spoke, Yin Tianzi's aura exploded in rage. He shouted at his disciple, calling him disgraceful and foolish for making such a request. Terrified, the disciple fell back, apologizing repeatedly and promising never to ask again as the dark figure's furious gaze pierced through him. The dark figure glared at his disciple, telling him to stop wandering around aimlessly and embarrassing himself. With a final warning, he ordered him to return quickly to Tianyan Palace. The shadow's presence faded, leaving the ground cracked and silent. Bowing low, the disciple acknowledged the command and clenched his fist in determination. He picked up a black stone, his eyes burning with hatred. Gritting his teeth, he muttered for Lu Fan to wait, his revenge would come soon. Standing tall against the fading sunset, he vowed coldly that a gentleman's revenge is never too late. At the same time, on the golden peak of Tianshan, the battle for the dragon egg was about to begin. Lu Fan stood ready with his companions, facing the towering fortress ahead. He turned toward the red-horned demon woman and asked if they could start. She smiled faintly, teasing him for being impatient. The demon-devouring Dragon King warned that if she hadn't restrained her power, he wouldn't even stand a chance of claiming the dragon egg. But Lu Fan wasn't intimidated. After equipping the God-Bone Dragon King armor, his strength had surpassed 1,000,000. He wondered aloud, was it still impossible to defeat the Blade Armor Dragon King? The demon-devouring Dragon King laughed mockingly, calling Lu Fan a cute little dragon tamer and warning that this was only the beginning. Lu Fan stayed calm, reminding her that his Bone Dragon King was a 1-star summon, while the Blade Armor Dragon King was nearly 4 stars. He advised her to stay back if she didn't want to risk her life. The Dragon Queen explained that once awakened, the enemy would immediately activate its defense. She told Lu Fan to summon all his dragons to protect him during the battle and to retreat once the egg was secured. Lu Fan clenched his fists, sensing her hesitation. With a faint smirk, he noted that even she didn't seem completely confident in defeating the creature. The Dragon Queen confirmed that both she and the Blade Armor Dragon King had exhausted their power in their last battle at the Falling Dragon Valley. She admitted she hadn't yet recovered to her full strength. If the Blade Armor Dragon King regained power before she did, none of them would stand a chance against it. Lu Fan listened quietly, understanding the gravity of her words. With a calm expression, he simply nodded and replied that he understood the situation clearly. Lu Fan summoned his dragons as glowing portals opened around him. The air grew tense as energy surged through the battlefield. He instructed his allies to feint an attack while he struck from behind. Once he secured the dragon egg, they would open a portal and retreat immediately. The demon-devouring Dragon King nodded, saying everything was ready. Together, they faced the massive fortress ahead. With determination in his eyes, Lu Fan raised his glowing hand and declared that it was time to wake the sleeping beast. Lu Fan's dragon companions took their positions, their energy swirling through the air as portals flickered with light. Each creature stood ready for battle, their eyes locked on the massive fortress ahead. The green dragon girl clutched her small companion tightly, silently praying for success. The atmosphere grew tense as power gathered around them. The demon-devouring Dragon King watched quietly, her red eyes narrowing in focus. Without hesitation, Lu Fan stepped forward and placed his glowing hand against the sealed gate, triggering a powerful surge of energy. The ground split apart as a powerful surge erupted from within the fortress. Lu Fan was caught off guard, his eyes widening in shock. He turned toward the others, shouting in confusion as the atmosphere shifted violently. "This doesn't match what we expected." The demon-devouring Dragon King stared at the awakening force, her expression tightening in disbelief. The energy radiating from it was far beyond what she had predicted. Her eyes widened as realization struck the Blade Armor Dragon King had awakened earlier than expected. A blinding light burst from within as the Blade Armor Dragon King roared back to life, its entire body radiating with restored power. It had returned to its peak form. Realizing the danger, Lu Fan quickly changed plans, ordering Xingqian to activate Star Shuttle and retreat immediately. The demon-devouring Dragon King's lips curved into an excited grin. Bursting into laughter, she launched herself toward the awakened beast. Thrilled by the chaos, she shouted that this battle reminded her of the Great War from long ago, her wings slicing through the sky as the clash began. With the battle erupting around them, the demon-devouring Dragon King turned toward Lu Fan, her voice echoing with challenge. She charged forward with blazing energy, shouting for the young dragon tamer to make his move. He pauses for a moment, glancing at the chaos unfolding before him. If he leaves now, it would be no different from handing the Blade Armor Dragon over to Yin Mozi. The thought makes him grit his teeth. A drop of sweat rolls down his face, but then a faint smirk appears. He's already made up his mind. Gathering his courage, he mutters that this time he won't back down. Power begins to surge from his hands, swirling around him like a raging storm. His energy flares, shaking the ground beneath his feet. He declares that regarding the Dragon King, he'll follow the plan and see it through. The air explodes with power as he steps forward. "Let's give it a try," he says, his aura bursting outward in a blinding flash. His allies respond instantly, Xiaoi, Abao, and Xingqian each preparing their ultimate attacks. The battlefield trembles as Xiaoi channels the star shatter. Abao focuses on Scourge of Heaven, and Xingqian ignites the lava blaze. Blue and crimson lights spiral through the sky, their combined energy forming a storm of magic and destruction. With everyone in sync and their powers reaching their peak, they prepare to strike together, ready to face whatever comes next. As the energy builds to its peak, she yells for everyone to take advantage of the opening. Her voice cuts through the chaos, and the entire team moves at once. Their combined power lights up the sky, blazing blue and crimson streaks crashing toward the enemy like falling stars. Everyone knows this is the decisive moment. Their success or failure depends entirely on this single strike. Without hesitation, they unleash everything they have. The air ripples under the force of their combined magic, shaking the ground and distorting the sky itself. The attacks collide with the massive Dragon King, each blow carving through the flames and scales. Roars echo as the beast struggles against the onslaught, but the team pushes harder, refusing to back down. Amid the explosion of light and smoke, the Dragon King's piercing blue eyes open wide. The creature remains silent, yet its gaze burns with power and awareness as if it's finally taking them seriously. Their combined attack tears through the sky, but something feels off. In the middle of the explosion, one of them suddenly notices a strange movement. The figure ahead doesn't react, it's almost too still. Then, in an instant, the expression on his face changes to shock. As the dust clears, he realizes the terrifying truth. The target they struck wasn't the Dragon King's real body at all, it was just a projection. The real one is still out there, watching them from the shadows. Confusion spreads across the group, but one of them narrows her eyes. She mutters that the blade armor Dragon King must be bluffing, unless he's already dead. Her tone carries doubt, but also a hint of unease. Moments later, a massive burst of energy erupts in the distance, revealing the Dragon King's true form, its scales glowing with blue light, radiating a power even greater than before. The battle they thought was over has only just begun. As the smoke clears, confusion spreads among the group. He looks around, puzzled, wondering why the Dragon King's main body isn't there. Before he can figure it out, she steps forward, her wings unfolding as she calmly explains the truth: the blade armor Dragon King is already dead. Her words leave him stunned. He repeats the word dead in disbelief, unable to accept it. But she continues, her tone steady and analytical. The defensive form they just fought was nothing more than an illusion, a lifeless echo left behind. She explains that the Dragon King must have sacrificed its recovery, burning away its own essence to maintain that illusion. It was a final act of defiance, holding on even after death. Judging by the remains, it's been gone for a long time. She gazes toward the horizon, her expression turning cold as fragments of steel drift in the air. This broken shell before them, this scrap of armor, is all that remains of the blade armor Dragon King. After uncovering the truth about the Dragon King's death, the tension slowly fades. He starts piecing everything together after the Great War. The blade armor Dragon King must have left the falling Dragon Valley and come here, sacrificing itself to protect something valuable. She listens silently, then agrees but notes something strange. With the Dragon King's strength, recovery should have been possible. There was no reason to destroy its own essence unless it had another purpose. He glances toward the remains and realizes the truth. It wasn't protecting itself, it was guarding something. Stepping forward, he decides to investigate personally. The air thickens as he moves closer to the massive remains, determined to uncover what's hidden inside. Moments later, his voice echoes through the mist. He's found it. Her expression shifts in surprise as the truth clicks into place. The Dragon King hadn't died in vain. It sacrificed everything to protect the dragon egg resting deep within its body. Inside the cave, he uncovers a glowing object. It's the blade armor dragon egg. As he examines it, a divine aura surrounds the area. Next to him, she notices two unfamiliar magatama radiating powerful light. When he inspects them closely, he realizes they contain divine energy far beyond mortal reach. She calmly explains that these are God's crystal core's rare artifacts formed only at the God level, attainable after reaching the seventh transformation. Such power can only be taken by defeating a god. It's then revealed that when the Blade Armor Dragon King came here, he encountered two gods, severely wounded and outmatched. The Dragon King fought to protect this egg with the last of his strength. She explains that in its final moments, the Blade Armor Dragon King used the last of its strength to create an illusion protecting its precious dragon eggs. Though it could have used the god crystals to heal itself, it chose to leave them behind for its offspring instead. Even after facing two Dragon Kings and two gods, the Dragon King managed to slay them and claim their cores. Yet, instead of restoring itself, it gave everything away, sacrificing its life for the next generation. As the energy flows into the dragon egg, he silently watches, realizing the depth of the creature's will. The Dragon King didn't just die, it made sure its legacy would live on. When she calls out to him, asking what he's thinking, he simply shakes his head and smiles faintly, lost in thought about the weight of that sacrifice. He looks down at the dragon egg, quietly admitting how deeply he respects the Blade Armor Dragon King's sacrifice. Its strength and devotion left a lasting impression on him. She steps closer, warning him not to let human emotions cloud his judgment. Her tone sharpens, reminding him that neither life nor death is something beings like them can choose. With her wings spread, she explains that in this world, survival belongs to the strong. To live, one must fight and devour. It's not cruelty, it's nature's unchanging law. Her words echo through the cave, leaving him silent. Even though her logic is cold, he can't deny the truth in it. The world runs on power, not pity. He glances toward her and brings up the dragon egg, wondering what she plans to do with it. Her expression sharpens slightly as she smirks, asking if he's afraid she'll break their contract and swallow it herself. A dark aura begins to swirl around her as she admits that his caution isn't misplaced. It's good to stay vigilant, especially around someone like her. She confesses she had considered taking the egg, but the Blade Armor Dragon King seemed to have anticipated that possibility long ago. Its power remains guarded, even after death. With a cold smile, she decides to let the egg absorb the divine crystal core on its own. Doing so will give it unmatched strength, though tainted by an aura not meant for dragons. Surrounded by dark energy, she remarks that the dragon egg he's holding carries a repulsive aura, but to her, it's worthless. She's only interested in pure dragon blood. He quickly realizes her true motive, accusing her of wanting to use him to steal the egg, only to devour it herself later. She doesn't deny it, only smirks. Still, he understands why the Blade Armor Dragon King made its final choice. It must have known that the demon-devouring Dragon King would never give up. Leaving the crystal core for the egg was its way of protecting the future. Smiling softly, he holds up the egg, ready to begin. Calling out to Xiaofei, he tells her to gather everyone. Their family is about to welcome a new dragon into the world. Gathered inside the cave, he looks around to confirm that everyone's ready except for Xingqian, who decides to wait outside, uninterested in the ritual. With the others standing behind him, he takes a deep breath, steadying his focus. Holding the egg firmly in his hands, he announces that it's time to begin. Energy flares from his body as he activates the dragon taming technique, a skill powerful enough to control dragon creatures. Golden light bursts from his palms, surrounding the egg in radiant waves. Everyone watches in awe as the egg begins to glow and pulse, its surface cracking with blue light. The divine power inside stirs, signaling the birth of something extraordinary. As the glowing egg pulses one final time, a burst of light fills the cave. Cracks spread across its surface until a small, silver-blue dragon finally breaks free. He stares in disbelief before his expression softens into a smile. It worked. The Blade Armor Dragon King's egg has hatched. Holding the hatchling carefully, he introduces it to the group. Meet the newest member, the cub of the Blade Armor Dragon King. Everyone gathers around in awe. The little dragon looks around curiously, letting out a soft growl. The others can't help but smile. This wasn't just a new life. It was the beginning of a new bond. The newly hatched dragon stands proudly, its small frame radiating confidence. The group watches carefully. Its expression seems serious, yet calm and composed. One of them laughs nervously, noting that the little creature doesn't look very approachable. But before anyone can react, it suddenly lets out a loud cry, startling everyone in the cave. The dragon flaps its wings and charges forward with playful energy, causing chaos around them. Despite the confusion, everyone can't help but smile at its spirit. As the noise settles, he looks at the baby dragon and sighs with a faint smile. "What?" he mutters, realizing this energetic hatchling might be more of a handful than he expected. After all the excitement, the little dragon quietly curls up on the ground beside the shattered pieces of its egg. Its playful energy fades, replaced by a soft, lonely expression. He watches in silence, realizing what's wrong. The young dragon isn't restless, it's grieving. Even without understanding words, its heart remembers the one who gave everything for it. A faint image of the majestic Blade Armor Dragon King appears in his mind, standing tall as if still watching over its child. He finally whispers, almost to himself, "So, it misses its mother." The cave falls silent, filled with a bittersweet calm that lingers in the air. The boy reflects that all his dragon pets were obtained through the system, meaning none of them have ever known their real parents. A red-haired demon girl stands with a fierce expression while the armored dragon roars beside her. He notes that the Blade Armored Dragon is different. Its mother died protecting it before it even hatched. A silver-haired girl closes her eyes, quietly acknowledging the dragon's tragic past. He realizes that the baby dragon must have sensed its mother's emotions even while still inside the egg. Looking at the sleeping creature, he decides to let it mourn a little longer. There's no need to rush their departure. As he relaxes, he suddenly remembers that he hasn't checked the Blade Armored Dragon's information yet. When he opens the system window, his eyes widen in shock. Something completely unexpected appears on the screen. He stares at the system window in disbelief, shocked by what he sees. Even though the dragon just hatched and is only level 1, it already has 3,000 points in every attribute, an unbelievable stat line. He realizes the crystal cores from the previous Dragon King not only saved its life, but also blessed it with immense power, granting the rare god aura skill. The dragon's core ability, Armor Bond, matches that of the Divine Bone Dragon King, allowing it to transform into equipment and transfer all its attributes and skills to him. With a confident smile, he notes that combining the Divine Bone Gauntlet with the Blade Armor chest piece gives him incredible power. He clenches his fist, confident that he can now completely overpower Ning Shuang in the Divine Ruins secret realm. Nearby, the red-haired demon girl yells at the dragons to calm down as they roar loudly, shaking the area. Smiling calmly, he suggests waiting for the Blade Armored Dragon to wake up before taking any further action. He looks at the sleeping dragon and decides to give it more time to grieve before moving on. A vision of 2 dragons appears, symbolizing the bond between the fallen mother and her child. He then realizes the Blade Dragon has no gender. The next morning arrives as he stretches and yawns after a long night of waiting. Smiling under the morning light, he feels a sense of relief after staying by the dragon's side all night. The Blade Dragon finally chooses to accompany him, signaling its trust and readiness to move forward. He recalls already knowing how strong it was from birth, but now witnesses that its power comes with one drawback. Despite its overwhelming strength, its movement is painfully slow, making it hard to keep up with the others. Patting the dragon's head, he gently suggests it switch to its blade armor form so he can equip it and continue their journey together. The blade dragon glows brightly as it activates its transformation skill, ready to merge with its master. Energy surges around him as the dragon's power fuses into his body, forming a sleek layer of radiant armor. A metallic chestplate takes shape, gleaming with the dragon's divine essence. Fully equipped with the blade armor, his stats skyrocket, his strength, agility, spirit, and endurance reaching extraordinary levels. He looks down at the glowing armor in awe, realizing it's the blade armor chest piece and that he's inherited all of the blade dragon's abilities. With a determined expression, he summons his power, ready to test the strength of his new form. He launches into the sky, wings spreading wide, as he prepares to unleash his first attack. Calling out blade armor sickle, he fires a sharp, hook-shaped energy slash that pierces through the air, demonstrating the immense power of his new skill. A powerful explosion shakes the battlefield as his companion unleashes a blast to clear the way. With his wings spread wide, he charges forward, breaking through the falling debris with unstoppable force. Shouting his next move, he activates blade within blade, focusing his energy into a deadly strike. Blades of energy burst forth, piercing through everything in range, each hit ignoring defenses and reflecting damage back at enemies, displaying the terrifying might of his new power. With excitement in his eyes, he realizes the blade armor offers everything: offense, defense, crowd control, and even damage reflection. It's a perfect balance of power and protection. He prepares to activate the final ability, raising his hands as divine light surrounds him. With a commanding voice, he calls out, "God Aura, light blade armor." Instantly, his armor radiates with holy energy, glowing brighter than ever. A surge of divine power floods his body, turning even his basic attacks into holy strikes. He marvels at the transformation, noting that his abilities now resemble those of Kin Kyu's sacred powers. Smiling confidently, he observes the continuous healing effect surrounding him. This divine mode not only boosts his strength, but also eliminates the blade dragon's weakness of only recovering outside battle, making him nearly unstoppable. With a sharp look, he commands the switch to dark blade armor. Immediately, the divine glow fades into a deep purple aura radiating pure shadow energy. Dark energy wraps around his body as his armor transforms, amplifying his strength and aggression. The god aura now pulses with overwhelming darkness. He can feel the immense surge of shadow power building within him. Every attack now stores and releases devastating damage. Combined with the divine bone dragon king's immense attributes, each strike delivers catastrophic force. Satisfied with the transformation, he grins confidently. Once he levels up the blade dragon, he'll be unstoppable, fully prepared to enter the divine ruin's secret realm with absolute peace of mind. With a confident smile, he looks back at his companions and tells them to prepare as he opens the territory gate. It's finally time to return home. Using the portal constructed by Morozov in the Tianfu Island territory, he activates the gate, causing a surge of bright energy to swirl open before him. Stepping through the glowing portal, he swiftly travels back to Zhanghai City, leaving the battlefield behind. As he arrives home, familiar faces greet him warmly, one of them smiling and announcing his return. Xiao Fan is back. His aunt hugs him tightly, relieved yet calmer than before. Over time, she's grown used to his constant travels and no longer cries or worries like she once did. She smiles and mentions that she bought plenty of groceries, suggesting they invite Xiao Q over for dinner. The woman beside her adds playfully that since today is Taozi's free meal day, she'll definitely come too. He nods with a gentle smile, saying he also has something important to share with everyone during the meal. Later that afternoon at Zhongshan Garden, the house fills with chatter as someone reacts in surprise. He's planning a hiking trip all the way to the western frontier. At Zhongshan Garden, everyone sits around a table filled with food, enjoying a calm meal together. Xiao Fan suddenly mentions that he's planning to use the teleportation scroll Miss Yi gave him for his next trip. His friends are quick to react, telling him there's no need to push himself so hard or take unnecessary risks. One of them reminds him that forcing himself when safer options exist could easily lead to accidents. The group suggests alternatives. He could simply take a plane or even ride one of his god bone clones. Another adds that the journey itself would be long and exhausting, taking at least a month or two to reach the western border. But Xiao Fan doesn't seem bothered by their concern. He calmly explains that he can no longer summon his fallen corpse golem because it has transformed into something even stronger, the God Bone Dragon King, a creature with incredibly high attributes. Everyone listens in silence as he continues. The reason, he explains, is that his fallen corpse holy dragon absorbed all the puppet corpses he once controlled, merging their power into one superior form. Despite losing his golem, he's gained something far greater. Then, with a confident smile, he adds that on his latest journey, he also managed to acquire a new set of blade ninjas, an achievement that pushed his stats all the way to 1 million. Hearing that, the entire table goes quiet for a moment before everyone reacts in shock. Their eyes widen, and even the usually composed ones can't hide their surprise. Xiao Fan simply takes a sip of his drink, assuring them once again that there's no need to worry about any accidents happening on his trip. Everyone is stunned when Xiao Fan reveals that his stats have reached millions of attributes. He explains that he originally planned to farm dungeons to level up his blade armor dragon, but since the opening of the Shangsu secret realm is still a month away, he decided to travel westward. Xiao Fan adds that his team gained more experience along the way, and by the time they reached the Western Territory, the blade armor dragon had leveled up too. One of them softly asks if he's leaving again soon, to which Xiao Fan confidently replies that they'll be departing tomorrow morning. Early in the morning, Xiao Fan bids farewell to his aunt and the others before setting out on his new journey. Heading westward, he travels across 14 regions alone, facing countless beasts along the way. Through each battle, he defeats powerful enemies, slaying rare elites and high-ranking bosses one after another. With every victory, his strength surges higher, his weapon blazes with energy as he continues to carve his path forward through the chaos. During his journey, Xiao Fan continues pushing through countless challenges and even enters a nightmare-level dungeon. Despite the danger, he faces monstrous creatures head-on, using precise attacks and powerful techniques to clear the area alone. With a calm and determined look, he acknowledges how convenient his growing strength has become in handling any threat. Meanwhile, his team eliminates other hunters who tried to steal valuable materials, ensuring no one dares to challenge them again. After countless battles, everyone's levels rise significantly as their strength reaches new heights. Xiao Fan's summons, including the little blade armor dragon, evolve further, each achieving impressive growth alongside him. Time passes quickly, and after a month of non-stop travel, he finally arrives at the western border. Standing at the edge, Xiao Fan gazes into the distance, a faint smile forming as he finally sees his destination ahead. With everyone's strength reaching new levels, Xiao Fan realizes there's only a short time left before the opening of the Shangsu's secret realm. The countdown begins. Just 10 days remain before it unlocks, marking the start of a new challenge. Determined, Xiao Fan spreads his dragon wings and declares it's time to return. But as he prepares to leave, something unexpected catches his attention in the sky, leaving him momentarily stunned. As Xiao Fan scans the sky, a massive golden feathered rock descends, a top-tier beast known only in the western borderlands. He quickly realizes how valuable it is, knowing even its feathers and bones are made of rare materials. Activating his black armor possession, Xiao Fan prepares for battle, his energy surging as chains of power lash forward. With fierce determination, he charges toward the rock, planning to capture it and gift it to his senior as a token of gratitude. Xiao Fan launches his chains forward, locking onto the golden rock with lightning speed. With immense force, he pulls himself toward the beast, his wings slicing through the air. The chains tighten as he closes in, ready to strike and subdue the powerful creature. In a flash, he dives from above, aiming to capture the rock in one decisive move. With determination in his eyes, Xiao Fan pulls his chains tight, refusing to let the golden rock escape. He dives toward the beast, striking with precision as the chains wrap around its wings. The powerful creature thrashes wildly, but Xiao Fan holds firm, forcing it down with sheer strength. As the rock roars in pain, Xiao Fan smirks confidently. Victory is already within his grasp. Xiao Fan tightens his chains, warning the beast to behave if it doesn't want to die. The golden rock glares fiercely, but under his control, it gradually submits. Seeing the mighty creature calm down, Xiao Fan smirks in satisfaction. He releases his grip and looks ahead, pleased with his new companion, calling it quite a decent mount. Riding on the golden rock's back, Xiao Fan feels confident they'll arrive at their destination on time. But suddenly, a strange light surrounds them, and his instincts flare something isn't right. He looks around sharply, realizing too late that it's an ambush. Before he can react, a powerful net drops from above as unknown enemies shout to capture the beast. The golden rock is suddenly trapped inside a powerful energy net, struggling to break free. A group of hunters appears below, shouting orders to restrain the beast before it escapes. Seeing their ambush, Xiao Fan's expression hardens as he channels his power into his gauntlet. In a flash, he dives down at full speed, striking toward the trapped rock and the hunters below. The hunters tighten the net around the golden rock, slamming it hard into the ground. Cheering erupts as they celebrate, believing they've finally captured the powerful beast. But their victory is short-lived. A surge of icy energy explodes from above, scattering them instantly. The ground cracks beneath them as panic sets in, leaving the hunters shouting in confusion. Amid the dust and debris, Xiao Fan lands firmly beside the trapped golden rock, his presence commanding silence. The hunters watch in shock, assuming he's just another materials hunter who got caught in the chaos. Thinking he's no one important, one of them orders his men to kill him and take the beast for themselves. Xiao Fan glances up coldly, remarking how little news travels through these western mountains, his tone calm yet dangerous. Xiao Fan clenches his fist, his eyes cold as he steps forward without hesitation. In an instant, his armored fist crashes into the hunter's face, sending shockwaves through the air. He remarks that these men, who claim to come from noble families, didn't even recognize the Yi family's leader. The sheer force of his punch leaves everyone frozen in disbelief, realizing they've provoked someone far beyond their level. At the western border, a fierce clash erupts as the armored warrior strikes with overwhelming power, sending his opponent flying into the air. The force of the impact shatters the ground, leaving the nearby soldiers stunned by the explosion of energy. System notifications echo his divine bone armor is fully activated, amplifying his strength beyond limits. His aura darkens as energy surges through his body. Transformed into a monstrous form with dual scythes, he bursts forward at blinding speed, tearing through the battlefield like a storm. The transformed warrior's power surges violently, creating shockwaves that force nearby soldiers to retreat in fear. Suddenly, the energy fades as Lu Fan's expression shifts. Something unexpected catches his attention. From above, a silver-haired girl descends through the sky with a bright smile, calling out to him. Recognizing her instantly, Lu Fan's eyes widen in disbelief as she shouts for him to catch her, leaping straight into his arms. Lu Fan catches the silver-haired girl in his arms, shocked to see her after so long, and asks why she's suddenly here. With a teasing smile, she tells him it's only been a month and playfully scolds him for turning wild in her absence. Flustered, Lu Fan questions if she really came all this way just to meet him, unable to hide his confusion. Smiling softly, she admits she counted the days until his return and waited at the outskirts every day, just to see him again. The silver-haired girl glances around, noticing the destruction left behind, and asks why there's such a huge commotion in the area. Her tone is casual, but her sharp gaze shows concern. Lu Fan points to the ground, explaining that he had caught a golden feather rock earlier as a gift for her. He wanted it to be a surprise, but things didn't go as planned. He then waves his arms dramatically, complaining that soldiers suddenly attacked, shooting both him and the bird down, completely ruining the gift he'd prepared. Hearing his explanation, she gives a faint smile, her red eyes glowing slightly. Though she seems amused, a dangerous glint flashes across her expression as she says softly that now she understands what happened. The silver-haired girl's calm expression hardens as fiery energy begins to swirl around her. Flames ignite across her body, forming a blazing armor of power. With cold authority, she demands to know who dared to steal from her Yi Wuxian. Her name alone sends a chill through the soldiers. One of them stammers in disbelief, realizing she's the same Yi Wuxian the Grim Reaper rumored to have annihilated the Huang and Long families. Terrified, they fall to their knees, begging for forgiveness. They hastily introduce themselves as members of the Jia family, a D-rank noble house, pleading that this was all a misunderstanding and offering riches if she spares them. Yi Wuxian raises her spear, flames coiling around it like a living inferno. With an unshaken voice, she declares she doesn't care who they are. If they dared raise a hand against her, they must pay with their lives. Her eyes burn as she challenges them to seek revenge anytime they wish. As Yi Wuxian lifts her flaming spear, Lu Fan steps in and gently stops her hand, cooling the heat before it erupts. She eyes him, wondering why he's holding her back. Lu Fan stays calm, implying there's no need to go all out here. He explains the leader is already down, the rest only need a warning. Small fry aren't worth her strength. She relaxes, letting him handle it. Lu Fan surges forward and unleashes a decisive strike. Energy tears across the field like a falling star. The system confirms the technique's overwhelming effect as the enemies are crushed into submission. The blast sends shockwaves across the battlefield, leaving the surviving enemies screaming in pain as they collapse to the ground. Lu Fan steps forward calmly, declaring that he was the one responsible for the fight and the injuries. He boldly tells them that if the Jia family has a problem, they can come find him directly. Turning to Yi Wuxian, he smirks and asks if she's satisfied now. She gives him a sharp look, teasing that he's asking a little late after finishing everything himself. With a faint smile, Lu Fan lifts her gently into his arms as dark energy swirls behind them. "It's too late to be dissatisfied now," he says confidently, the tension easing into quiet warmth between them. High above the sky, Lu Fan flies with red dragon wings, holding Yi Wuxian in his arms. She complains, demanding to be put down and teasing that he's sweaty and smells. He warns her not to struggle unless she wants to risk falling. They soon arrive at the Yi family residence in the Western Territories, the night calm and peaceful after the chaos of battle. Inside, Yi Wuxian excitedly leans forward, her eyes sparkling as she tells Lu Fan to summon the Blade Armor Dragon King hatchling eager to see and hug the newborn dragon. Lu Fan gives her a playful but serious smile, warning her to abandon that dangerous idea immediately, clearly knowing the little creature isn't as harmless as she imagines. Yi Wuxian tilts her head, questioning if Lu Fan really thinks she'd get hurt just by hugging a baby dragon, her tone filled with disbelief and curiosity. Without answering, Lu Fan closes his eyes and channels his energy. A glowing vortex forms in his hand, radiating a calm but powerful aura. Moments later, a small blue dragon appears within the light, its armored scales gleaming. Yi Wuxian's eyes widen in awe as she realizes it's the legendary Blade Armored Dragon King. Lu Fan smirks and warns her not to be deceived by its size. Its defense is on a monstrous level. Even someone as strong as Xiao Yi would struggle to pierce its armor. Yi Wuxian looks nervously at the dragon, noticing its piercing gaze. She questions whether Lu Fan can truly control it, remarking that it's staring at her like she's nothing but a rock. Lu Fan smiles confidently and gestures toward the dragon, telling her to relax. "Of course, I can control it," he says, inviting the little creature to shake hands. The dragon extends its claw, lightly tapping Lu Fan's palm. The gesture seems simple, but the air around them ripples with a faint surge of energy. Turning back to Yi Wuxian, Lu Fan smirks and tells her to watch closely, ready to show her just how strong his bond with the blade-armored Dragon King truly is. At Lu Fan's command, the small dragon obediently lies down on the table, its sharp eyes watching him closely. Lu Fan smiles proudly, assuring Yi Wuxian not to be intimidated by its appearance despite its fierce look. Its execution and control are top tier. Leaning forward curiously, Yi Wuxian playfully asks if the dragon can do something simple, like slicing apples. Her tone turns teasing as she sets one on the table. With a flash of precision, the dragon lifts its claw and splits the apple cleanly in half, the cut so smooth it gleams under the light, leaving Yi Wuxian both impressed and amused. Yi Wuxian excitedly holds up the sliced apple, calling the dragon the ultimate all-purpose companion perfect for home, travel, and even chaos. Her playful tone fills the room with laughter. Lu Fan chuckles, gently tapping the dragon's nose and asking if the Ning family caused any trouble while he was away this past month. The small dragon purrs happily beside him. Crossing her legs, Yi Wuxian replies that they haven't made any open moves, but many noble families are secretly gathering supplies, likely preparing for the Divine Ruin's secret realm. Lu Fan smirks confidently, assuring her that she doesn't need to worry. The current him is far stronger than before, ready for whatever lies ahead. A sudden rumble shakes the room, startling Lu Fan and Yi Wuxian as they look around in confusion, wondering what caused the noise. A guard rushes in, his expression tense, reporting that the dormant volcano on the western border has suddenly erupted without warning. Lu Fan's eyes narrow as he realizes something. The direction of the eruption points straight toward the Ning family's territory. He stands up quickly, urging Yi Wuxian to come with him to investigate. Confident and alert, he suspects that this chaos might be Ning Shuang's doing, and he's ready to uncover the truth. At the border of the western territories, a giant volcano erupts violently, spewing molten lava and smoke that lights up the dark sky. The entire area trembles from the sheer intensity of its eruption. From within the blazing heat, a majestic phoenix bursts out, its wings made of pure flame. It soars high above the clouds, radiating a divine glow that turns the entire sky crimson. Elsewhere, the protagonist appears, flying with large demonic wings while carrying a silver-haired woman in his arms. The closer they get, the stronger the heat becomes. The air itself feels heavy and suffocating, filled with terrifying pressure. He narrows his gaze, recognizing the powerful energy ahead. It's her, the same being they once faced. But now, her aura has grown immensely stronger, far beyond what it was before. Amid the blazing volcano, the silver-haired woman watches the fiery phoenix circling above. Her expression turns serious as she senses a disturbance. She mutters about the Ning family, suspecting they're scheming something once again. The protagonist and the woman soar through the burning sky, surrounded by sparks and heat. He notes her rapid progress and admits that the Ning family, despite being just a C-rank noble house, shows impressive skill. As they land together, the woman stands confidently, her aura blazing with determination. He observes how fiercely she's been training, realizing she's preparing to challenge him within the Divine Ruin's secret realm, a place where his dragon pets cannot be summoned. With a calm smile, he acknowledges that her power has grown significantly since their last meeting. Yet, even with her strength multiplied, he knows it still isn't enough to match him. The silver-haired woman warns him not to underestimate the Ning family. Ning Shuang, their member, is engaged to Luo Lixiu from another C-rank noble house. She explains that Luo Lixiu's power is exceptional, rumored to surpass even Ning Shuang's strength. She continues, revealing that Luo Lixu possesses a rare hidden job, the Eight-Eyed Demon Emissary, a terrifying transformation-type class known for its immense destructive power. Concerned, she reminds him that the Ning family still holds a deep grudge against him. With the Luo family's support inside the Divine Ruin's secret realm, they might join forces to eliminate him. The man remains calm, a faint smile forming as he realizes the political web tightening around him. He notes that other noble families, fearing the combined power of Ning and Luo, may also take sides, setting the stage for an inevitable confrontation. The silver-haired woman warns that with the Ning and Luo families joining forces, others might side with them to surround and kill him. Her tone carries both concern and frustration as she imagines the danger ahead. The man smirks, teasingly asking if she's really that worried about him. Caught off guard by his closeness, she blushes and stammers, demanding to know what he's doing. She quickly regains composure, reminding him that he now represents the Yi family. She admits she doesn't want him to die, her concern slipping through despite her firm words. Unbothered, he closes his eyes and smiles calmly. With complete confidence, he assures her there's nothing to worry about. He's fully capable of handling whatever comes his way. With a confident smile, the man declares that not only the Ning family, but everyone who enters the Divine Ruin's secret realm will fall before him. His tone carries absolute certainty in his strength. The silver-haired woman warns him not to take it so lightly. Even if his powerful dragons, the blade-armored hatchling and the Divine Bone Dragon King, are allowed to enter, she insists that the combined might of the C-rank families must not be underestimated. The man looks at her calmly and asks what she believes Ning Shuang's power level would reach once she activates her transformation ability. Her expression grows serious as flames surround her. She recalls Ning Shuang's background, born into wealth and trained with abundant resources from a C-rank noble family. When combined with her transformation traits, Ning Shuang's total attributes could easily surpass 10,000. Making her an incredibly formidable opponent. The woman looks shocked when he casually remarks that even with over 100,000 total attributes, Ning Shuang's power still isn't impressive. She demands to know what he means by that. With a confident smile, the man raises his glowing arm, telling her to witness his true strength. His body begins radiating a fierce, blinding aura that shakes the air around him. He clenches his fist, channeling immense energy that bursts outward in a surge of raw power. The atmosphere crackles as the ground trembles under the pressure of his awakening force. In the next moment, a massive explosion of energy erupts from his position, sending a shockwave across the sky. The sheer intensity of his power leaves no doubt he has far surpassed ordinary limits. The woman steadies herself, her eyes widening as she feels the immense force radiating from him. She realizes that the power behind his last punch is beyond comprehension. He calmly explains that with the blessings of both the Divine Bone Dragon King and the Blade-Armored Dragon King hatchling, his strength has reached an entirely new level. A confident smile forms on his face as he reveals the truth: his total attributes have now surpassed 1 million, a feat few could even dream of achieving. The woman stares in disbelief, surrounded by the shockwave of his power. She mutters to herself, stunned that in just a single month, his growth has become monstrous. 1 million attribute points, it's a level of strength that defies logic. With unwavering confidence, the man assures her that even within the Divine Ruin's secret realm, he won't fear anyone's combined assault. His tone leaves no room for doubt. He's ready for any challenge ahead. The woman sighs softly, explaining that it's not about trust. She simply hopes the elite warriors trained by the C-rank noble families won't provoke him, knowing what his retaliation could lead to. Her expression hardens as she warns that if he truly kills them all, it could spark a massive conflict among the C-rank families, turning their rivalry into a full-scale noble war. The next day, at the Ning family's residence, elders gather in preparation for the upcoming expedition. They stress the importance of cooperation with the Luo family, determined to prevent other clans from obtaining the rare spirit-tempering liquid within the secret realm. Inside the Ning family residence, Luo Lixu confidently assures the elders that their alliance with the Ning family is solid. As Ning Shuang's fiancé, he vows to protect their shared interests and won't allow anyone to undermine their power. Just then, a figure enters the room, greeting his father. The elder looks up in surprise, instantly recognizing the familiar aura of someone who's advanced in strength. As the footsteps grow closer, the young warrior reveals his achievement. He has reached level 110, a clear sign of his rapid progress and determination. With fiery red hair blazing in the sunlight, Ning Shuang steps forward, her confidence radiating through every movement. She declares that she's mastered a new high-level skill, Scarlet Sunfire, and this time she intends to make the Dragon Tamer pay for their past encounter. The Ning family elder beams with pride, praising Shuang for reaching level 110 at just 18. He declares that her power is unmatched among all C-rank nobles and places her near the level of a 5th job class expert. Luo Lixu nods in agreement, confident that with her growth and time, she could elevate the Ning family into a prestigious B-rank noble house, a goal that once seemed impossible. Turning toward Shuang, Luo Lixu tells her that with her current strength, she's bound to dominate the Divine Ruins' secret realm. Shuang, however, dismisses his flattery, uninterested in titles or praise. Crossing her arms, she focuses on what truly matters. Her expression sharpens as she asks if everything is proceeding according to plan and whether the Dragon Tamer is ready for the upcoming battle in the Divine Ruins' secret realm. Luo Lixu, adjusting his glasses with a smirk, informs Shuang that according to the Luo family's intelligence network, the Dragon Tamer has returned to the Yi family. His presence confirms that he plans to enter the Divine Ruins' secret realm. Flames flicker around Shuang as she laughs lightly, saying it's good he has the courage to show up. She admits she feared he might not have the guts to face her again. Luo Lixu narrows his eyes, adding that the boy's rapid growth remains suspicious. He speculates that the Dragon Tamer might have used an unknown method to increase his power. Leaning forward, Luo Lixu reveals a final piece of intelligence. The Dragon Tamer somehow acquired a new dragon pet in Secura Nation, a move that hints he's preparing for something big inside the Divine Ruins' secret realm. Shuang's eyes widen in surprise upon hearing that the Dragon Tamer has obtained a new dragon pet. The news catches her completely off guard. Luo Lixu explains that according to their intelligence reports, this dragon is unlike any ordinary creature. It's a special type that can transform into equipment, enhancing the Dragon Tamer's combat abilities directly. The Ning family elder folds his arms thoughtfully, suggesting that the boy must have anticipated the restrictions within the Divine Ruins' secret realm. By bringing a transformable dragon, he's perfectly adapted his strategy for the upcoming challenge. Still confident, the elder declares that even with such a trick, the Dragon Tamer's strength will be limited since he can't summon multiple dragons inside the realm. With the Ning and Luo families working together, he insists that their victory is guaranteed. Shuang frowns, questioning whether the Dragon Tamer truly dares to challenge the Divine Ruins' secret realm with just a single dragon that transforms into equipment. She wonders if he's underestimating the danger, or if there's something more to his plan. Luo Lixu waves off her concern with a confident grin. He insists that regardless of any tricks the boy might have, he's still only a level 5 turn fighter. With both the Luo and Ning families working together, taking him down will be effortless. He adjusts his glasses, shifting the topic. Instead of wasting energy on the Dragon Tamer, he suggests they focus on a more serious concern competing for the spirit-tempering liquid against Murong Sheng, the heir of the powerful B-rank Murong family. The Ning family elder's eyes widen in surprise upon hearing the name. Murong Sheng, the young master of a B-rank house, is someone even they must tread carefully around. Shuang's eyes widen in disbelief after hearing the news. She's stunned to learn that even a B-rank noble house will be participating in the Divine Ruins secret realm. The realization hits her that the upcoming battle is far more dangerous and competitive than she had anticipated. The red-haired man refuses to believe that high-rank families would waste their time fighting over something like the quenching liquid. To him, it isn't valuable enough for them to even consider. Before he can continue, the blue-haired man steps in and tells him there's something he doesn't know. He explains that 2 years ago, Sheng had already reached level 119 and was just half a step away from his 5th advancement. The woman adds that despite being so close, Sheng has shown no progress for 2 whole years. No news, no updates, nothing. Her words leave the red-haired man stunned. Someone at that level should have caused a huge stir, yet there hasn't been a single report about his advancement. The blue-haired man explains that the Luo family's intel confirms Sheng spent the past 2 years preparing for his 5th advancement. To ensure success, he planned to boost his stats using the spirit-quenching liquid. He adds that Sheng entered the Divine Ruins secret realm specifically to obtain this liquid and achieve his breakthrough in one go. Hearing this, the red-haired man falls back into his seat, shocked. He admits he didn't expect the situation to be this complicated. Even though Sheng comes from a B-rank family, the red-haired man points out that he still hasn't reached his 5th advancement, making the situation even harder to judge. The woman insists that if the Ning and Luo families work together, they won't necessarily be at a disadvantage. The red-haired man disagrees. He recalls meeting Sheng 2 years ago, during a conflict involving another B-rank elite. He explains that the two had clashed over a serendipity realm, and the fight escalated instantly. In that encounter, Sheng defeated the other elite with a single skill, showing just how overwhelming his strength truly was. The red-haired man recalls the fight from 2 years ago. From that moment, he understood that the gap in their strength was enormous. He says that even if they're the same level, they have almost no chance of winning, especially if Sheng is after the spirit-quenching liquid. The woman refuses to accept that. She argues that things aren't that simple and tells him not to jump to conclusions. She explains that the Divine Ruins secret realm has many restrictions, and since Sheng isn't a transformation-type class, the environment may limit him. She adds that they won't truly know what will happen until they're inside. The blue-haired man encourages Uncle Ning not to lose hope. He reminds him that inside the Divine Ruins secret realm, luck can sometimes outweigh skill. He believes that with the right timing, he and Shuanger might be able to reach the spirit-quenching liquid before Sheng does. The red-haired man, however, prioritizes their safety. He tells them the spirit-quenching liquid is important, but their lives matter more. If they face Sheng and can't win, he insists they hand it over instead of risking everything. He stresses that if things go wrong, surviving is the only thing that truly counts. He just wants them to return alive, no matter the outcome. The woman listens quietly, her expression firm as flames rise around her. She understands the warning, but isn't ready to back down. Even with the danger ahead, she refuses to give up without trying. The woman reveals what she truly wants from this realm trip. Her goal isn't the treasure, it's to kill the dragon tamer. Flames rise around her as she declares her intent with unwavering determination. The blue-haired man is startled and calls out to her, trying to calm her down. But before he can say more, Uncle Ning interrupts with something unexpected. Uncle Ning says that once they return, it's time to schedule the wedding between the blue-haired man and Shuanger. The blue-haired man is shocked, but quickly agrees and promises he'll protect her throughout the realm trip. The red-haired man watches them with a grunt of disapproval, while the woman sits silently, her expression unreadable as the tension in the room settles. A small creature watches from the rocks as 2 figures fly overhead. It realizes they've reached deep into the western border frontier. The silver-haired girl says she grew up nearby, but never traveled this far. The boy is surprised since it's only 2,000 li from her estate. She explains that this area is heavily guarded by the C-rank noble families, making it a forbidden zone for outsiders. The boy questions if C-rank families are really that arrogant, wondering how the stronger families must act. She doesn't answer directly. Instead, she says that kind of world ruled by powerful families and strict hierarchies is something she could never belong to. The boy stays quiet for a moment, thinking about her words. His expression softens as he looks ahead. He admits that maybe in the past he felt the same way she does, but things are different now. They continue flying forward at full speed. Suddenly, the silver-haired girl spots something below and urgently tells him to look. They see a massive crater on the ground. She tells him that this is the entrance to the Divine Ruins' secret realm, the place their entire journey has been leading to. As they land near the entrance, the girl notices the huge crowd gathering and comments that things are about to get intense. People in the crowd spot the boy and immediately start whispering. They recognize him as the dragon tamer from the Yi family and mock him for daring to show up. More voices join in, calling him cannon fodder and claiming he only defeated a few minor families. Someone even mentions a rumor that the Ning family gave him a teleportation stone just to kill him inside the realm. The silver-haired girl leans closer and tells him not to listen to their insults. She reminds him that reaching this point at level 65 is enough to make others jealous, explaining why they're trying so hard to tear him down. The boy brushes off the crowd's insults with a calm smile, saying it's nothing. At this point, he's used to being the center of attention. The small creature points out that most of the people gathered are transformation-type fighters. It tells him to look at one of them nearby. It identifies the muscular man as Yuan Jinggang, level 110, a warrior from a western border family who can transform into a giant ape during battle. The girl's attention shifts to another presence approaching a figure accompanied by a large white crane, someone worth noting among the competitors. The small creature introduces another contender, Lai Qingfeng, a level 110 crane mage from a western border C-rank family who can transform into a divine crane. The girl explains that aside from the Ning family, those two transformation-type fighters are the strongest opponents in the area. A sudden cry echoes across the field as a powerful presence descends, making everyone look up in surprise. The boy lifts his gaze and quietly realizes who it is. With a calm expression, he says that she's here. A fiery phoenix swoops down from the sky, drawing everyone's attention. The crowd quickly recognizes the arrivals Ning Shuang from the Ning family and Luo Lixiu from the Luo family. They land with overwhelming force, accompanied by a massive armored puppet and blazing flames, instantly becoming the center of attention. The blue-haired man and the flame-haired woman watch their powerful entrance in silence, clearly surprised by the display. The boy and the silver-haired girl stand calmly on the side. Neither says much, but both quietly acknowledge the pressure these new arrivals bring. A massive surge of light erupts from the crater, shaking the ground as the secret realm begins to activate. The flame-haired woman notices the change first and tells the others to look. The silver-haired girl watches the light intensify, her expression tightening as she realizes what's happening. She turns to the boy beside her and says the words everyone has been waiting for: the Divine Ruins' secret realm is finally opening. A blinding pillar of light erupts from the desert sinkhole, signaling the opening of the secret realm. The sudden surge of energy forces everyone to look up as the realm finally begins to unlock. One of the bulky fighters steps forward excitedly. He has clearly been waiting for this moment and celebrates, saying he's prepared for this day for a long time. Meanwhile, the main boy confirms that the secret realm truly activated, meaning they can finally use their teleport stones. He pulls out his stone as the system announces its activation and describes its legendary grade function. The muscular man raises his own teleport stone with confidence. With the portal opening and the stones glowing, He warns everyone to stay alert before they step into the realm. Inside the swirling light, the muscular man boasts that once they enter the secret realm, everyone will be bowing before him. His confidence fills the air as the portal grows stronger around him. Meanwhile, the main boy checks his teleport stone again. Seeing the portal stabilize, he quietly decides it's time for him to enter as well. But before stepping in, the white-haired girl suddenly raises her hand toward the sky. A bright streak of light descends rapidly, catching her attention. She warns Lu Fan that someone else is arriving. The ground erupts the next moment as a new figure crashes down, creating a massive impact that shakes the entire area. The explosion clears, revealing a striking figure descending with a dramatic aura. Observers immediately recognize that only top experts make such bold entrances. As the light fades, the crowd reacts with excitement. Several girls gush over how handsome and elegant the newcomer looks, openly admiring him as he walks forward with calm confidence. His expression stays cold and controlled, giving off an overwhelming presence. The onlookers freeze for a moment, trying to process who they're seeing. Slowly, shock spreads through the crowd as one of the men stutters, realizing the identity of the newcomer and unable to hide his surprise. The newcomer lands softly, and the crowd quickly identifies him as Mu Rong Sheng, a young master from a powerful B-rank noble house. His sudden appearance shocks everyone since such high-rank families rarely join this event. The white-haired girl studies him carefully, confused by his old-fashioned attire and unexpected presence. Even she admits she has never seen him before, despite knowing every C-rank family eligible to enter the secret realm. She wonders if some hidden family recruited him recently, but nothing about him seems to match the usual records. Lu Fan watches quietly, narrowing his eyes. Something about the newcomer feels off, and he focuses on him with growing suspicion. Lu Fan feels a surge of power from the newcomer and immediately senses that this man is even stronger than Ning Shuang. The overwhelming aura surrounding him confirms it. Nearby, the white-haired girl comments on how the D-rank students wouldn't recognize someone like Mu Rong Sheng. A cloaked man joins the discussion, explaining that the newcomer is an elegant young master preparing for his 5th advancement, the future heir of the prestigious B-rank Mu Rong family. Hearing this, the girl becomes visibly shocked. She can't understand why a powerful B-rank noble family would appear at a C-rank secret realm, calling the whole situation absurd. Her confusion grows as she struggles to make sense of why a high-ranking family is suddenly interfering. A man comments that the Yi family lacks awareness, pointing out that young master Mu Rong clearly came for the divine tempering liquid needed for his 5th advancement. With someone of his level present, he believes no one else stands a chance. The white-haired girl reacts sharply, realizing the implications behind his words. Meanwhile, another man studies his teleport stone and notes that Mu Rong Sheng isn't from the transformation class. Because of that, he believes the secret realm's restrictions might give his own Lai family a chance to compete. Moments later, he activates his stone and steps into the portal, surrounded by glowing light. Lu Fan thinks back on what he heard earlier and realizes Mu Rong Sheng truly isn't from the transformation class, which only deepens the mystery behind his strength. Nearby, a man politely apologizes to Mu Rong Sheng on behalf of the C-rank families, explaining that many of them lack proper information. He adds that his Luo family's intelligence network gives him a clearer understanding of who the young master really is. Mu Rong Sheng remains silent and calm, activating his teleport stone without reacting to the flattery. Blue light begins to swirl around him as he prepares to enter the secret realm. Watching from behind, the man sighs to himself, disappointed that he didn't leave much of an impression on the prestigious young master. With most participants already inside, the man in glasses suggests they should enter the secret realm as well. His calm reminder makes the remaining group prepare to move. He calls out to Shuanger, but she stays silent, clearly distracted by everything that has just happened. The white-haired girl then turns to Lu Fan, apologizing for failing to gather information about the sudden arrival of a B-rank family. She warns him to be extremely cautious once they enter. Lu Fan responds gently, assuring her that no one can easily take advantage of him. He tells her to head back first and avoid drawing the attention of the noble families. The girl lowers her head, admitting that with her current strength, supporting the Yi family is difficult. The pressure clearly weighs on her. But she quickly lifts her gaze with determination, saying she'll soon reach level 100 and raise the Yi family to C rank. Her confidence shines through as she makes that vow. Lu Fan listens quietly, then accepts her resolve. He seals the moment by agreeing to her promise, and she repeats it with certainty. Fiery energy bursts around her as she steps back, full of motivation. She says that when that day comes, both she and the Yi family will stand behind him as his strongest support. With a bright smile, she tells him she'll be waiting for his good news. Lu Fan activates his teleport stone with full confidence, assuring her that she won't be disappointed. Blue energy swirls around him as he prepares to enter the secret realm. Nearby, the red-haired girl silently approaches the portal, lost in her own thoughts. The glow reflects off her as she steps closer. The man in glasses calls out to her again, reminding her it's time to go inside. She doesn't respond and keeps walking. Finally, she brushes past him with irritation, telling him to stop being noisy. Without waiting, she heads straight toward the secret realm. As soon as Lu Fan steps inside, a notification flashes, telling him that the teleportation stone has been disabled. Once entered, there's no way to leave the Divine Ruins' secret realm. He moves forward and realizes the only way out now is to win or survive until the end. The portal closes behind him, cutting off all options to retreat. A system broadcast echoes through the realm, announcing that 13 participants have entered. It urges everyone to pay attention to the completion rules. The final reward for this run is the Divine Tempering Liquid. The system explains that once someone claims it with the required key, the secret realm will shut down. It also reveals that there are 3 keys in total, each split into fragments scattered throughout the realm. Every participant begins with 1 fragment, and 26 more are hidden inside. Lu Fan checks the glowing fragment in his hand as the system explains another rule. Once someone gathers all 13 fragments and forges a key, the location of the final reward will be revealed to every participant. He examines the shard closely and realizes he'll need 12 more to complete his key. The realm offers only 2 options: search for the scattered pieces or take them from others. As he descends through the portal, he reminds himself of the biggest danger. Anyone without a key will try to steal one, and anyone weak will lose theirs immediately. Only real strength can protect the final reward. A confident smile forms on his face. Instead of worrying, he welcomes the challenge with a calm, determined, bring it on. As the Divine Ruins' secret realm prepares to open, the countdown begins. The light around him intensifies, forcing him to brace himself as the system announces the start. When the timer drops from 3 to 2, he lifts his head, trying to adjust to the overwhelming brightness. The moment it hits 1, the entire space erupts with blinding light. He realizes the realm is finally activating and steps forward as the portal pulls him in. As the light fades, he narrows his eyes, trying to regain focus, ready for whatever awaits inside. He arrives inside the Divine Ruins' secret realm and finds himself on top of a peak in the forest terrain. He notes how dangerous this spot is for anyone who can't fly, since the cliffs are incredibly steep. As he scans the area, he senses something unusual approaching. His attention shifts when a large shadow falls over him. A massive fighter lands nearby, mocking him for being a low-ranked kid and acting as if meeting him here is pure luck. With both blades drawn, the man calls him an easy appetizer delivered right to his feet. The man reveals his identity as Wang Tianlang, a level 105 beast tamer from a C-rank family. confident in his advantage. He taunts the protagonist and claims he's ready to take his fragments. Instead of reacting with fear, the protagonist smiles and agrees that luck is on his side. Energy gathers around him as his armor activates, his presence becoming far stronger. He tells Wang Tianlang that the real mistake was approaching him so casually, turning the man's confidence against him. Wang Tianlang powers up as well, mentioning that this is his second time entering the Divine Ruin's secret realm, preparing himself for what he expects to be an easy fight. Wang Tianlang unleashes his transformation, activating the Lord of Purgatory armor. His power surges as the armor reshapes and boosts his strength far beyond normal limits. The protagonist studies the change calmly, realizing the man's blades were actually part of a transforming armor. He comments that he expected a real weapon skill, not just an armor trick. Wang Tianlang charges in with a punch enhanced by nearly 12,000 strength, confident it will overwhelm anyone at close range. But when their fists collide, the protagonist's armored hand stops the blow head-on, completely unfazed by the massive power behind it. Wang Tianlang is shocked when his full power punch stops instantly. The protagonist brushes it off, commenting that 12,000 strength isn't impressive and wondering if everyone else in the Divine Ruins is this weak. Wang Tianlang panics, unable to understand how someone at level 65, who can't even summon dragons, could block his attack so casually. The protagonist steps forward, reminding him that the so-called prey he was mocking earlier is now standing right in front of him. Realizing the danger too late, Wang Tianlang tries to retreat, but the protagonist's counterattack sends him flying. The protagonist's strike launches Wang Tianlang high into the air, blowing apart his armor as he's sent flying. He declares he'll gladly take the man's fragments as the impact lands cleanly. Wang Tianlang crashes down hard, his armor breaking apart while he screams in pain. The force of the blow triggers a massive explosion across the cliffside. As the dust settles, he lies badly injured on the ground, barely able to move. He coughs weakly, confused and shocked that he's still alive after the devastating hit. Wang Tianlang tries to strike back, but the protagonist easily restrains him using a chained scythe that pulls him straight in. He asks if the man is shocked he was spared earlier. Seeing the shattered armor, Wang Tianlang realizes the protagonist's stats must be far above 10,000, far beyond what he expected. The protagonist watches him panic and asks what he's mumbling about, showing no concern for the man's fear or confusion. He then tells Wang Tianlang he has only 2 choices left and orders him to listen carefully. The protagonist lays out the 2 choices calmly. First, Wang Tianlang can surrender his fragments and act as his guide through the realm. The injured man groans, realizing what's expected of him. The second option is harsher. The protagonist can simply release him and let him fall. With broken armor, serious injuries, and no ability to fly, the drop would be fatal. As he explains this, he tightens the chain slightly to make the point clear. The threat of the bottomless cliff terrifies Wang Tianlang. When the chain suddenly snaps free, Wang Tianlang panics and begs for his life, desperate to avoid the fall. Wang Tianlang panics and immediately chooses the first option, agreeing to hand over his fragments and guide the way. The protagonist accepts his decision, noting that at least the man knows what's good for him. As soon as he's released, Wang Tianlang collapses to the ground, coughing from the impact and relief. The protagonist warns him calmly that if he tries to run away halfway, he already knows exactly what will happen to him. Wang Tianlang, still trembling from the earlier threat, quickly assures him that he won't run. He's out of strength and completely aware of what would happen if he tried anything foolish again. He gets on his knees and hands over the fragments with both hands, thanking the protagonist for sparing his life. He promises that he'll be useful and help him navigate the Divine Ruins from this point forward. The protagonist studies him for a moment and asks if he's really reliable, specifically whether he managed to explore the realm properly during his first visit. His tone stays calm, but the warning underneath is clear. Wang Chanlang admits he didn't learn everything, but he claims he knows most locations guarded by fierce beasts, especially the ones where treasure chests are hidden. Even though he didn't fully map the realm in his last attempt, he insists he has solid knowledge of the important areas. Inside the Divine Ruins' secret realm, treasure chests hold far more value than just fragments. They contain rare items, and some of them are guarded by fierce beasts, making every chest a potential risk. Among these treasures, the most valuable are 3 special realm artifacts. Even obtaining one of them can completely shift the outcome of a battle. The first artifact is the Realm Talisman, a consumable item that works only inside the realm. If the user dies, the talisman activates automatically and brings them back to life on the spot. The second artifact is the Forbidden Magic Stone Seal. When used, it creates a field that blocks all skill usage, forcing every fighter into close-range combat. However, the effect disappears when another seal is used to cancel it out. The third artifact is revealed to be the God-Hunting Heavy Crossbow, the strongest weapon in the entire realm. Unlike the other 2 artifacts, only one exists. It's a lethal tool capable of instantly killing anything with less than 2 million stamina, making it the most dangerous item anyone could obtain. Wang Tianlang explains that newcomers focus only on collecting fragments during their first run and often ignore how crucial this crossbow is. Many never realize how much it can affect survival inside the Divine Ruins. The protagonist listens carefully. He admits he didn't know this information before, but he still questions whether Wang Chanlang's words are truly reliable. Even so, since Wang knows where treasure chests are located and drops fragments anyway, he decides to test him for now. He then confirms the man's name and takes the fragments from his hand, beginning their temporary partnership. The protagonist tells Wang Tianlang to lead the way, and the man gratefully agrees, calling him young master and promising to help him obtain the spirit-quenching liquid. Their journey begins, and along the path, they encounter multiple fierce beasts guarding various treasure chests. But none of them are able to challenge the protagonist. Each encounter ends quickly and effortlessly in his favor. Just as Wang Chanlang mentioned, one of the chests contains a realm artifact. The protagonist retrieves the Divine Ruins Realm Talisman, an item capable of instantly reviving its holder within the realm with full health. Although Wang Chanlang's guidance proves useful, the protagonist quietly reflects that even though he's starting to trust him, a bit of doubt still remains. As they continued forward, the protagonist noticed something off. Wang Chanlang's behavior became increasingly strange, shifting from overly respectful to suspiciously quiet. Even after finding multiple chests, his actions felt unnatural just enough to keep the protagonist from lowering his guard. The protagonist watches Wang Chanlang carefully, noting that although he acts suspicious, he still keeps leading him to new treasure chests. He decides to follow for now while staying alert. A sudden attack bursts from the water as multiple sea beasts surround him. He counters instantly, unleashing a powerful strike to hold them back. Wang Chanlang nervously praises him, claiming that following young Master Lu was the right decision. Lu ignores the flattery and tells him to stop with the unnecessary talk. Lu walks ahead, stating he hasn't seen a single treasure fragment, yet let alone the God-hunting heavy crossbow Wang mentioned. Wang panics, insisting he's telling the truth. Wang Chanlang rushes him, saying there are too many chests in this realm, and they must open as many as possible if they want fragments or the crossbow. Lu opens another chest without reacting much. As the light bursts out, Lu looks confused for a moment, unsure of what he just obtained from the chest. Wang Chanlang stares in disbelief and excitedly tells young Master Lu that he's unbelievably lucky. Lu lifts the item from the chest, the second artifact, while Wang Tianlang celebrates, saying the God-hunting crossbow must be close now. Lu opens another chest and is surprised to see an additional glowing item inside while Wang Chanlang watches excitedly. The chest reveals a fiery golden scroll, radiating strong energy as Lu picks it up. Lu identifies it as an enchantment weapon breakthrough scroll, capable of evolving a legendary grade weapon. Wang Tianlang reacts in shock, saying such scrolls have low success rates and are extremely rare, calling Lu's luck unbelievable. Lu considers using the breakthrough scroll, noting that both his sword and bow are already legendary grade and the equipment won't be damaged even if it fails. He chooses the dark serpent bow and activates the scroll, surrounding the weapon with blazing energy. The enhancement succeeds, shocking Wang Tianlang as the bow evolves into an even stronger legendary plus form. Lu examines the upgraded stats, realizing the bow's piercing damage and attribute boost make it powerful enough to rival the god-hunting crossbow, something the major families would never expect. A system alert appears in front of Lu Fan, surprising him as he wonders if this is what he thinks it is. The interface opens a reward and he taps the glowing icon that appears on the screen. A notification confirms the reward. Lu Fan has received a divine tier treasure map, something he hasn't encountered in a very long time. Wang Tianlang freezes while opening another chest, stunned by Lu Fan's unexpected fortune as Lu Fan walks ahead confidently. Lu Fan closes another chest while continuing his search without slowing down. Wang Tianlang suggests they camp since it's getting late, hoping for a break. Lu Fan rejects the idea, saying there's no resting, they will keep collecting fragments throughout the night. Wang Tianlang is stunned at the thought of no sleep. Lu Fan studies the treasure map's projection and asks him to identify the location, shown an area filled with bones beside a lake. Wang Tianlang recognizes the location on the map but panics, saying it will take at least 2 days to reach it. Lu ignores the concern and decides they will leave immediately, even though most people take half a month to reach the final stage. As he walks off, Lu tells him to report any treasure chests they encounter on the way. Wang Tianlang tries to stop him but fails to keep up. He chases after Lu, struggling to drag a heavy chest as Lu continues ahead without slowing down. 2 days later, Lu Fan and Wang Tianlang finally reach the area, both exhausted from the non-stop journey. Lu Fan notes that since the treasure is inside the secret realm, he must collect it immediately. He also realizes the long travel was only because Wang Tianlang can't fly. Wang Tianlang pants heavily and tells Lu Fan they've arrived. Lu Fan spots the location and confirms it. They look out over Bone Lake, the area shown on the map. It matches perfectly, just like the projection. Lu Fan tells Wang Tianlang to stay behind and rest, warning him not to run. Wang immediately agrees, saying he can barely walk, let alone escape. Lu approaches the lake, realizing the treasure indicated on the map is at the bottom. He decides he'll have to dive in to reach it. Just as he prepares to move, a sudden burst of energy flashes behind him, catching his attention. An explosion erupts from the lake's edge, sending flames upward and forcing Lu to react. A massive battle is already happening near the lake. An enraged gorilla and a giant crocodile clash, while 2 fighters shout at each other to hurry and kill the beast before interference arrives. The Yi family's dragon tamer appears, causing the fighters to panic. The ape-form warrior charges forward, saying he'll hold the crocodile while the others block the newcomer. One fighter tries to convince the gorilla to team up, urging him to help take down the Yi family youth. The gorilla responds by slamming the crocodile again, choosing to focus on overpowering the beast as the battlefield shakes from the force. A hooded black mage complains that his ally went back on their agreement and asks if he needs to show loyalty first. Lu Fan observes the battlefield, recognizing 2 fighters introduced by Yu Wuxian, but notes this black mage is someone he hasn't seen before. The mage summons dark energy, claiming that in the Divine Ruins secret realm, Lu Fan won't stand a chance against him. He activates a spell called Bone Reconstruction, flooding the area with dark magic and causing nearby bones to rise as skeletal soldiers under his control. A bird warns the gorilla about the black mage's actions. The gorilla growls, saying he already suspected the mage was hiding something and won't let him get away with scheming. Lu Fan observes the scene, realizing the mage isn't summoning creatures from the secret realm, he's just manipulating corpses, which explains why he keeps seeking alliances. The black mage boasts about wielding a level 100 divine class power, claiming he surpasses any summoner. He orders all his skeletal minions to attack at once as a wave of dark energy surges toward Lu Fan. Lu Fan watches the incoming skeletal army with a calm smile, finding the situation interesting. He steps forward confidently as power gathers around him, preparing to counter the attack. Lu Fan decides to test the enemy's strength for himself. He unleashes his aura, ready to show just how fragile the Black Mage's alliance truly is. The masked man steps back in confusion, sweating as he questions what the other person meant. His guard is clearly shaken. The scene shifts to the attacker's cold, focused eyes. Without giving any explanation, he suddenly launches forward with explosive force. A shockwave spreads across the ground as the attacker charges straight ahead, closing the distance in an instant with overwhelming power. The masked man panics and screams, realizing too late that he can't escape the incoming strike. The attacker activates a powerful transformation, his entire body covered in glowing energy. He punches straight through the masked man's chest with overwhelming force. Blood bursts out as the masked man collapses, barely able to make a sound. His body goes limp, showing he stood no chance against that strike. Nearby beasts freeze in shock. Both the bird and the gorilla-like creature stare wide-eyed, unable to believe the sudden display of power. Far away, a muscular man resting against a tree opens his eyes slightly, reacting to the distant impact and wondering what caused such a loud noise. The masked man tries to speak confidently, telling the attacker he can form alliances however he wants, claiming he will be the final winner. But before he can finish, his chest bursts open as a powerful strike hits him directly, stopping him mid-sentence. His hand reaches out helplessly, while his attacker stands in the distance, calmly watching him collapse. Moments later, the impact hits the ground with a violent explosion, scattering bones and debris across the icy field. The crane and the gorilla freeze in shock, unable to process how quickly the masked man was defeated. The gorilla mutters in disbelief at how easily he died. Realizing the danger, the crane decides to retreat immediately, leaving the gorilla startled and angry as it reacts to the sudden escape. Before the gorilla can chase, a massive creature bursts from the ground behind it. The gorilla roars in frustration, blaming its terrible luck. Watching from a distance, the young warrior notices the crane attempting to flee and calmly remarks on its attempt to run. The crane tries to escape, but a hook sickle shoots out from the warrior's armor, striking it mid-air and pulling it back. The warrior steps forward with confidence, making it clear that neither of the beasts will be allowed to flee. The crane is yanked down violently, letting out a pained cry as it loses control of its flight. Watching from afar, the gorilla freezes in shock, unable to understand how the situation turned around so quickly. The crane crashes into the ground with a heavy impact, unable to break free from the pull. Its cry echoes through the shattered terrain. Seeing the warrior descending, the crane panics and urges the gorilla to escape, realizing the situation has become hopeless. But before either can move, the warrior lands on top of them with overwhelming force, shattering the ground beneath their bodies. The gorilla lets out a desperate scream as energy builds around it, knowing it cannot withstand the next attack. The injured man collapses, clutching his leg, while the other kneels and begs the young warrior to spare them, promising they won't run anymore. The warrior casually agrees, showing no hesitation as he stands over them with chains still in hand. He explains his terms clearly. They must hand over their fragments, give up the divine tempering liquid and fight under his command. Before they can respond, a large man rushes in, calling out to young Master Lu after hearing the sounds of battle. The big man scolds Wang Tianlang, questioning how he could surrender so quickly and accusing him of losing the dignity of the Wang family. Wang Tianlang fires back, telling him not to judge. He explains that the young warrior's strength is far beyond what they assumed, far higher than level 65, possibly over 119. The young warrior smiles calmly, stating that level alone doesn't determine real strength. Before anyone can respond, he activates his skill again, sending a powerful surge of energy across the battlefield. One of the men asks the warrior to keep his promise, saying they will hand over the fragments and help him win as long as he doesn't go back on his word. Before an answer comes, someone points out a new threat approaching the Bone Lake giant crocodile charging straight at them. The warrior smiles confidently, assuring them that he represents the Yi family and always keeps his word. As the crocodile lunges, the warrior instantly intercepts the attack, stopping its deadly bite with overwhelming force. The two men stare in shock, unable to believe how easily the crocodile's attack was stopped. Their eyes widen even further as they realize the warrior handled the threat without breaking a sweat. The large man smirks, reminding them that he had warned them about the warrior's strength. The warrior casually admits he almost forgot about the crocodile and asks where the treasure chest it was guarding is located. The man realizes in shock that the warrior defeated the beast they struggled with in a single strike, meaning he hadn't even used his full strength earlier. Another man quickly bows and reveals that the treasure chest is hidden in the lake, begging forgiveness for doubting young Master Lu. As the lake water suddenly lowers, the large man reacts with surprise, noticing something emerging from below. Watching silently, he grows more serious, unable to ignore how overwhelming the warrior's power truly is. The warrior nods when one of the men agrees to his terms, then turns to the other, asking if he understands as well. Both men lower their heads and offer their fragments, pledging to assist him in winning the secret realm just like Wang Tianlang. The warrior accepts the fragments, saying they made the right choice. He adds that siding with the Ning family would have left them at the bottom of the lake like the crocodile. As he examines the newly gained pieces, he wonders where Wang Tianlang has been this whole time. The warrior suddenly hears loud laughter echoing across the area, causing him and his companion to turn in confusion. The voice mocks them, calling it a joke that anyone believed he had been obeying or showing respect earlier. Wang Tianlang rises from the lakebed, revealing himself beside a large treasure chest, his tone filled with arrogance. He stands with a massive golden crossbow aimed forward, a weapon capable of killing anything below 2 million stamina with a single shot. The scene opens inside the Divine Ruins secret realm at Bone Lake, where a bulky man proudly reveals that he tricked the group from the start. He boasts that he knew which chest held the artifact and only used them to clear the beasts for him. Holding the god-hunting crossbow, he celebrates his luck and declares that he will now control the entire secret realm. Meanwhile, the black-haired boy stays silent but visibly irritated as he watches the man's arrogance grow. The tension rises as the man continues laughing, confident that the artifact's power now belongs to him alone. Outside, the boy's teammates assess the situation. They realize the giant Bone Lake crocodile was guarding the God Hunter crossbow all along. One of them clicks his tongue, frustrated that if they had killed the crocodile earlier, things might have gone differently. The group stands in quiet regret while the boy prepares himself, understanding that the situation has shifted and the next move must be precise. As the boy steps forward, he calmly tells the man that he always expected betrayal and even thought he might switch sides to another family. But now, his tone shifts, calling the man foolish for believing this plan would work. He lifts his gaze, his eyes glowing sharply, and the atmosphere grows tense. The man grips the god-hunting crossbow, insisting that its power is enough to dominate the realm. But the boy doesn't flinch. He questions whether holding a single artifact truly makes the man strong enough to stand against him. In an instant, the boy bursts upward with overwhelming force, descending with a power that makes it clear no weapon in the secret realm can bridge the gap between them. The man mocks the boy, calling him a dragon tamer who overestimates himself. He lifts the god-hunting crossbow with confidence, revealing that he planned ahead long before today. The others quickly notice the crossbow only holds 3 arrows, making his confidence suspicious. One member hesitates, wondering why he seems so sure of victory. The man urges him to continue, smirking as if he already knows the answer. Suddenly, he tosses several glowing components into the air, proudly explaining that he stole them from the treasure chests the group opened earlier. These parts, he says, can reload the god-hunting crossbow. He laughs loudly, bragging that the boy had no idea each chest contained pieces for recharging the weapon pieces he now controls. The crossbow erupts with energy as the man proudly reloads it, revealing that he has been preparing for this moment from the beginning. His laughter grows louder when the others realize he now holds more than 60 arrows. Fear spreads through the group. Even a single blind shot from the weapon could kill them instantly. They start piecing together that every step he made while following the treasure map was part of his plan to gather the reload parts. Meanwhile, the boy quietly observes, understanding that the man had been manipulating the treasure chests long before this confrontation. His calm expression contrasts with the panic around him. The man raises the crossbow again, admitting he lied earlier, but insists he never lied about the weapon's destructive power, confident that the tide has fully turned in his favor. The man fires the empowered crossbow, laughing as he explains that anything with less than 2 million endurance will be killed instantly. A blazing arrow shoots upward, tearing through the air with overwhelming force. The explosive impact sends shockwaves across the battlefield, forcing everyone to shield themselves. His followers panic, convinced that no one can survive a weapon with such destructive power. Amid the chaos, several members of the group are knocked off their feet, struggling to withstand the pressure released by the attack. The sight alone makes it clear how dangerous the crossbow has become. But then, the boy descends calmly in full armor, unfazed by the attack. He tells Wang Qianlang that he has made a huge mistake, showing that the crossbow's power is nowhere near enough to defeat him. The man pulls the trigger again, shouting for the boy to die as he unleashes another volley of blazing arrows. The crossbow fires repeatedly, its remaining arrow count dropping rapidly as he empties everything into the attack. Arrows rain down from above, each one carrying destructive force as the man mocks him, calling him an insect from a weak family who dares act superior. The ground shakes under the barrage. One of the arrows strikes the boy head-on, engulfing him in blazing energy. The impact sends a shockwave through the area, making it seem impossible for anyone to stand against such power. But as the dust clears, the boy appears completely unharmed. His armor absorbs the blow effortlessly, and he stands still with only a slight spark fading from his chest, showing that the attack didn't even scratch him. Arrows rain down in every direction as the crossbow unleashes another chaotic barrage. The explosions tear through the ground, forcing the group to scramble for cover while the man laughs uncontrollably behind them. One of the men coughs and urges King Feng to run, convinced that Lu Fan couldn't have survived such overwhelming attacks. The blast radius grows wider, leaving debris scattered everywhere. King Feng grudgingly agrees, saying that with attacks of this scale, there's no way Lu Fan could still be alive. The two struggle to escape as the smoke thickens around them. Meanwhile, the man reloads the god-hunting crossbow once again, shouting for his enemies to keep dodging because he still has plenty of arrows left to fire. As the smoke clears, the man glances around and sees no one standing where Lu Fan should be. Believing the attack erased him completely, he bursts into laughter, praising the god-hunting crossbow for living up to its reputation. He boasts that even experts from higher-ranked families wouldn't survive such an ultimate artifact. Confident that victory is his, he prepares to finish off the remaining two, claiming there's no reason to let them live. Just as he steps toward them, both survivors react in shock. Something unexpected stops him mid-stride, breaking his smug certainty in an instant. The man recalls their earlier words and accuses King Feng of knowing about the reload components as well. Terrified, the two try calming him down, pleading that there's no need for violence. Ignoring them, he raises the crossbow again and declares he'll search their bodies next, hoping to find even more parts to reload the weapon. Panicking, King Feng quickly switches sides, claiming he truly submits to him and offering to help fight the Ning family and Murong Sheng if he spares their lives. But as the man hesitates, confusion crosses his face. He wonders why the boy who hasn't even been killed yet would suddenly abandon attacking him and shift his focus elsewhere. The boy steps out of the flames and tells the man he's acting stupid, claiming that even 100 more arrows wouldn't be enough to hurt him. His armor shifts into a glowing form as the system announces the switch to light blade armor. Seeing this, the man panics, shocked that the boy is still alive. The armor begins healing him instantly, and a faint holy light surrounds every movement he makes. Desperate, the man fires again, insisting the previous shot was just luck and that no one can survive the god-hunting crossbow. He screams that this next arrow will kill him for sure. But the boy doesn't react at all. The arrow hits with another explosion, yet he remains standing in the same calm posture, showing that the attack still can't break his armor. The boy casually catches the next arrow with his hand, stopping it mid-air. Shock spreads across the man's face as he realizes the attack didn't do anything. Even the others watching freeze in disbelief, unable to process what they're seeing. The boy remarks that the crossbow's power is disappointing. He questions how the man could guide him for days and still assume his endurance was under 2 million. Blue energy begins swirling around him as the Dragon Tamer aura activates, releasing a powerful wave of strength. His body glows with the Star Dragon aura, and his stats surge sharply. The man is left trembling, completely stunned as the boy's aura rises, showing that the gap between them is far greater than he ever imagined. Seeing the arrow stopped by hand, the man stares in disbelief, calling it impossible. His confidence collapses instantly as fear spreads across his face. The boy calmly explains that inside this secret realm, the one who determines everything isn't the god-hunting crossbow, it's him. Blue energy wraps around his arm as the Divine Bone Gauntlet activates. With a confident smile, he declares that he alone stands at the top here. His aura erupts as the Divine Bone armor forms around him, boosting all of his attributes to an overwhelming level. He shoots upward with unstoppable force, the Starry Sky Dragon aura bursting open behind him, signaling that the real fight is now in his control. As the boy's power erupts toward him, the man stares ahead in panic, mumbling that his luck has finally run out. The incoming blast grows brighter, swallowing the entire area. A massive impact crashes down, shaking the ground and blowing debris in every direction. The destructive force leaves no room for escape. The explosion engulfs the center of the battlefield, wiping out everything in its path. His final words echo faintly, his luck was simply too terrible. A violent disturbance hits the ground, cracking the frozen surface as energy waves spread outward, leaving scorch marks and debris behind. From the shattered area, a hand retrieves a thick book lying among the cracks, showing it survived the impact. The boy opens the book and scans its contents, realizing it is a travel log describing journeys through various regions and records of monster hunting missions. As he reads further, he pauses in shock when he notices the current entry, understanding that this log was written very recently during an expedition to the far north. The scene shifts to a brutal battle in the frozen north, where a warrior clashes with a massive beast amid raging snowstorms and violent winds. The notes explain that the cold here is far more extreme than normal blizzards, yet the fight continues without pause as weapons and claws collide. During the confrontation, the writer records encountering something extraordinary, emphasizing the moment as debris and blood scatter across the ice. The final entry reveals the truth behind the battle, confirming that the opponent was none other than a legendary dragon. The book describes a colossal dragon whose icy breath drains all life around it, freezing everything in its path and turning the land into solid crystal. As the dragon moved, the surrounding area transformed into a forbidden zone, where the cold became so extreme that no living being could survive. Reading further, the boy realizes the notes contain highly detailed information about the dragon, far beyond what he expected to find in a normal travel record. Based on the description, he concludes that this creature closely resembles an ice dragon king, or at the very least, a true ice dragon of legendary class. After finishing the journal, he decides that if he can locate the ice dragon mentioned inside, he must take it down, believing this victory will push his overall strength to a completely new level. He resolves that once the current Secret Realm trial is over, he will return to the far north to investigate the ice dragon's whereabouts. Before he can think further, his attention is suddenly drawn elsewhere as two unexpected figures appear nearby, shocking everyone present. At the same time, a system alert activates, explaining that the army from the Abyssal Rift has arrived, declaring an invasion and forcing all participants into an immediate combat situation. As the invasion begins, several fighters are instantly restrained by dark chains, leaving them struggling helplessly as the enemy takes control of the battlefield. One of the invaders steps forward, calmly asserting dominance while effortlessly binding others, making it clear that resistance is meaningless. With a surge of power, the enemy leader advances, demanding surrender and questioning if anyone dares to oppose him. He coldly announces that all key fragments and supplies now belong to them, declaring that sparing lives is a mercy and reminding everyone that the dead have no right to speak. A captured man struggles against the chains around his neck, begging Lu Fan to either save him or kill him quickly, unable to endure the pressure any longer. The invader mocks him coldly, stating that sparing his life is already mercy and warning that resistance will only lead to a worse fate. Lu Fan looks on calmly and responds without emotion, making it clear that such restraints are nowhere near enough to stop him. The enemy leader scoffs at Lu Fan's composure, declaring that since he still dares to resist, he is clearly more useful alive than dead. Lu Fan calmly responds to the threat, showing no fear as he questions what the enemy plans to do next. Bound by the chains, the enemy states that regardless of the reason, survival matters more than pride and insists on doing whatever is necessary to stay alive. After a brief pause, he lowers his stance and agrees to comply, admitting he is willing to accept any condition if it guarantees survival. The sudden submission surprises everyone nearby, as Lu Fan watches silently while the once arrogant enemy hands over his weapon without resistance. The captive sneers, claiming the other side is too afraid to fight back, mocking them for thinking only about survival instead of resistance. The invader replies coldly, explaining that cornering the enemy only makes things unpredictable, and warns that forcing a desperate fight would be pointless. He dismisses the taunts and states bluntly that death holds no value to him, making it clear he won't be provoked into reckless action. As the tension settles, the battlefield falls quiet, with the remains of the fallen around them, emphasizing that survival, not pride, decides who stands in the end. After the confrontation settles, Lu Fan moves to the marked location and confirms he has arrived at the spot indicated on the treasure map. A sealed treasure chest activates and bursts open in a flash of golden light, signaling a successful discovery. Multiple rewards appear at once, including skill books, contract items, and rare consumables, as the system confirms each acquisition without delay. Lu Fan examines one key reward in particular, noting that the enchantment level removal item keeps proving useful every time, reinforcing the value of this haul. Lu Fan obtains another special item and immediately realizes it can be used to attempt a breakthrough on a legendary grade weapon. He understands that this means he can now try strengthening his main weapon, the Meteor Fall Flame Sword, pushing it beyond its current limits. Without wasting any time, Lu Fan decides to test the effect right away and activates the item on his weapon. Flames surge violently as the enhancement takes effect, and the system confirms the successful upgrade, marking a major increase in the sword's overall power. The enhancement finishes transforming his weapon, and Lu Fan realizes it has evolved into a bound, owner-only form, allowing his power to flow more freely through every strike. A new item appears next to Servant Contract, prompting him to consider turning defeated enemies or other players into subordinates under his control. As he reads the details, Lu Fan notes that the skill's requirements are extremely demanding, making it clear that only someone with his current strength could even attempt to use it. He looks ahead in thought, wondering how effective this ability will be in real combat, sensing that it could completely change future battles. With the situation settling down, one of the survivors asks if it's finally time to leave the secret realm and move on. Lu Fan stops them and casually says that before they go, he plans to give the two of them a buff to prepare them properly. As the effect activates, both men react in shock, immediately sensing the overwhelming strength of the buff placed on them. Watching their stunned expressions, Lu Fan simply smiles to himself, amused by their reaction and confident in his power.